Oh, it'll work.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Edgbaston and the second day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Surrey. Warwickshire County Cricket Club would like to extend a warm welcome to all travelling supporters, and we hope that you enjoy your day with us. At the close of play yesterday, the stage of the match was Surrey 68 for 3, Ollie Pope 40 not out, and Ben Foakes 9. In matches where the home opinion of the umpires to umpires Tim Robinson and Steve Whitaker, the scorers for Surrey Debbie Beasley and for Warwickshire Mel Smith. In order to make up for the time lost yesterday, today's hours of play have been rescheduled, and they are 3 2-hour 10-minute sessions with 104 overs plus 1 ball to be bowled from yesterday in the day. Those session times are 11 until 13:10, 13:50 to 1600, and 16:20 to 18:30. We hope that you enjoy your day with us.
Every county game, every ball of every game. We are at Warwickshire versus Surrey. It's the second day and we are basking in sunshine from the pavilion here. Your team from BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC London. I'm Clive Eakin, Mark Church, Kevin Howells in the team, along with Rita Green. Good morning. No need for a coat, even in this box, the coldest box on the entire county circuit today, Rita.
A very good morning, Clive. Indeed, the coat is off. The hoodie's still on. However, I'm not sure that's even needed. What a wonderful morning we've woken up to.
It is beautiful, beautiful sunshine, and not the breeze that we had yesterday when it was blowing a hoolie. Very difficult conditions for both batters and fielders and bowlers. So we will resume with Surrey on 168 for 3. The story of yesterday, we got just under half a day's play yesterday in between the showers. He had a full morning session which was terrific. It was a great start to the season. Surrey dominating that session, getting to 117 for the first wicket, but then lost a wicket. It changed the game a little bit. They lost a wicket with the very last ball of the lunch session when Rory Burns was caught and bowled by Danny Briggs for 41. So Warwickshire fought back for a while. We didn't get back on until 3 o'clock after lunch. We had a short stint during which Ollie Hannon-Dalby ended the very exciting innings of Ryan Patel, who'd batted very positively, a touch too positively at the end. And, enjoyed hearing Alex Stewart muttered to Mark Church while Mark was waiting to interview Ryan Patel, and he's saying, ask him, did he not want a century then? Did he want to watch the Masters or something? Because the shot he got out to was a little a little wild. So he went out anyway. He was for 75. They went off again, came back on again, and then Ollie Hannon-Dalby bowled Hamish Amla for 2. But the day finished early because of rain, but it finished with Ollie Pope turning things round Surrey's way somewhat with a splendid innings of 40 not out off 46 balls. So he resumes on that, and Ben Foakes, who's been very steady, resumes on 9. And very different conditions today. Rita, it'll be interesting to see how it plays.
It's going to be an interesting few first overs, Clive. I think the conditions are very, very different. So, certainly crisp and chilly. However, that biting wind yesterday, which was blowing across the ground, is, well, it's still here, but not really. Actually, I'm looking at the flag on the far end, Clive, and the flag is pretty much down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a really good sign. Yeah, definitely. Ryan Patel's innings yesterday was absolutely the highlight for me in terms of the batting, for sure. If it was a 56-ball half century, so Patel certainly speedy with the bat, and yeah, that opening partnership. Will that be the great foundation for Surrey today, Clive? Or will Warwickshire maybe nick a couple of wickets and get down into the middle order?
Well, Will Rose, the captain, is going to take responsibility himself and bowl the first over the day. It mustn't overstate it. It's not hot out there. All the fielders are wearing sweaters, but it's nothing like as cold as yesterday. But there is still a bit of a chill in the air. So it's a fairly defensive field from Warwickshire. They've got two slips, a sort of slip and a third slip, you'd say, or 2.5 maybe, as Rhodes comes in to bowl. And that's pushed out to the offside by Pope. Nice start from Ollie Pope. He finds a sweeper on the offside for an easy single. To move on to 41, 169 for 3. And that takes Ben Foakes on to strike.
Indeed, the end of the over. The first day's play certainly coming to an abrupt close yesterday with the rain. Please stay away, rain, please. That would be nice, wouldn't it? But into technically the second over of the day. Looked like Ollie Pope there wanted to nick the strike. Single off the last ball of the over there. But looking forward to today, Clive. It's going to be hopefully another cracker. It looks like a decent wicket.
Yes, a little bit of pace in that bit of county. 1 or 2 kept low. It's Ollie Hannon-Dalby. He's got the 2 wickets and did look, I have to say, the most likely bowler. Yes, so don't forget you can follow all that's going on across all the matches, particularly if you're listening online. You might already be on the page, but go to the county cricket page online. It's the same team today again, Adam and Jed. They probably haven't even gone home. Keeping you across all that's going on day 2 all around the country.
Ollie Hannon-Dalby in to bowl, first ball of the day for him, and it's a forward defensive from Ollie Pope, and there is no run. 169 for 3. Ollie Pope goes for a little wander, rehearses the stroke once again. Yeah, Hannah Dolby certainly the pick of the bowlers yesterday. 2 wickets, 2 very important wickets really in the game for Warwickshire. Back to his mark. Now steaming into Ollie Pope, up to the wicket and bowls. Left to go behind to wicket keeper Michael Burgess. Yeah, lovely start to the day, Clive. I like this.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball from Hannah Dolby. He didn't have to play it Pope. It was a good leave from Ollie Pope, but a zip from Hannah Dolby's turns himself into a red ball bowler in the last 3 or 4 seasons after being generally a bit of a white ball specialist before then.
Hannah Dolby with 20 on his back, steaming in to the wicket and bowls. Nice drive there from Ollie Pope, but hit the fielder, no run. Yeah, 6'8", Ollie Hannah Dolby. He's certainly got the height to really hit the deck and come in at pace, Clive, isn't he?
Yeah, he's reliable. He's also got stamina. He can bowl long spells. Got injured towards the end of last season, but he's got a pretty good record in terms of being fit and available.
It was certainly a stop-start day yesterday, but he did the bulk of the bowling yesterday from that end, certainly. Coming in once again, facing Ollie Pope is Hannah Dolby. And that's a nice leave from Ollie Pope through to the wicketkeeper, no run. Yeah, just as a reminder, 169 for 3. Foakes on 9. Ollie Pope, who's facing at the moment with 41. Not out from 51 balls.
To some extent, Ollie and most of the bowlers are kind of playing for their places, because Liam Norwell's hopefully going to be available for the next game, and Nathan McAndrew, who's a bowling all-rounder. So there won't be room for all this attack in the next game, I wouldn't have thought.
Next delivery from Hannah Dolby, off the wicket and bowls. There's a nice drive there from Ollie Pope, but once again hits the fielder at mid-on, who flings it back to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run.
I'm going to do an update on BBC WM and BBC CWR very shortly. Updates 3 minutes past the hour throughout the day. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we have contrasting conditions from yesterday. The sun is shining, it's a much lighter breeze, and although it's not exactly hot out there, it's certainly not as cold as yesterday. So we resume with Surrey adding 1 run to their overnight total so far. They're 169 for 3. Warwickshire need to stop Ollie Pope, who's batting very dangerously. He's on 41. Ben Foakes on 9. But lovely conditions for cricket this morning. Surrey 169 for 3.
It's the end of the over. 169 for 3. Ollie Pope on 41 not out, as well as Foakes on 9 not out. I think Ollie Pope is getting his iron, Clive. I think he's just settling in back into the wicket, back into the conditions today. I think he'll be looking for a big score today. Let's be honest about it. He looked in good nick yesterday.
Yeah, well, Rory Burns will feel ultimately he missed out, batted well, but then got out for 41. Just looking at the cricket page, Jed is doing it from here. He says local weather guru Aves, the heartily cheerful Edgbaston car park steward, reckons there's going to be rain at 3 o'clock. He was spot on his 40% chance of rain forecast yesterday, and in the end we had a lot. I don't mean to be pedantic, but how can we be spot on with a 40% chance of rain? Anyway, Craig Miles comes into bowl, and that's driven straight to fielder in the cover, Sam Hain. And there's no run. Nice looking shot for no run there from Ben Foakes. If he can beat that inner field, there's no one on the offside boundary for him. The ball is from the pavilion end. Ben Foakes, the right-hander, has got a slip and a third slip. I say no sweeper now on the offside, although you know he's not going to pop back, so he's just got a fielder wide long leg. He's got a mid-on, a mid-off and a mid-wicket, so all by one of the fielders in there close-ish as Miles bowls. That's a pretty wide delivery from Craig Miles, and Ben Foakes will have nothing to do with that.
I think we all become meteorologists, don't we? In the
I
summer
try and
months.
avoid it. I try and avoid it.
Oh, do you?
I'm not one who, oh, look at this app, it says it's going to rain at 70 minutes past 2. I'm not really, you know, if it comes, it comes. The ground staff are pretty good here, so you get an idea what they're expecting. There is one groundsman actually by the hover cover, but I think he's just checking that it's all right rather than anticipating he might have to come on. Miles bowls, that's a good lead. Goodness, that looked tight from Foakes. But he judged it well, taken by Burgess.
Yeah, the batsmen always say that's a good leave, don't they? As long as it doesn't nick the bails in any way. Yeah, it's good sight in terms of not seeing the ground staff out and about. But my goodness, weren't they a busy bunch yesterday? And credit where it's due, on and off, on and off. They're probably the busiest people yesterday, weren't they?
Well, it's a strange job, certainly during games. Your outdoor work is entirely dependent on it being nasty weather. You don't do it in good weather. Miles comes in to bowl. That's a good, accurate delivery. It's defended by Foakes to mid-on. Better from Craig Miles. It was just a little wayward at times yesterday. Had a great season last season. I talked to Mark Robertson about it. I think a lot of it is down to belief, self-belief. He had a difficult start, I think, when he first arrived at Warwickshire. He came with Liam Norwell, both from Gloucestershire. It was Norwell who sort of caught the eye of the two. He had his moments, but he was quite inconsistent in terms of line and length. But last season, much better. He comes into bowl to Foakes, and that's a good, accurate delivery again, which is defended by Foakes into the offside for no run. Oh, do you want to have a little chat for a while?
Yeah, lovely delivery there from Miles. Very nice action. Yeah, Warwickshire missing 3 fast bowlers in their squad in terms of Chris Woakes, Ollie Stone, and the mentioned Liam Norwell, who we'd had a really good chat with yesterday. That back spasm keeping him out of this game, but he's looking forward to getting back in the squad.
Sorry about that. Miles comes into bowl, and that's a 4 defensive to mid-off, and there's no run. So one fairly wayward ball, but other than that, not a bad over from Craig Miles. But Foakes dealt with it comfortably enough. 169 for 3 after 48 overs here. Yeah,
2 England batsmen really at the wicket at the moment, both wanting to prove a point. As we mentioned yesterday as well, with Ben Foakes never played an England Test match on home ground. Will it be this summer? We shall see. Sort of missed out, didn't he, on the New Zealand series last year because of injury. He'll be looking to cement his place, or at least get into the squad and put pressure on the positions in the England squad. Right then, Hannon Dolby up to wicket now and bowls, and nice delivery there, right through to the keeper, and well left by Ollie Pope.
Just to say elsewhere, it looks like we've got play everywhere. Remember, every game is available on BBC Online. Hampshire still dominating their game against Somerset Southampton, 116 without loss in reply to Somerset's 180. So they're putting down a marker, looks like, early season. Hampshire at the moment. Also Division 1, Gloucestershire, Northampton, both in Division 1 these days, and Gloucestershire 166 for 8 now at Northampton.
Hannon Dolby once again into Ollie Pope. Nice 4 defensive. And there is no run. Yes, Adam Williams, our very own BBC Sports Adam Williams, is at the GS Bowl today. Excited about play. Apparently parked up and there was a bit of rain, but it looks like that's fluttered away, which is good to see and good to hear.
Essex 279 for 4 after the centuries from openers Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook yesterday. That's against Kent at Chelmsford.
Just 1 single so far this morning. Hannon Dolby once again past the umpire into bowl. There's again a nice drive there from Ollie Pope, but straight to the fielder on the offside. Reasonably attacking field, don't you think, Clive?
Well, he's not got sweepers on the boundary, that's true. He's got everyone to save 1. He's got 2 in catching positions. So he'll be concerned at the speed which Ollie Pope was scoring yesterday, but he's, 2 catches in place, and It hasn't actually at this point in time. He hasn't got any, oh yes, he's still got that wide long leg on the boundary. That's the only one.
Hannon Dolby once again into Ollie Pope. Again, a full defensive. And there is no run, 169 for 3. Yeah, one slip and a gully. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Yeah, it's pretty standard field, but yeah, certainly not taking their foot off the gas, Warwickshire, in their field placements. In a report in terms of how many people are in the ground, Clive, I think this is fair to say there's a smattering of spectators. Really nice to see quite a few fans in, but I think a few hundred, probably max, isn't it?
It's difficult. It might be more than because we've got them. A lot of them you can't see because they're in this end, the pavilion end.
Hannon Dolby once again, same again. Ollie Pope with the defensive push, and there is no run. What can he do for the last ball of the over? Can he nick the strike? Can we get our second run of the morning?
Just to go through the second division scores quickly, Glamorgan 177 for 4 against Durham at Cardiff. Worcestershire, they're finally getting a bit of play at Leicester now. Worcestershire 120 for 4 at Lords. Middlesex 312 for 4. They've gone well against Derbyshire. Sussex 308 for 6 against Nottinghamshire at Hove. So every game there is play at the moment.
Hannon Dolby past the umpire for the last ball of the over, and there is no run from Ollie Pope. It's 169 for 3.
A reminder, it's the first time we've used this particular format, yet another new format for the County Championship, in that we've got a first division of 10 and a second division of 8. It has been the other way round. Well, we had a first division of 8 and a second division of 10. It was going to change for 2020, but of course the 2020 County Championship didn't happen due to COVID. They just had that truncated Bob Willis Trophy, and they stuck with that sort of Bob Willis Trophy format last season, partly just without really knowing how much COVID would disrupt things. But they've gone back to what would have been the case in 2020 now. So it's a 10-team first division. Miles bowls. Oh, that one nips back. Goodness, that's another tight leave from Foakes. And he does sort of look around and marks his guard there a little bit, Foakes. It's just maybe that was a bit close for comfort.
Yeah, that was a tight leave, wasn't it? Certainly was. Well, it's certainly Essex's day yesterday with Sir Alistair Cook with a century, as well as Nick Brown. It was all runs, wasn't it, down at Chelmsford yesterday?
Miles comes into bowl, right arm over, and that's a 4 defensive, and there's no run. Warwickshire, of course, the defending champions, but Essex might consider themselves slightly the defending champions because they did win it in 2019, didn't they? The last time it was, because they haven't got Simon Harmer's mark pointing out at the moment, but what I'm saying is I suppose they won the title the last time it was in this 2-division format. Not that that matters, but there'll certainly be a threat even without Harmer, you'd think. But in comes Miles to bowl. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Foakes. I think he did play at that, the Surrey wicket keeper, and it goes to his opposite number, Michael Burgess. Remains 169 for 3. So good tight stuff so far from Warwickshire. Just the 1 run scored. Surrey trying to bed themselves in. Well, look at the skies and think we could have a good full day here, so no worry.
Very decent bowling from Warwickshire so far, Clive, don't you think?
Yeah, I think Miles has got his radar in now nicely. 43 added so far for this 4th wicket. That one's just on middle leg. It's turned round his pads by Foakes and fielded by Dom Sibley at mid-wicket. No chance of a run. Ollie
Pope wanders down the wicket a little bit and just looks up at Ben Foakes just to maybe suggest, you know, look, keep concentrating, keep aware here. The ball is definitely dipping around here, isn't it? Definitely something for the bowlers this morning.
Well, they need to be patient, sorry. They've got the foundations of that century opening partnership. Miles bowls, and that's, again, that's a good lead from Foakes. It was a decent delivery. Just bounces just over and wide of off stump. You could argue didn't make him play, but maybe a lesser batter might have played at that one.
Ben Foakes certainly a quality batsman, isn't he? 9 runs so far in this innings. Father was a former Premier League referee. There we go, some fun facts. I'm sure he's not thinking about football right now.
In comes Miles to bowl, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. 169 for 3. Covered a football match midweek where the referee was Tim Robinson, but I don't think it's the same Tim Robinson that umpires. 169 for 3, the Surrey score after 50 overs.
That would definitely be a versatile referee.
Of course, we did have,
umpire,
what was his name, the former Premier League referee umpired for a while on the county circuit, Martin. Well, I'll let Mark think about that for a while. I can't remember it, but I interviewed him once. That's the one, Martin Bodenham, yeah. So he was a Premier League referee, and then, as if he hadn't had enough of people shouting at him for getting things wrong as they perceive it, he decided to go into cricket, umpire cricket, and have them shout at him instead.
Right then, Hannon Dolby was just about to start his next over, and the umpires are having a little chat.
Can't be the weather.
Surely not. Blue skies up above, wispy clouds. It's only overcast.
Will Rhodes is having. Oh, I think someone's leaving the field. So we've got a substitute fielder on.
Need for a 12th man. Yeah, we have a player substituted. Although he did jog off, which suggests that it may not be for very long, I would suggest. But let's see. Right, the umpires back in position. Today they've got their sort of Panama hats on rather than the flat caps of yesterday, which kept flying off. It was one of those days. Barely a breath of wind in the air actually today. What a difference a day makes. Hannah Dolby up to the wicket now and bowls to Ollie Pope for defensive stroke, and there is no run. Lots of sort of vocal activity in the field today from Warwickshire. They'll be sniffing a possibility of a wicket this morning. Keep it tight, keep the pressure on. Surrey, on the other hand, will be wanting to keep their concentration. A great foundation yesterday. What a morning yesterday morning was for Ryan Patel. Be disappointed he didn't get his century, but a great foundation for the innings. A big shout there from Hannah Dolby, who's up to wicket, bowls. Wraps on the pads. Big shout from the fielders. The umpire says, not out. I think it was a half-hearted appeal. It could have been louder, couldn't it, Clive?
Didn't get much support from his fielders, did he?
But the first LB shout of the day, and that will definitely give confidence to the bowlers this morning. Something in the air. Overcast conditions here at Edgbaston. Barely a breath of wind. Hannah Dolby once again steaming in bowling, and Ollie Pope pushes it to mid-off rather, and there is no strike. It's no run. 169 for 3 is definitely ground to a halt the runs this morning after a run fest yesterday. I think Hannon Dolby's got his tail up, certainly.
Chris Benjamin, by the way, is the substitute fielder for Warwickshire.
Chris Benjamin on the field. Hannon Dolby once again up to the wicket, past the umpire, and bowls to Ollie Pope, who leaves this one. Decent leave, although it was reasonably close. You can see Ollie Pope rehearsing that delivery. Probably certainly aware of the conditions today. There's something in it for the bowlers. Goes for a little wander, comes back to the crease, takes his guard. Flicks his bat around his hand, and he's ready once again to face. Hannon Dolby is steaming in. 6 for 8 past the umpire, bowls. Nice, maybe mistimed drive there. to mid-off, and there is no run. 169 for 3. As a reminder, the last wicket, which feels like an age ago, was Hashim Amla for 2.
Mark will come in and join you at the end of this over.
Yeah, Ollie Pope on strike once again this morning. 23 tests for England. 2 ODIs and 1 T20 international as well to his name. Hannon Dolby in for the last ball of the over, and Ollie Pope dabs that to point, and there is no run. End of the over, 169 for 3. You join us here at Edgbaston. Every ball of every game on BBC Sport Online, so you can be completely across all the games in the LV Insurance County Championships, also on BBC Sports Extra and across various other stations as well. But lovely morning here in Edgbaston. Certainly a day for a coat, maybe even a woolly hat. But certainly can't see any rain in the sky at the moment. There's famous last words. At the moment, it's a very, very good morning to Mark Church. Good morning, Mark.
Rita. Good morning, everybody. Craig Miles it is. Coming in over the wicket to Ben Foakes, who's forward, driving. Nice looking quick single taken up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Oh, there's a single. Apologies, there's a single. One of the great cricketing cliches has gone out the window this morning for me. So you always look up, don't you? And you say, oh, the sun's out, blue sky. It'd be a lovely day for batting. First thing I've noticed this morning is it's a much better day for bowling, in the fact that you haven't got a 90-mile wind blowing you into the holly stand. And we've seen already this morning Hannon Dolby and Miles look so much more comfy because it was so difficult yesterday. And for Will Rhodes, he can actually set a field here, and they're just hitting a good line, good length at the moment, as Miles is in over the wicket to Ollie Pope. There you go. Ollie Pope lets that one go. Good leave from Ollie Pope. Just nipping back and bouncing on him. Good cricket this morning, really is. But yeah, without that wind, for these bowlers, life is a lot simpler. And with the proofs in the pudding this one, they've been really tight. Hit a good line, good length, and for the Warwickshire skipper, he can set his field accordingly. And this is going to call for a bit of the old P word again. Bit of patience from both sides here. Ollie Pope on 41. Miles in sunshine, right arm over the wicket. Pope solidly forward. Good looking defensive shot that from Ollie Pope, because it was tough yesterday for especially in that morning session.
Extremely tough.
Running into a gale basically, and
absolutely.
We saw they couldn't hit a line and length, understandably, in the fact that they would virtually get, as I say, Hannon Dolby was hitting the crease and ending up sitting in the holly stand with the wind hitting his shoulder. But this morning, still day, hardly any wind at all. And as I say, that old cliche of blue sky batting day, it's not the case today, as Miles is in, Ollie Pope forward, just pushes out towards backward point. Miles won't mind that too much, in the fact that Ollie Pope playing a little bit away from his body there, and there he's just rehearsing, making sure that head is right over the ball, even though that didn't whistle out towards backward point.
Yeah, it's a really great point. You know, hitting the line and length this morning is putting the pressure, the P word, on the batsmen, both Hannon Dolby, and doing it from both ends as well. You know, when both bowlers are not giving the batsman a look in at all, it just builds and builds and builds, and now they're trying to sort of seek out a run, aren't they?
Over the wicket comes Miles once more, and here we go, on the pads of Ollie Pope, and Ollie Pope's been patient, and that'll be our first boundary of the day, because he's just rolled the wrists on this one and tucks it away off the stumps. Nice crisp shot from Ollie Pope. He moves on to 45, 174 for 3.
Yeah, just straight, didn't he, down the leg side, or towards leg. And Ollie Pope just leaned into that one. I got the impression that he was waiting for such a delivery, and he didn't exactly pounce on it, but beautifully timed it. And I love the fact it just fizzed across the outfield and across the boundary rope.
It's good batting, because you can see Miles is going away, 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 and then he's gone back in, and Ollie Pope's just stayed still, and then just with it, helped it through the leg side. They're getting a man out towards deep backward square now. Sibley's gone out there, as over the wicket again comes Miles. Pope forward, punches up towards Danny Briggs at mid-off, end of the over. And this partnership now worth 49. Surrey 174 for 3. We've had about 25 minutes this morning. And Surrey, it's been a very, very interesting morning so far. Starting the day at 168, up to 174, but very good stuff from Hannon, Dalby and Miles.
Yeah, Ollie Pope on 45 not out of 70 balls. Ben Foakes on 10 not out of 35. It's been pretty much a decent start for both sides. I think Warwickshire, they will be wanting to nick a wicket sooner rather than later. 174 for 3. Hannon Dalby once again to his mark. Ben Foakes now on strike against Hannon Dalby. Past the umpire in bowls. And it's through to the keeper, Burgess. And there is no run.
The interesting thing is Ben Foakes quite happy playing this game. Very happy just to let balls go and get in on here. And same with Ollie Pope. Even though Ollie Pope likes to be busy, you know, they're both sort of, they've been chatting quite a bit. And I think they've probably both been saying to each other, just get your head down. Get your head down. Because we saw yesterday, once you're in on here, there's runs to be had.
Yeah, 100%. As demonstrated by Ryan Patel yesterday. Hannon Dalby once again is the wicket now and bowls to Ben Foakes, and there is no run now. Nice forward defensive there, very strong. Goes for a little wander, collecting his thoughts. Does a little bit of gardening.
Lovely for Will Rhodes this morning though, compared to yesterday. Sort of in an armchair there at first slip now. And Mark Robinson will be happy with this because, as I say, with the way that Miles and Hannon Dalby start, you can just set your field accordingly, can't you? You've got your ring in the covers, you've got a slip and a gully, and for Will Rhodes, he can just stand in there at first slip, let his bowlers get on with it this morning. Yeah,
it makes the game rather simple for the captain for the moment. Anyway, Hannon Dalby once again, Ben Foakes once again leaving it and through to the keeper. Yeah, no, good point about Will Rhodes. You know, at first slip, I always think a captain at first slip is always a great position to be. You got the,
you can see what's going on.
Yeah, you got the wicket keeper on your left and probably another slip or gully to your right. So you've got opinions around you, and it's just, as you say, set the field accordingly. And it is, dare I say, a simple game at the moment. But there is a certain degree of pressure. Apart from that 4 from Ollie Pope in the last over, it's not exactly been a run fest so far. Hannon Dalby once again for Warwickshire into Ben Foakes. Good leave there from Ben Foakes.
The fascinating thing for me is that we only had yesterday 45.5 overs, so there's a huge amount of time to bat today. And this is the whole art of championship cricket, really. You know, you could, these two could bat till lunchtime and only add another 60. That's absolutely fine. Because they're perfectly capable once they're in of really getting on with it if they need to. So I think this is sort of just everybody working each other out this morning. It's good cricket, this.
Hannon Dalby once again, the wicket and bowls. Nice drive there from Ben Foakes, straight to mid-off. And there is no run, 174 for 3. Well, Mark, I'd like to think I give far more than just the cricket, but I'd like you into Ben Foakes.
Excellent.
In terms of who we'd like to invite to a dinner party.
Oh,
you might find this interesting. Barack Obama is one of them.
Yeah, I can see that conversation.
I think most people have that on the list.
Yeah.
Give the other couple in a moment. Maybe you can give you a moment to think about the other 2. 3 in total. Hannon Dalby once again to the wicket now, bowls, and it is yet another leave from Ben Foakes through to the keeper. Actually, I'll wait a little while for the other 2, but yeah, I find it interesting to get insight into players' minds when it comes to who do you invite to a dinner party.
Be a highly intellectual conversation, that, between Barack Obama and Ben Foakes.
Yeah, the other 2, one of the other 2 certainly I would invite. Okay, I'll put it out there. Sachin Tendulkar, certainly a hero of mine and probably many others.
Yep.
I was going to say, would you like to guess the 3rd one? I think we'd have to be here for the whole season, maybe 10 seasons until you figure that one up.
I'm fascinated to find
Adriana Lima.
Do
you know Adriana?
No idea.
The Brazilian actress and model.
Oh, yeah.
Had to Google her, if I'm honest.
Yeah, to be fair. But, yeah, well, there you are. Be an interesting chat, that, wouldn't it? As in, over the wicket comes Miles, and this one's left alone by Ollie Pope outside his off stump. Yes, you can. there used to be a thing. I don't know whether the cricketers who still do it these days, but they used to do the fantasy slip cordon. You could learn an awful lot about cricketers from their fantasy slip cordon. You really could. But yes, I can see Foakes there. Yeah, nice long political chat, and then working with Sachin on his technique, and then talking about his acting skills. You know, it's all part of it, as Miles is over the wicket to Ollie Pope. Short ball, and this will be cut by Pope. He'll feel he's missed out there. He's cut it straight to backward point, and you can see he's frustrated about that, Ollie Pope. He's looking, actually, he's rehearsing sort of uppercutting that up and over the top of gully, and he wanders off towards square leg. If he's just joining us here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport website, the BBC app, wherever else you're hearing us. A very interesting first half an hour this morning. And Surrey 174 for 3 as Miles is in over the wicket, and this is checked straight down the ground by Ollie Pope. Again, it's good batting from Ollie Pope. Miles again, just looking for something slightly different there. Looking to get that one just to curl back a touch at Ollie Pope. And Pope, the key thing here with Ollie Pope is he's standing still. That's the thing. He's not all over the crease here. He's just standing still, full face of the bat, bang, straight down the ground for 4. And the 50 partnership comes up as well.
Indeed, yeah. Crowgrass just slightly over-pitched that one, just slightly. And Ollie Pope just leaned into that and drove it beautifully. The ball before, he really did feel he missed out, didn't he, on that sort of square cut or upper square cut.
So 49 not out as Miles is over the wicket to Pope. Pope's just turned around a touch. That's nicely bowled by Miles. Just got that to straighten a little bit on Ollie Pope. And that rolls out into the covers, and there's no run. Of course, the other thing is, and I've got to remember all of this, is the old bonus points, of course. So we've already got the 1 for Warwickshire for your 3, 6 and 9. And then your batting bonus points, of course. First 110 overs. 200 is 1 batting point, 252, 303, 354, and 400 is 5. As Miles over the wicket he comes, and Pope chips this one along the floor towards Dom Sibley, who got to him quicker than he thought. Dom Sibley, good bit of work that, but again Pope feels he's missed out, I think, either side of Dom Sibley, and that was racing off towards the Hollies stand. Pope wanders off towards square leg. Ben Foakes just leant on his bat down there at the non-strikers end. Pope's added 9 this morning, Foakes just the single. And now Dom Sibley is dropped out onto that deep backward square boundary rope for the final ball of the over. Miles is over the wicket to Pope, and there's his 50. Miles, that's not a great delivery actually. It's on leg stumps, just tucked away by Ollie Pope. Whistles off to the boundary rope for 4, and Ollie Pope starts his summer with 50. And he has looked very good here. 53 from 76 balls and 11 fours, so 44 of the 53 in boundaries. But this morning, yesterday looked good. This morning's looked really good, in the fact that the bowling's been better this morning, and he's looked solid in defence, and then when his scoring opportunity has come, he's taken it with both hands. So Ollie Pope on to 53, end of the over, and 182 for 3. I wonder whether Will Rhodes' first check, and this might sound a strange thing to say, but I wonder if Will Rhodes might even think about bringing Danny Briggs into the attack pretty early this morning, in the fact that Briggs yesterday, he did pick up that way, but also he kept it extremely tight from one end. So I wonder,
just something a bit different, isn't it? Just to mix it up.
Because now Burgess is going to stand up to Hannon Dolby, because they've been batting out of their crease this morning to get forward.
Hannon Dolby once again into the wicket now, bowls and through to Burgess. So Burgess is now up to the stumps. Yeah, trying something different here. I like that approach. Helmet on for Burgess, and
I think as well, and you know this better than anybody, but you know that they've been hitting that line and a good length, so they've probably been batting a foot outside their crease this morning to get to the pitch. Now that back foot of Ben Foakes got to go back into the crease, because he knows Burgess is behind the stump sniffing at the moment. Something that Foakes is used to do. Well, he did it in the Test series against Woakes and Overton. He stood up to them, but just changes things a bit for the batter. This.
Spot on mark, I completely agree. Hannon Dolby once again hits the deck hard to Foakes, who leaves it, goes behind to Burgess, and there is no run. Completely spot on. I think there's a few advantages to coming up to the stumps for the wicket keeper. Yes, can't sort of breeze down the wicket with so much confidence, but also you can be in the ear of the batsman.
Bit claustrophobic.
Yeah, it's not a nice feeling actually as a batsman, in my opinion, when that happens. But saying that, Burgess has got to be absolutely spot on. Very difficult to do that. Great skill. Hannon Dolby once again to Ben Foakes, who drives it into the offside, and yet another boundary for Surrey. They're really turning on the heat now. Really nice. So stepped into that one, leaned into that one, opened the face of the bat a little bit, and it flew out to the boundary mark.
Yeah, can see what Hannon Dolby's thinking there. Just pushed that one a bit wider, and Ben Foakes went after it. Wasn't completely in control, but all along the carpet and out to the boundary rope for 4. But Hannon Dolby won't mind that too much. You know, just push that one a little bit wider, and Ben Foakes wasn't quite to the pitch of that one.
Ben Foakes once again receiving Hannon Dolby's delivery. Up to the wicket bowls. Nice forward defensive.
I'm not sure Burgess will be over the moon with that. Really did bang that one in. Burgess was taking evasive action. The other thing is, and you know, I haven't played cricket in years, but whenever I did have a bat, the funny thing is when you've got the keeper standing up, you're always seeing fielders in front of you quite close at times, but when you turn around and look back against the quicker men, you've got a bit of space, and you think, oh, I'm in my own area. Now if Ben Foakes turns right, he's got Burgess right in his face.
Hannon Dolby up to the wicket and bowls. Hits the deck hard to Ben Foakes, who drives it, well, across the wicket and fielded by mid-off, and there is no run. 186 for 3. Yeah, good point about the wicket-keeper there. You've got to be a decent wicket-keeper. I had Claire Taylor, actually, in many teams that I played for, the legendary women's cricketer. And also there was an element of having a wicketkeeper who is very decent with a bat as well as the gloves. You feel a little bit in awe. There was always a bit of that, and I didn't face Claire, but you know, having her as a keeper there, we used to be fabulous. Hannon Dolby once again delivers to Ben Foakes, who forward defensive there, pretty secure, and there is no run. End of the over. 55 overs played so far in the innings at 186 for 3, and the sun is out.
It is. It's lovely, actually. But interesting over that from Hannon Dolby, because again, what he's looking to do, I think, hit a good line, hit a good leg, tempt her outside the off-stump dry. He's trying to knock that front pad off as well. But well played by Ben Foakes, because he wasn't trying to work across the line at all. He was playing full face to the bat, back up the pitch. So yeah, really good cricket this morning. 186 for 3. But yeah, I think yeah, it's an interesting thing, isn't it, against quicker bowlers. If you go for a little wander as a batter, you're looking down the pitch, the bowler's coming towards you, you've got mid-off, couple of covers, mid-on, you've got people in front of you, and then when you go for your little walk and you turn, it looks as if that's why keepers sprint up to the stumps for the throws as well, but you've got a bit of space. With a spinner, you're used to it. You turn round to Hannon Dolby now, and there's now Michael Burgess, lovely looking fella, lovely lad as well, but he's right up in your grill. He just feels a bit claustrophobic. Now here we go, Danny Briggs is into the attack with the sun out. It's a bit of left arm spin, picked up that wicket of Rory Burns yesterday to Danny Briggs. Left arm round the wicket he comes to Ollie Pope, and Pope lets the first one go outside his off stump. Lovely action, Danny Briggs.
Very nice.
Yeah, just
very nice.
He's been around a long time as Danny Briggs, and it's just a very repeatable, fluid left arm spinner's action, really. He's in now to Pope. That's very short, very wide, and Ollie Pope's just opened the face, looking to run that down to third man. Got it a little finer than he thought. It almost slips head off, but he'll get 2. Not a chance for Will Rhodes, because it was past him before he moved, because against the spinner at slip, a front foot fine, back foot you got no time whatsoever, and Ollie Pope was laying back just to run that off down towards third man. Got it a lot finer than he meant, and as I say, almost took Will Rhodes' head off. His hand sort of shot up as it was 10 yards past him. As in again comes Briggs. That's too short. This will be cut by Ollie Pope behind square on the offside. They've got the sweeper out there, so Ollie Pope will get back for a couple, and after all that hard work this morning, that run's just beginning to tick now. Lamb is out there sweeping up on that cover boundary rope.
Yeah, Danny Briggs doesn't muck about, does he? He gets back to his mark, ready to bowl before the batsman's ready. But you need to take his time and got to get his line right here.
Around the wicket he comes once again, Danny Briggs, left alone by Ollie Pope. He's had an interesting career, Danny Briggs, because he's played one-day cricket for England, T20 cricket for England, Hampshire, Sussex. Then he was sort of seen as a white ball specialist for a while. Played Big Bash. It's round the wicket he comes again. Forward goes Ollie Pope, and then signed for Warwickshire. And actually last summer, in terms of championship cricket, 30 wickets at 22.13. So sort of probably played a bit more ripple than he was expecting to. As he's in again, Danny Briggs tosses this one up. That's nicely played by Ollie Pope. A little bit of something there for Danny Briggs, but he waited and waited at Ollie Pope and then just pushes it away out into the covers to pick up another single. So Ollie Pope 5 off that over. To say that scoreboard just begins to tick a touch now. And Surrey 191 for 3, Foakes 14, Pope 58. Nice day. Now there's people huddled up in the Hollies stand, but then down at the city end you're sort of in the sun. Now I'm not saying it's going to be extremely warm down there, but I know people have their favourite seats in a ground, but I've always thought this: when the sun's out and it's this cold, surely, unless you want to be square of the wicket, of course, there is that, but then I don't know whether that side of the ground's open. It might not be, but it must be cold in the Holly stand, I'd have thought.
I suggest it's incredibly chilly, but maybe it is the position. I would certainly go with the majority, I think, in terms of the position today. But yeah, maybe there's a bit of superstition going on. You never know.
And also that sort of square of the wicket, you get a bit more idea of the pace of the bowler and all that good stuff. But I'd rather be sat in the sun.
23 runs this morning for Surrey. Hannah Dolby once again into the weekend bowls. Super quick, actually, to Burgess, who catches behind, and there is no run left behind there by Ollie Pope. 191 for 3. Yeah, everyone has a favourite position, I think, at a ground. I certainly do.
Mine,
nobody's sticking with that.
If I'm not working, but sometimes when I'm working as well, it's horizontal, I have to say. Just lay back in the sun, having a bit of a snooze.
Oh right, okay.
Oh yeah, come 2 o'clock. Oh yeah.
Hannah Dolby once again past the umpire. Bowls once again. Nice forward defensive there from Ollie Pope, and there is no run.
Goodness, because again they've got a straight mid wicket, but that square leg area and out through the leg side is completely open. So Hannah Dolby sort of saying to Ollie Pope, you want to whip round that front pad, you whip round that front pad. Now Ollie Pope here again, like Ben Foakes in the last over, that was a very solid straight back down the pitch, as if to say, I'm not falling for that one, Mr. Hannah Dolby, you're going to have to try something else here.
Hannah Dolby once again up to the wicket and bowls to Ollie Pope, who has been bowled. Off stump has gone flying, and Ollie Pope is absolutely furious. Bangs his bat down on the wicket. But Hannah Dolby certainly bowled well this morning, pretty consistent, and that pressure is just built on Surrey. 191 for 4 now. Ollie Pope will feel like he's maybe missed out on a very, very big score, but certainly an entertaining innings there from Ollie Pope, just when he was starting to get moving with the runs this morning. Looks very disappointed as he trudges off. Ollie Pope out for 58, 191 for 4.
Yeah, Ollie Pope will be livid. Fair play to Warwickshire though, and Hannah Dolby. That tactics well. I wonder if he may have just got a little inside edge on that to drag it back onto his off stump. If not, it's nipped back because he was looking to drive through the offside. But no, that's good bowling from Hannah Dolby. As I say, Ollie Pope will be pretty cross because he's looked so good for that 58 runs. But yeah, Jamie Smith will make his way out to number 6. Hugely talented young man, this one. But that's nicely bowled by Hannah Dolby. But Ollie Pope will be a little annoyed there, but nice innings for 58. Sort of cut off in his prime, really. But yeah, fair play to Hannah Dolby, 3 for 45. And, you know, the keeper up to the stumps, as we said, and the field set. And just wonder if he did get a little inside edge on that, or it did nip back. Can't really tell from here, but hitting the top of the off stump, which they always say is where you want to be. And Ollie Pope goes for 58.
Yeah, Ollie Pope, very busy player. Lots of comparisons in. Busyness was just coming through this morning. A couple of falls here and there, and certainly got the scoreboard ticking over. But no, he's back in the hutch. I was going to go through his cricketing legends. Missed out on that. I'll mention it anyway. Joe Root, Adam Gilchrist and MS Dhoni. There you go.
Boring.
I think I know. That's what I thought.
Boring.
Although I did think Adam Gilchrist, I mean, Joe Root will surely be on the list. You've got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, Skip. You know, you're in my cricketing legends group, but Adam Gilchrist and MS Dhoni, that's more my era than Ollie Pope, but there we go.
No, I think just sort of watching Ollie Pope, what do I know, but watching him in the Ashes, I don't know who got in his ear, but he looked a bit frenetic. Here, he just looked back to his busy self, but fair play to Ollie Hannon-Dalby there.
Hannon-Dalby once again into the wicket now and bowls to Smith. Decent leave, I think he would say. The fielding side gave a few ums and ahs. But yeah, the pressure's on Surrey at the moment. Yes, they got the scoreboard ticking first thing, but it stuttered. It maybe will stutter now with that wicket.
Yeah, Jamie Smith, first full season last year, of course. And 43 average, 300s, 150. Good player, this boy.
Yeah, Jamie Smith, just 21 years old. His half sweater, ready to receive the ball from Hannon-Dalby, who's up to the wicket now, bowls. Nice forward defensive stroke there to the fielder, and there is no run. 191 for 4. The sun is out. No need for the lights today. Certainly needed them yesterday for a little while. Hannon-Dalby, yeah, 3 for 43. Sorry, it's 3 for 45. Correction there. Yeah, he's bowled so well so far. He was certainly the pick of the bowlers yesterday. We're looking to continue that today, Mark.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, again, it's a boring point, but without the big cross breeze on him, he's looked very good this morning. 2 slips in a gully for
Ollie Hannon-Dalby to Smith, who just pushes it onto the onside. Bit slightly thick edge there, and it's the end of the over. A wicket over there for Hannon-Dalby. Lots of cheering in the crowd. And the end of the over is 191 for 4.
Well, cheering in the crowd, and also, you know, big round of applause, because the other thing about Ollie Pope is he's a greedy little so-and-so, and if he gets in, he tends to go very big. You know, there's never a sort of an 80 or a 70 from Ollie Pope. It's if he gets in, he tends to go and get a double 100. So that's a big wicket for Warwickshire this morning. Danny Briggs, it will be from the pavilion end as the sound of a large crow again. Yeah, morning to you. Full of good intention this morning, whatever it is that crows do. And Danny Briggs with a solitary slip in there, coming left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Foakes. Just drifts away from Ben Foakes and he lets it go. Backward point, sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover, short cover, catching, mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket, and then a man back on the sweep at deep backward square as Briggs is in, and that's a full toss, and that's whipped up the ground by Ben Foakes. Will just feel he's missed out a touch there, Ben Foakes. But again, you can see with Ben Foakes, he's just trying to play as straight as he can, and even there was just trying to whip it straight. Briggs into him again. It's nicely bowled, little bit of drift. Just of course left arm spinner coming round the wicket, looking to take the ball away from the right hander. So I was watching South Africa against Bangladesh and Maharaj bowling the other day. That's round the wicket, and once again is Briggs quicker this time. That's left alone by Ben Foakes, and he bowled beautifully. Harmer and him combined beautifully, but he bowled one ball, which was just the left arm spinner's dream to the right hander. As round the wicket comes Briggs, forward goes Foakes.
One of those deliveries, huh?
Round the wicket, pitching middle of the leg, lovely looking forward defensive shot, and clip the top of the off stump, and you just thought,
it's nothing better.
That's the dream,
for bowling,
isn't it?
absolutely.
But great to see Simon Harmer out there as well for South Africa, as Again, left alone this one by Ben Foakes. Tidy over that from Danny Briggs. Maiden over. And Surrey remain 191 for 4 because off spinning wise, you know, you look at Ashwin, fantastic, but we've seen an awful lot of Simon Harmer over the years. He's head and shoulders. As an off spinner, he's head and shoulders in terms of county cricket. And now interesting for Essex as well, because how much of the season he will be available for, I don't really know. And now he's playing international cricket again. He counts as an overseas. So,
and for the county then to sort of build the game around him, so to speak. It's tough, isn't it?
You've lost a lot of wickets and a lot of control without Simon Harmer. Big sort of boots to fill, those.
Hannon Dolby once again up to the wicket now and bowls to Smith, who leaves that one. Decent leave, looked pretty tight to me. To Burgess, round through the slips. But yeah, tight leave there, Mark. That previous over was over in a flash, Mark.
Yep.
I really love that short cover position as well. You know, it shows that Will Rhodes is trying to keep the pressure on the batsman, trying to get a fielder in the eye line, really, of the batsman. Definitely keeping the pressure on here. Hannon Dolby once again 191 for 4 to Smith, who leaves it once again. Oh, nice little bounce on that one over into Burgess's gloves once again.
Yeah, and I think here for Jamie Smith again, it's, you know, first innings of the summer, having a look. Hannon Dolby banging away on or around that off stump. It's a really good point as well. The other thing is Briggs gets through that over so quickly that you sort of, it doesn't really give you a huge amount of time to settle. You know, you turn around, you play a shot, and he's back at the top of his mark, and he's gone again.
Hannon Dolby facing Smith. Plays a forward defensive to mid-on, and there is no run.
It's well played. Because again, he's just trying to knock that front pad off.
Really nice line and length this morning from Hannon Dolby. Really consistent. This is what will please Will Rhodes this morning. Spot on, Mark, that you can set a field very nicely. 90th conditions playing in the favour of Warwickshire's bowlers this morning and fielders and everything this morning.
Unlike yesterday morning at this time, Will Rhodes really hasn't got a huge amount to think about here. He can sort of, as I say, sort of sat in the armchair at first slips, got a bit of control, has got his wicket. Whereas yesterday morning, he was probably trying to work out where he was going to go next.
No HD once again past the umpire into bowl to Jamie Smith, who does a forward defensive to the fielder. There is no run. There's plenty of space on the onside, isn't there? I'll just say, as I say that, the fielder goes deep, but there's acres of space in the onside. Jamie Smith, he wants to, if anything goes down the leg side, I'm sure he's going to pounce on that. 21 years old. Yeah, look, he's glancing into the onside, seeing where the deep sort of square leg fielder is now, prowling about. You've got a third man, you've got two slips and a gully. Hannon Dolby once again to the wicket and bowls to Smith. Oh, decent leave there, bit of bounce, bit of extra bounce maybe. Well, plenty to play for this morning.
Yeah, last two balls have been back of a length, and he's pushed that man out towards deep backward square. And that's as much just to get into James, just do something. Jamie Smith's been quite happy just sort of pushing forward and letting the ball go, but just go back of a length to him, a couple of deliveries, man back. Also, he hasn't got off the mark yet either. It's so tempting just to try and work into the leg side, pick up your first run simply. So again, it's just interesting stuff this from Warwickshire this morning.
Smith's faced 8 balls so far. Last ball of the over. Hannon Dolby into the wicket now and bowls. And forward defensive there from Jamie Smith. End of the over. 191 for 4 in the sunlight here at Edgbaston. Definitely chilly this morning. Barely a breath of wind compared to yesterday. What a day.
Yes,
different
indeed.
day.
I'll keep a little ear in here because Mr. Eakin has gone off to do a football preference. And I've just heard a bit of clean feed there from WM. So I could always stunt double for Mr. Eakin if needs be. 191 for 4. I think he's off doing his football press conferences at the moment. He's a man of so many talents.
Oh, very
really
versatile.
is. Yeah, absolutely.
Versatile.
as Danny Briggs will come left arm round the wicket to Ben Foakes again, and Foakes is forward and pushing this one out into the offside. Elsewhere, Hampshire going along very nicely, 155 without loss in reply to Somerset's 180. Gloucestershire 223 for 8, as this one's worked by Ben Foakes, back up the ground, and there's no run against Northamptonshire. Glamorgan 210 for 5. Hail yesterday, bringing the first day to a premature close in Cardiff, as Briggs is in once more, and Foakes again just looks to drive. Briggs yesterday just getting Rory Burns, left-handed of course, but with one that he just tossed up before lunch, a little thickish inside edge straight back to the bowler yesterday, as that's quicker, left alone by Foakes. Very wide that one from Danny Briggs. Essex still marching along, 303 for 5 against Kent. Down at Chelmsford, Worcestershire 141 for 5. As loopy full toss from Briggs, that'll be tucked away by Ben Foakes for 4. Danny Briggs trying something there and it not coming out quite right. 347 for 5. What I'll do, Rita, end of this over, I'll just nip and make a quick phone call and then make we're all in the right place. I'll be back in 2 secs. So, Middlesex 347 for 5, and Sussex 334 for 7. So those are all your other scores from around the country. Danny Briggs just stopping and waiting for Ben Foakes. He's 18 not out. Briggs is in, and Foakes backs away and cuts. Will get a single out towards Lamb. End of the over, and 196 for 4. Sorry.
Bit of protection there for Briggs in the offside there. It was a bit short and wide. Ben Foakes pushing it out to the fielder, and there was a single. 196 for 4. It's a lovely sunny morning here at Edgbaston. Fluffy clouds in the sky, blue clouds, blue sky rather. Blue clouds? No, definitely not. White clouds, or grey clouds really. Blue sky. Story of the morning so far is that Ollie Pope certainly took his time, but started to turn on the runs this morning. Half century for Ollie Pope this morning. But then surprisingly, I think for him more than anyone else, Hannon Dolby with the wicket, so he's back in the hutch. 50 off 76 balls for Ollie Pope earlier on today, out for 58. Disappointed very much not to really drive on the score, but I think when you reflect, 58 runs certainly is a good start to the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're all present and correct, Rita, just to let you know, after a quick phone call, yes. Keeping my ears open. But no, I thought he looked in fine touch for a first innings of the season.
Henry Brooks up to the wicket now and bowls. This time to Foakes, who flashes his bat outside off stump, misses it completely. It's through to the keeper. Well, that was wide, but was it there to be hit?
Yeah,
maybe too wide.
It'll be interesting, this, because Hannon Dolby's bowled really nicely from that City. Now, Brooks yesterday from this pavilion end with the wind just struggled a touch, didn't he, to get some control. What you don't want to do is lose any control at the moment.
Henry Brooks up to wicket bowls, and it is short and tried to be pulled there, but hit the fielder. Did Ben Foakes, and there is no run on 19 not out. Yeah, really good point. Change of bowler now. So maybe if I was Will Rhodes, if you were Will Rhodes, would you have kept Hannon Dolby on for a couple more overs, knowing that he's had a couple of weeks? Or it's been a morning already, probably a pre-plan,
yeah,
right?
and almost probably down to how Hannon Dolby's feeling as much as anything, really. Oh, Mr. Eakin's back.
Brooks once again facing Foakes. Forward defensive stroke there. Dribbles to the fielder. Bit of football going on with the red ball.
This is multitasking, and the fact that
what a man.
I think Mr. Eakin's going to jump in for Rita so he can do his update, but he's also on a football press conference as well. This is extraordinary scenes from Clive Eakin. Don't go too far, Rita, because you'll be back in a minute. And it's with Mark Robbins, I believe, as over the wicket then comes Brooks to Foakes, who lets this one go outside his off stump, and that's taken by Burgess.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Eakin.
Sorry about this.
It's absolutely fine.
My other duties are taking a little longer than anticipated at the moment.
At least you haven't done what I did when I was telling you that I got myself muddled up with Mark Robinson and Mark Robbins when I was doing doing my football earlier in the
Well,
season.
of course, we got. I've regularly talked to Mark Robbins' son here, and Mark Robbins at the football.
Yeah, absolutely. Over the wicket once more, and driving his Foakes nicely out towards the cover, and there is no run. Yes, Mr. Eakin has jumped in to do his update, and then he's keeping an eye at the moment on. Can I have a look, Mr. Eakin?
Is he
there? Yeah, there he is. In the corner.
Just waiting for the manager to come.
Zoom presser, excellent. I rather enjoy a zoom presser. There's always that hidden element to a zoom presser. As over the wicket once more is Brooks, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Foakes. End of the over, and Surrey 196 for 4.
Yeah, it's been an interesting morning. Surrey are building a decent total here, but just Warwickshire manages to nip them back just when you think they're going to really go away. But still a very strong position for Surrey, isn't it? A strong batting line up there, I have to say. And they needed to get Ollie Pope out when they did. Ollie and Dolby continuing to be the main wicket taker. Oh, he's here now. So Danny Briggs to bowl. One slip in place. Mid on, mid off. Be doing an update in about a minute and a half as he comes into bowl, and Smith makes room, and that's well stopped in the covers. Goodness, that's 4 runs saved. So who was that?
Mr. Lamb, I think.
Yeah, Matt Lamb, very good tumbling. So I haven't seen him bowl yet in this game. Occasional bowler. Might see him at some point if, particularly as the ball gets older. Danny Briggs into bowl, forward defensive, no run.
Yeah, nicely bowled again by Danny Briggs. We were saying he gets through his overs so quickly as well.
Yeah.
Got no time to settle.
Comes into bowl, and that's played under the onside, no run, but it's been positive batting from Surrey. So going at a decent rate without being reckless for the most part. Although I did enjoy, I mentioned earlier, I did enjoy Alex Stewart's conversation with you about Ryan Patel. Yes, that was entertaining. That was a forward defensive, there's no run.
Happy birthday to Mr. Stewart as well. It's his birthday today.
I did interview him here once after England had not had a very happy World Cup. That was tough.
Dear,
But
no.
he did it. He did. That's played onto the onside and no run. Good stop. I just got to do my update, and then Reed will be back in. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston on the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Surrey, the opening game of the season. Warwickshire been a bit up against it this morning. Surrey moving on to 196 for 4. So 1 wicket for the Bears, a crucial one, because Ollie Pope had begun to get into his stride again and was batting very positively before Ollie Hundolby claimed his 3rd wicket. Just got one to knock off his off bail, and Pope had gone for 58. But Ben Foakes is still there on 19. Smith yet to score. Surrey building a decent position, even though Warwickshire trying to hang on in there. Surrey 196 for 4. And that bombshell, I shall invite Rita back in.
Don't leave Mr. Robbins waiting. So Clive Eakin, a man of so many talents, is now off to jump somewhere else to ask some hard-hitting questions to the Coventry manager, Mark Robbins. As over the wicket comes Brooks then to Foakes, short ball, and this is tucked off his hip by Ben Foakes and nicely fielded by Dom Sibley, diving away to his left-hand side. So yes, very happy birthday to Mr. Stewart, Director of Cricket at Surrey, of course. And I'm going to say it now, my favourite cricketing stat. So Alex Stewart, and everybody knows this now, Alex Stewart, 8,463 test match runs. His birthday, 8/4/1963. It's perfect. As in over the wicket comes Brooks again. This is left alone outside the off stump.
Mark, that is
By Ben Foakes.
that is one of the best stats ever in
I
any
have,
sport.
I have
surely.
it in drafts for Twitter purposes. So that every 8th of the 4th 63, 8463, I can just, when it's his birthday, throw it out there into the
So you got something to say?
the atmosphere.
Every time he's Alex Stewart's birthday, yeah. Like it.
It's always at the same time of the year. As in, over the wicket once more comes Brooks, and forward goes Ben Foakes. Plays this one solidly back up the pitch. Good from Brooks. This.
Is he 21? Hope there's cake.
Yeah, well, absolutely, yes. There will be somewhere, I'm sure, but yes, fantastic record, of course.
What a player!
Oh,
what a player! What a gentleman as well.
Joy this morning was on one of the feeds of social media. Had his twin hundreds in Barbados. Oh, lovely. Watching him pulling Courtney and Kirtley. Oh, it's marvellous. In over the wicket once more then comes Brooks. Oh, now Ben Foakes has looked to go through backward point off the front foot, bottom edge. Almost came back onto his stumps. There he goes. He's rehearsing that shot again, but Brooks has got this set up exactly like Hannon Dalby at the moment. Slip, gully, backward point cover, short extra, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and the long leg. So there, just trying to manufacture a shot was Ben Foakes, and almost dragging that straight back onto his stumps as he waits again. Right-handed, of course, Ben Foakes. 19 not out. Brooks is into him, tucked away off his hip. Probably heard the shout and no there from Ben Foakes as Dom Sibley doing the fielding in there at mid-wicket once more. Down the wicket comes Foakes to do a touch of guarding. Jamie Smith still looking for his first run. Ollie Pope, the man to go this morning. Bowled by Ollie Hannon Dalby for 58. Surrey 4 runs away. Yep, fireworks might go off. First batting point of the season. As in over the wicket goes Brooks, goes wider of the crease. Beautifully bowled, beautifully bowled. Huge shout for caught behind. I think that's brushed the front pad. That's a shout for caught behind. But I think that's brushed his either the front or the back pad. It's a good decision there from umpire Robinson, but beautifully bowled, because you saw him jump wider and it just crept in between that inside edge and the pad, and I think it just brushed the top of the front pad, but nicely bowled by Brooks. End of the over, 196 for 4.
Folks can definitely breathe a sigh of relief there. Huge shout there for caught behind, but it was only momentarily, wasn't it? I think there was a realisation, as you say, Mark, that it brushed some sort of clothing. Right, Briggs with a little bit more spin from the pavilion end up the wicket and bowls to Smith, who goes onto the back foot. Nice push into the offside. Timed it beautifully and over the boundary rope. A 4 off the first ball of the over. That's always a nice feeling to hit a boundary. But Smith is going about his business in a very calm and measured manner, but that one was definitely there to hit, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what you're dreaming of after 15 balls where you haven't got a run. Nice long hop outside the off stump, nicely put away by Jamie Smith for his first runs of the season, and a batting point for Surrey.
And the 200 is up, 200 for 4. Briggs once again to Smith, who goes for the 4 defensive there, but it gets a nice big thick edge of the bat, squirms into the onside, and the batsmen go through for a run. It wasn't a quick run even, just a quick, stroll of a run, and now Foakes is facing 19 not out, 201 for 4. Foakes just checking his mark. Briggs once again to Foakes this time. Nice forward defensive to that short cover, like that one, Mark.
Well, that with that delivery especially, because there's every temptation to drive that.
Briggs to Foakes, who drills it into the ground there. Pushes down. Foakes sort of rehearses a couple of times. No run there, and it squirms into the offside. Briggs does not muck about. Back to his mark, ready to go. So is Foakes, to be fair. Past the umpire and bowls. Drive back to the bowler, and there is no run. 201 for 4. There's only one more ball of the over.
Well, we're catching up overs with Briggs bowling.
Definitely. Last ball of the over. Briggs to Foakes. Short and wide. There's a player out in the deep, a fielder out in the deep. on the offside to cover, and there is a run scored. So Foakes nicks the strike.
Yeah, I think Sam Hain in that short extra cover position is for, you know, just one that might just grip a touch, just hold, and you're driving, and you could just drill it straight to that man at short extra cover. So Ben Foakes there was very sort of watchful in getting forward, and if he was going to push hard at it, make sure he's right over the top of it, because as if it did just stop or grip a touch, you've got that man in there lurking in Sam Hain.
And anything uppish is going to be gobbled up by that short cover. By the way, a bit of exciting news regarding Carlos Braithwaite in a moment.
Oh yes, excellent. I like a bit of it, Carlos Braithwaite news.
Well, I'll start off by saying that, yeah, the Birmingham Bears T20 Blast captain, Carlos Braithwaite, will be playing club cricket just down the road from Edgbaston for Knoll and Dorridge.
As in over the wicket comes.
At Moseley.
Brooks.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
Love
pushing this one off the back foot is Ben Foakes. Oh, that's good news. Well, you can go and stand next to Mr. Braithwaite downstairs on the height board. So I think it's Adam Hose who's there, Mr. Woakes and Mr. Braithwaite. And Kevin Howes told me it wasn't true, but I'm sure I was somewhere near Adam Hose's shoulders, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ben Foakes. Now, Mr. Hose is 6'3", and when I put my hand back to measure where I was, I'm absolutely convinced it was on about the 6 foot mark. But Mr. Howes wouldn't let me have that because he said I'd put my hand above where my head was. And then we were like naughty little schoolboys this morning. We had our photo in the dugout with the Warwickshire Bears. It was marvellous. As in over the wicket once more, Brooks left alone once again by Ben Foakes outside his off stump. What Kevin Howes did quite brilliantly though was he allowed me, there's just the one seat, you see, so you sit, it's a photo, and Mr. Woakes is in there, and I think Mr. Briggs is in it as well, and you sort of sit in the seat, and it looks like you're in the dugout. It's
yes,
lovely,
it really does.
With the Warwickshire Bear.
Seen the picture?
But Mr. Kevin Howes, he cleverly sort of went down on his knees and looked as if he was sitting on the bench. But it took a couple of times to get the photo right, and we had to have a break. As over the wicket once more comes Brooks, and punched off the back foot by Ben Foakes, and tumbling stop by Sam Hain in there at extra cover. As he sort of, we were slightly concerned he wouldn't get back up again. So
are we happy to report he's back in position?
Absolutely
he's okay.
Fine, Vettel. Absolutely fine, Vettel. But yeah, I really like that's a great idea from. They've had it for a while now, but it's great for, well, I was going to say for kids, but for 48-year-old blokes like me who lead a very sad, sheltered life, to be able to sort of stand next to Carlos Braithwaite. As over the wicket once again comes Brooks, and punched again by Foakes off the back foot, but they've got the deepish cover out there. And there's no run. I tell you, the interesting thing with that, though, is, oh dear, look, Carlos Braithwaite has won World T20s off his own bat, obviously, but there's always, when you go off to play club cricket, there's a little bit of sort of, because everyone will want to take Carlos Braithwaite's wicket. I just hope if he gets in, the ground's big enough. That's all I'll say.
Might lose a few balls.
Could be a long old afternoon, that, couldn't it? As over the wicket once more is Brooks, and punched again by Foakes. Doesn't really time this, just going back of a length at Ben Foakes, and that potters up towards mid-off. There's no run, end of the over. 202 for 4. Foakes has 20. Jamie Smith is on 5 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC Radio London. Ball by ball commentary for you on every game in all competitions on the BBC Sport website and BBC Sport app, and of course the marvellous updated tech service as well. Mr. Adam Williams and Jed, who's upstairs.
Yes.
Doing a
brilliant
job there,
really
keeping everybody up to date with what's going on.
Yeah, Adam down at the, I was going to call it the Rose Bowl there, the GS Bowl, shows my age. Just to finish off the Carlos Braithwaite news.
Excellent.
I'll tell you in a moment, actually, because Briggs is ready to bowl already. This time to Smith, forward defensive, to the offside, and there is no run. 202 for 4. Yes, Carlos Braithwaite is based in the UK nowadays, signed to play a few games for K&D, and has been picked up as a batter number 4. They've been quite specific so far. Briggs once again past the umpire to Smith, who tries to sort of push it into the offside. Nice stroke there, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, for the Graham Williamson Trophy on Saturday.
Very good.
Yeah, there we go. Briggs once again to Smith. Bit of a full toss there. Oh dear, I would have thought that Smith would have thought he'd missed out there. Didn't quite lean into the stroke enough, and it went straight to the fielder. Wasn't uppish, but nicely fielded by the Warwickshire fielder there on the onside. Briggs is ready to bowl. Smith wants a moment, but now the next ball comes in from the pavilion end and nicely worked into the onside. Just one run, that's a nice feeling, just to rotate the strike. 203 for 4. Foakes on 20, now on strike. Smith on 6. It was the 6th anniversary this week
Of that World T20, wasn't it?
Exactly, what the very charismatic Carlos Braithwaite did for the West Indies. Briggs once again, this time to Ben Foakes, who drives it into the offside to that short cover position. Briggs is, surely there's a world record here. Probably not for over speed. Going to catch up definitely. Briggs once again, this time to Foakes, nicely driven, but hits that short cover fielder who is feeling it. Who's fielded it nicely, but it's that early season feeling in your hands, isn't it, Mark? Where it hits the hand and it stings, but you have that nice feeling that you probably saved a 4. End of the over. 203 for 4 here in this overcast Edgbaston.
Not sure Sam Hain will be really thinking about saving 4 there. I think he's at the moment still got his hands in his pockets as if to say, oh, that really hurt. So I think Danny Briggs owes Sam Hain something there. Yeah, well, 6 years ago, of course, Ian Bishop as well. That amazing bit of commentary. Remember the name. So yes, so tomorrow then, Mr. Braithwaite is out there.
Yes.
Marvellous. Exciting.
I'm sure it's going to get a decent crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And just down the road here from Edgbaston, what a treat. But of course, you've got a day's play here at Edgbaston tomorrow as well. Hopefully the sun will shine.
As Jamie Smith on strike here to Brooks, who's right arm over the wicket to him, and the right hand is Smith again. Good length ball, just gets himself forward in his short sleeve sweater. Pushes this one out towards short extra cover. There is no run. Sam Hain still just making sure the fingers are on his right hand in there at short extra. It will have stung that. It really would have done, because it's not warm out there today, even though the sun's out. It's a bit of an optical illusion.
You certainly don't want to pick up an injury as well this time of the season.
That's just stinging, isn't it? As Brooks is in once more. It's one bowled. Well played by Jamie Smith. Just lets it come to him. Full face of the bat, and it just runs off that full face down towards third man. But possibly a slower ball that from Brooks, and they'll pick up 2 more. I didn't realise how cold it was until I went down to do my hard-hitting interview with Ryan Patel last night.
Arctic conditions?
Oh dear.
It depends if you're in one of the tunnels with a bit of a extra breeze as well.
No, someone did say that Ryan looked like he was going on a polar expedition when he had every bit of clothing on that he could, but oh dear me. As over the wicket comes Brooks once more, and forward goes Jamie Smith. Plays this one up towards mid-on, but yeah, we're sort of tucked away nicely up here. Oh dear. It was absolutely perishing down there about 6 o'clock in the evening.
He certainly kept warm yesterday, though, with that innings, wasn't he?
Yeah, he did. He played very nicely.
Was he pleased with that?
Yeah, he was.
Disappointed?
I think, yeah. He was a little...
Not to get 3 figures?
Yeah, I think he sort of left a few out there, I think is probably the phrase. As Brooks is in once again, and forward goes Jamie Smith. Plays it one down to backward point. Said exactly what we were saying yesterday. Good pitch as well, good toss to win. But no, he looked extremely good. For first knock of the summer, he's been scoring runs in pre-season, and he just looked very good neck yesterday, didn't he?
Sublime innings. Really enjoyed that. The question is, what is a really good score on this pitch?
Oh, you've got to be up over 400 par on this. Winning the toss, batting first. As Brooks is in, and Smith lays back to cut. Doesn't really time this at all. But yeah, on this surface, win the toss bat, and it's been Surrey's Achilles heel in many ways, and not scoring enough runs in the first innings, then putting yourself under pressure. So I think that the minimum 400 is par. I think, especially Championship cricket, and people have been talking about it with England, haven't they? But first innings runs are so important. As Brooks is in short ball, up on his toes goes Jamie Smith and plays this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over. Foakes has 20, Smith has 8, and Surrey are 205 for 4.
Warwickshire going to continue with spin from Briggs, who takes off his long sleeve jumper, hat, hands it to the umpire. Nice to see that back again. I know we've had a couple of seasons of
brilliant point, Reed. Brilliant point from you, because of course the last couple of seasons, that is, I wonder what was different this year, and that obviously you haven't been allowed to hand anything to the umpire, so you've had people running off and running on, and it's
wearing
been like Piccadilly Circus. So the umpire's been made to work now, holding everybody's hats and things.
Briggs starts his run up and then aborts, starts again, facing Ben Foakes at the other end. Forward defensive there from Foakes. Yes, it's back with the umpire loaded with clothing, with hats, with glasses, with all sorts. It is back. Briggs once again for second ball of the over. Left arm over to Ben Foakes, who leaves that one. Not a huge amount of spin. I think it's all about line, length, consistency this morning from Briggs. Doesn't want to give too much away. Next delivery from Briggs to Foakes. Same again. Nice line and length there from Briggs. Really doing a job here actually this end, isn't he, from the pavilion end? Keeping the pressure on the Surrey batsman, Ben Foakes facing. Ready to rumble here. Briggs once again, forward defensive, that felt a bit better. Middle of the bat, push back again. This over could be over in a flash. 205 for 4. Back up to his mark. Briggs once again, left arm over. Ben Foakes, well, that's straight onto the leg side. It's been pushed into the leg side and indeed to the mid-wicket boundary. Boundary there for Foakes. Takes him on to 24 of 88, 209 for 4.
Sorry, Reed. I think the thing that will annoy Danny Briggs is every other over there's been one of those, though. Either a full toss or something short.
He just relieves the pressure on the batting side. Briggs once again, short and wide, and Foakes just pushes that out into the offside. There is cover there from this sort of deep cover boundary fielder, and it's the end of the over. A decent over there for Surrey, sort of patient over. 210 for 4. Foakes on 25, Smith on 8.
Well, the thing is that Surrey are in no rush here as well. We've only had 68 overs. So, yeah, as I say, win the toss, bat first, somewhere up over 400 is the modus operandi, whatever that means. Somerset, Hampshire again. Ian Holland, sort of makeshift opener last season. Thank you, Kevin House. Couple of hundred straight away, and he's at it again, because Hampshire 178 without loss. Somerset 180. As here is Brooks, and this one's left alone for a goodish length from Ben Foakes. Brooks operating from that city. And so yes, Joe Weatherly 94 not out, Ian Holland 81 not out. So a few headaches there for Tom Abel. I mentioned South Africa, Bangladesh, the first test. Second test is underway as well, and South Africa 155 for 2. I saw a photo of, well, Dean Algar, the captain, who of course played for Surrey, he's played for Somerset as well, with a sort of plaster on his forehead, poor chap. As in over the wicket once again comes Brooks, and this one's pushed by Ben Foakes out towards backward point, and I believe from what I read, poor old fella slipped over in the shower, banged his head,
dear.
poor chap. Yep.
Oh,
but
that sounds nasty.
yep, but
Very
he
nasty.
made 70 odd, so it hasn't affected him too much. He's always dangerous when he's injured as well, Dean Algar. Gloucestershire 223, Northamptonshire 10 for 1. Glamorgan 222 for 7 against Durham, all day 2 these, of course. As Brooks is in once more, and this is tucked into the leg side by Foakes, but again, wicket to wicket. That's rolling up to Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Essex continuing on their merry way. 325 for 5. Adam Rosington. Obviously that move from Northamptonshire, and he's batting for Essex for the first time. 17 not out is Adam Rosington. So he's gone on loan, I think, for the season. It's a strange one, that. As over the wicket once more comes Brooks, and forward goes Ben Foakes. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run once again. Worcestershire 165 for 6 against Leicestershire, and at Lords, Middlesex 369 for 7. Robbie White, highly rated, 56 not out. Tom Helm 16 not out, and Josh De Care's a first 50 yesterday. I think he made 80. Steve Eskenazi with 100. So it was a good day yesterday for Middlesex against Derbyshire, as Foakes waits once again. Oh, well bowled, Henry Brooks. That's gone past the outside edge. Lovely piece of bowling again. Sorry, I'm not seeing that too much. In fact, there is a little bit of something there, but that was very nicely bowled.
Beautiful delivery there from Henry Brooks. Absolutely bamboozled Foakes there. Did everything apart from hit the wicket.
And Sussex 356 for 8. Archie Lennon playing, which is good. He's 23 not out. This against Nottinghamshire, of course. Or 68. Haynes, good player, isn't he? 59. Tom Clark 100. Over the wicket once again is Brooks, and this is punched off the back foot, a little away from his body by Ben Foakes, and good tumbling stop in there at backward point. End of the Brooks over. Interesting one again from Brooks. Maiden over, 210 for 4. Briggs whips off his long sleeve. So I think everyone's got a soft spot for Sussex in the fact that they keep playing the youngsters. And Steve Finn, of course, there now for Sussex, making his Sussex Championship debut after the move from Middlesex. But Ian Salisbury again, I think he bunged in a couple of 17-year-olds in there again. So it's, you know, it's good to see, and I think especially with that, and in this wonderful world of ours where patience isn't a virtue these days, is it? I think hopefully with what they're trying to do there, that patience from last season begins to pay off this season for Sussex with their young players in terms of the Championship. All different for the 2020, obviously, but
and Finn with all that experience, and you know, it's all about not just what's on the pitch, but actually in the dressing room and various practice as well. Briggs once again from the pavilion and over the wicket. Bit of left arm spin, this time to Smith, who pushes it offside, and there is no run. I think a lot can be said for experience in the dressing room. Just putting your arm around some young guys' shoulders, of just having that word in their ears just to get their confidence up. Briggs up to wicket now and bowls. It's faster delivery there, it felt like, from Briggs. Bit of a cry of ooh and ah, but a nice forward defensive there from Smith. Smith looking pretty solid this morning. 8 not out off 29 balls, certainly very patient. Next delivery from Briggs, doesn't muck about. Down the leg side. Oh, I'd say that Smith probably didn't pick that one, did he, Mark?
Well, the interesting thing, he played that pretty well, I thought, in the fact that we've said it a couple of times, Briggs has bowled that full toss. That one, eyes lit up, full toss, and then it's just dipped on him at the last minute. So, nice bit of bowling that from Danny Briggs.
Briggs up to wicket now, bowls, and it's a nice flick there into the offside by Jamie Smith, but nicely fielded by the fielder in the onside. Did one of those sort of dives and pushed it straight back to the bowler. So Briggs is ready once again. Past the umpire. Bowls a ball. Backward defensive stroke there from Smith. Pushes it back to the bowler. Briggs has been impressive this morning, I'd say. Yes, a few full tosses for sure, but pretty consistent. Up to wicket now and bowls, and just when I say that, short and wide to Smith, who just pushes it into the onside and takes a run and nicks the strike. End of the over. 211 for 4.
The other thing to say here as well, from a Surrey batting lineup perspective, is you look at who's to come. Will Jacks, he's got a huge amount of talent in terms of red ball. Everyone looks at him in white ball, but in terms of the red ball game, he you know, he is a stroke maker. Jordan Clark, aggressive by nature. And then you've got Taylor, Topley and Roach. So actually, from what they can take some time here, Surrey, because as I say, even if they needed to get on with it at some point, which I don't think they will, you've got stroke makers to come in next. So at the moment, what Surrey are doing is just positioning themselves. They know how important this first innings is after winning the toss and batting first, as Brooks is in over the wicket to Jamie Smith, who drives. Nice looking shot, a little bit of shape on that one, I think, from Brooks. He's looked a lot happier today, Henry Brooks. Great to see him back, and he's looked a lot happier from that City end. But as I say, yesterday bowling wise was very hard work with the gale blowing across the ground. Tell you what, old Mark Robbins' press conference is going on a bit, isn't it?
A lot to say.
Well,
Ahead of the weekend.
well, it's probably everything he said every Friday for the last however many weeks, really. But it's going on a bit. As over the wicket once more, Brooks, and waits for this. Nicely played by Jamie Smith. Just waited on the back foot and then just opened the face a touch. Runs it off down towards them and takes a single. 212. Having sort of been back in the world of football this winter, I'd forgotten how little I knew about football. And yes, but this, oh, he's back. Oh, it's over. Oh no, he's still on it. No. Mark Robbins has finished now. We were just saying, long old press conference that from Mr. Robbins. As I think Mr. Eek is going to come in and give Rita a well-earned break, and he can tell us everything that Mr. Robbins said. As forward goes Ben Foakes, plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Who are Coventry playing this weekend, Mr. Eakin? Oh, he's going to tell us in a minute. Because I did a hard-hitting interview with Marco Silva, the Fulham manager, and asked him a question about the next Fulham game. Unfortunately, though, I'd misread the fixture list, and it was Cardiff's next game because I'd been at Cardiff Fulham. But he still managed to give me a 10-minute answer, which I was rather pleased about. As over the wicket once again, Brooks, and this is whipped down the ground by Ben Foakes. Nicely played. Just let it come to him again, and then at the last minute, sort of rolled the wrists on it with a bit of in-swing, and has drilled that down the ground for 4. Foakes moves on to 29, 216 for 4. Welcome back to Mr. Clive Egan.
Yeah, thank you, Rita, for doing such a long stint. Apologies for that.
How was Mr. Robbins?
Plates juggling everywhere, so you know.
Confident,
fine, yeah.
confident.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Who's it against tomorrow?
It's Fulham away Sunday.
Hello.
Yeah, so that's
Maybe that was the fixture I asked Marco Silva about a few weeks ago. There you are. That tough old game, that. Tough,
yeah. Well, they can clinch promotion, Fulham, on the day.
They're all tough games, though, aren't they? They're all tough games. Over the wicket once again comes Brooks, and this is Foakes pushing this one off the back foot out towards cover point, and there's no run. The man who saved Alex Ferguson's career.
Well, so they say.
Is that
yeah.
fair? Is that a fair comment, Mark
no,
Robbins?
Maybe. That's the.
No, well, as I said, but that'll be tough game in the Championship, tough game. 216 for 4. Brooks in sunshine, over the wicket he comes, goes wider of the crease again, and this one's left alone by Ben Foakes outside his off stump end of the over. Foakes has 29, Smith has 10.
So this has been a good morning for Surrey, despite the loss of the 1 wicket. What is it, 32, 48 added so far this morning for the loss of that 1 wicket. Warwickshire trying to maintain some control.
I was just saying with Rita, you know, with what's to come in this Surrey batting lineup as well, and you win the toss and bat first. We're only in the 71st over, so you can play like this. Take your time. Like I was saying, 400 par on it first up.
Well, from the position they were in, that they were certainly hope to do that. Briggs bowls. That's defended by Smith, and there's no run.
Easier day to bowl though, isn't it? Without that gale.
Yes, it's a little pleasanter. Round the wicket he comes. Smith drives that. Has he edged it? Yes, he has. Or at least the umpire's decided he has. He's standing there as if he doesn't quite believe the decision, but he'll have to go. He's caught behind for 10. Michael Burgess takes the catch. Danny Briggs has his second wicket, and Surrey are 216 for 5.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a noise because they've all gone up. Smith didn't look best pleased with the decision, but he has to go. Umpire O'Shaughnessy's put the finger up. Quicker one that looked from Briggs, and there was definitely a noise. But I think if we had the old DRS, I think Mr. Smith might have just gone upstairs for that one. But as it is, Given has to go, and Briggs has his second wicket of the piece, and it's 216 for 5.
That is the test, though, isn't it? If they do have if there is a review system, they might stand there looking aghast, but then when it comes to it, they think, well, if I have to review...
I think, just from body reaction there, I think Jamie Smith would have gone straight upstairs on that one if there was DRS. But as I say, there isn't, and umpire O'Shaughnessy's put the finger up, and it brings Will Jacks out to the middle. And Ben Foakes 29 not out. And Will Jacks, who... Will Jacks is a very, very good red ball cricketer, but he's sort of excelled so far in the so-called white ball stuff. So this will be interesting. If he spends time at the crease, Will Jacks, that scoreboard tends to go around quite quickly. So this will be fascinating, really. But yeah, Danny Briggs, that looked a quicker one. And as I say, I think just from the sort of knowing batsman from sitting in as you do, Clive, over the years, I think had we had DRS, I think Jamie Smith would have gone straight upstairs. But as I say, Given, and he's had to go, and Danny Briggs has his second wicket.
So Warwickshire just keep hanging on in there, just keep getting wickets just as you think it's drifting away from them. It's still going to be, I think, unless there's they really start making inroads, it's going to be a daunting total to respond to. But Briggs bowls, and that's left by Jacks as no run. And the spinner in again for defensive, bit of an inside edge onto the onside, no run.
Nicely bowled again. Just the one that goes on with the arm from round the wicket. For a new batsman, you're sort of coming round the wicket and left arm with a bit of breeze. It's that one that either goes on.
Comes in again, that's out of the middle of the bat, a bit uppish. Is played into the covers. Sam Hain fields, no run.
Yeah, key position that, Sam Hain. We talked about it earlier. If it just stops a touch on the drive, that's where Sam Hain comes into play.
And that's played up into Sam Hain again, who dies. There's no run. Just an element that Warwickshire have maintained a bit of control. That last partnership, 25 runs added in 15 overs. So they have managed to keep Surrey becalmed. We've seen Ryan Patel and Ollie Pope both score rapidly. Other than that, Warwickshire have maintained a degree of control.
And I think, as we sort of alluded to, it's funny, isn't it? The sun's out and the blue skies, and you always have a good day to bat. But actually, with that gale across the ground yesterday, bowling was tough. It was really tricky. And straight away this morning, we were saying with Will Rhodes, he sort of just could sit in his armchair at first slip and set his field. And Hannon Dalby, Miles, and Brooks, and now Briggs is what they do. Just, especially the quicker men, have just hit a good line and a good length. Because it's simple. They're not running into a force 10 gale today. Not because only Hannon Dalby at times almost ended up sitting in the Holly stand on his follow-through yesterday, didn't he? So Craig Miles is coming into the attack to replace Brooks from the City end. So Miles 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 58 thus far. Ben Foakes just waiting for the field to settle. Couple of slips backward, point deepish cover short, extra mid off, mid on deep backward square, and the long leg. As Miles right arm over the wicket he comes. That's short, and this will be pulled in front of square by Ben Foakes. Dom Sibley's on the chase, and Dom Sibley dives, and the ball goes over the rope. It was a difficult one for Dom Sibley in the fact that he was on the sprint, and had to sort of dive and get down to the ball as it was getting near the rope. But it's over the boundary rope and away for 4. So loosener from Miles, put away by Foakes. That was his 100th delivery, and he's 33 not out. And Surrey move on to 220 for 5. Yeah, Will Jacks didn't play a huge amount of championship cricket last summer for Surrey. As over the wicket once more comes Miles to Foakes. Foakes is forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. 6 matches in the championship last summer for Will Jacks. Had to wait patiently for his chance. Average 36. A couple of 50s though in those 5 innings. Very talented player is Will Jacks. The other thing here is, looking down this, if they need spin, Will Jacks is their spinner. He'll bowl off spin, Will Jacks, and he gives it a right old rip as well. As running towards us, Miles once again, and he's gone on to the pads of Foakes here. He tucks it into the leg side, brings Sibley round from deep mid-wicket. They'll get that for 2. Then Foakes moves on to 35 and 222 for 5.
Ben Foakes beginning to up the ante a bit, but it's interesting looking at the rate of scoring. So the opening partnership, they weren't losing wickets. First 100 took 132 balls. They lost no wickets in that time. The second 100, in which they lost 4 wickets, took 247, so almost twice as long. And even if you look at the 50s as well.
Over the wicket once more is Miles. Forward goes Ben Foakes. I think this is one of those pitches that when you win the toss and bat, you say to the opposition in many ways, you've got to get us out here. We're not going to give you any freebies. I'm just looking at the wickets, and obviously Rory Burns just before lunch would have been disappointed with that, and Ryan Patel would have been disappointed with the way he went. Ashley Mamler bowled, sort of just trying to get himself in, and then Ollie Pope bowled, looking to drive. So you want to make it as hard for the opposition to take the wickets, as this one's turned leg side again by Ben Foakes. Just runs. Dom Sibley's doing an awful lot running in this over, and the throw is whipped in over the top of the stumps. 223 for 5.
But when Ryan Patel was at the crease for the first 50, took 72 balls. The second took just 60 balls. And since then, the third 50 took 114. The fourth 50, 133. So Warwickshire have managed to rein them in a bit. I think Surrey's biggest disappointment, I guess, is that no one's gone on to lots of batters are making contributions. No one yet has gone on to that really big score. It's not, by no means, it's not a road out there by any means.
Will Jacks stands with that bat raised as Miles is over the wicket to him, and Jacks, little outside edge, just turn around a little bit, rolls down into the slip cord, and Rob Yates dives away to his right hand side. End of the over. 223 for 5. Foakes 36, and Jacks is yet to get off the mark.
I suppose you'd say this session at the moment is still a little bit in the balance. What is it? It's 32, 55 for 2 at the moment, this session. So if Surrey can get to lunch without any further loss, they'll probably feel it's been their session. But if Warwickshire take at least one more, I might feel that they've done pretty well.
Absolutely. Yeah, because the sort of Ben Foakes role here is just do what he's doing, because as I say, you've got plenty of stroke makers around him to come, including the man at the non-striker's end.
Briggs around the wicket. Foakes forward, defensive to the onside, no run. Just one slip in place now, which have now got sweepers on, or boundary riders, I think we call them these days.
Boundary riders.
On both sides of the wickets, and that's a forward defensive, there's no run.
Mr. Kevin Howells, our leader, is here. The captain of the good ship.
Kevin's asked me to do what he asked me to do every time, and every time I forget, but I'm not going to this time. I'm not going to. That's pushed out the offside, there's no run.
Which is?
Oh, I don't want to give away trade secrets.
Is that to say to hand to him at lunchtime?
It's something like that. I did do it yesterday. That's a full toss, and he gets away with that one. That's hit straight to a mid-wicket for no run. I did do it yesterday, but unfortunately he was on his second course by the time I did it, I think.
Quite right too.
In comes Briggs to bowl. And that's pushed out the offside. There's no run.
I did a game of Big Bash during the winter, Mr. Eakin, where I built up to my big interview in the interval. And I can't remember who it was with, but I really built it up and went, let's hear from.
Briggs comes in to bowl. Gives that one a bit of air and has played to mid-off. There's no run.
Complete silence. So I just picked up and waffled on for 20 minutes. Then got a lovely phone call, and I didn't mind at all, but lovely phone call saying whoever was meant to press the button and nip to the loo. Which is, you know, fair enough, isn't it? So, yeah, there we are. You see, all the best laid plans in broadcasting.
2-2-3 for 5 is the Surrey score on a sunny morning still. Got a bit of cloud cover, but it's been a decent enough morning. A few more in than yesterday. And it's an intriguing match, so we don't get too many more interruptions between now and the end on Sunday, because it has a feel of a match that could go the distance and could be very interesting.
Absolutely. And Will Rhodes is going to get, for Will Jacks, the new batter, getting an extra slip in now. So there'll be a couple of slips in there. Yates is having a little bit of a warm-up, so it's 3 slips basically, 3 slips and a backward point. As Miles right arm over the wicket, he comes to Will Jacks. Will Jacks up on his toes, short ball, pushes out into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, I should think if you're sat down there at the sort of city end near the electronic scoreboard, you've been sat in this now for an hour and 45 minutes. You're probably just beginning to warm up a touch. If you sat in the Holly stand, I would think it's absolutely perishing in there. As waiting once again is Jacks as Miles is into him, and that's down the leg side. Will Jacks gets nothing on this, looking to flick away down towards fine leg. Good tumbling take by Michael Burgess.
Essex still going well, though quite slowly. They're 348 for 5 against Kent, but they won't pick up any more batting points. Restricted just to the 3 batting points, so they're building up slowly but surely at Chelmsford. And one of note I spotted is that Nottinghamshire in a spot of bother, replying to Gloucestershire's 223. They're 32 for 3.
Over the wicket once more is Miles to Jacks forward. He goes and plays this one solidly. Back up the pitch. And there is no run.
Gloucestershire, of course, in the first division this season for the first time for quite a number of years, I would think.
Or Hampshire still steadily accumulating.
Let's have a look. Where are they? Yeah, 198 for 1. They're already 18 ahead of Somerset.
Amazing. Ian Holland, he's sort of makeshift opener at the start of last season. He's taken to it like a duck to water, as this is Jacks off the mark with a nicely whipped shot through the leg side. Just to a shorter ball, just stood up straight, Will Jacks, and then whips it into the mid-wicket region, takes a couple.
Holland made 81, Weatherly's 108 not out.
He got off to a really quick start last night. Joe Weatherly, 225 for 5, Surrey. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because sort of this time of the year, we're talking about, oh, it's tough for the batters and everything. There hasn't been a huge collapse as yet from anybody.
No, that's true. Yeah.
Waiting again is Jacks. Over the wicket once more comes Miles, driven by Jacks straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. It'd be interesting, actually, because we all go on about it, don't we? Tough to bat in April. It'd be quite interesting to sort of see what, in the sort of April-May region, what sort of average number of runs per wicket is. I've got absolutely no idea, to be honest with you. But again, you look at the scorecards from yesterday and today, and, you know, sides are scoring runs.
180 is the lowest team score so far.
Waiting again is Jacks. Craig Miles right on over the wicket to him, past umpire Robinson, and Jack shot up on his toes again and punching this one straight down the ground. It's a lovely shot from Will Jacks, it really is. There was nothing wrong with that delivery at all from Miles, but he's just stood up straight, back of a length, and just punched it back down the ground for 4. So Jacks moves on to 6, and Surrey moving on to 229 for 5.
Sam Hain sprinting off the field, so Chris Benjamin returns as 12th man. Highest total so far, Middlesex are leading the way, 379 for 8, followed by Sussex 370 for 9.
Yeah, well, Essex up over 300 as well.
They are, yeah, I mentioned them earlier, but they're going quite slowly, 348 for 5. Here, 229 for 5, Surrey. And we lost just over half a day's play. We'll get half an hour's worth back tonight and tomorrow, weather and light permitting. And Danny Briggs having a chat with Captain Will Rhodes. We'll get to 2 or 3 more overs in before lunch. Well, could do with another wicket really to make them feel that's not been a bad session. Surrey still have the capacity to score big here. Briggs to Foakes, who drives that uppishly, but it rolls along the ground by the time it reaches mid-off.
You always know it's the start of the cricket season as well, when it's sort of boat race and Grand National time, isn't it?
Well,
Grand National tomorrow, I think.
It's a shame the boat race wasn't going on while I was at Craven Cottage. I could have watched a bit of it while I'm looking over the stand roof. That's played to the offside, and it's cut off by Chris Benjamin. There's no run.
So I watched it on Sunday. It used to be on a Saturday, didn't it, the old boat race? But now it's on a Sunday. Back on the Thames this year, of course.
Oxford did very well, came second. That's terrific effort.
Yeah.
I know it was Cambridge that came second, wasn't it? Yeah. It's played out to the covers. It's stopped, but Chris Benjamin used his chest in the end pretty much to stop that. And he did well. The old maximum, get your body behind the ball. So he didn't manage to get hold of it cleanly with his hands, but it hit his body. He's not showing any sign of any discomfort, and it prevents any runs. So Briggs round the wicket to Foakes, and this time it goes through his hands, but there's good backing up, and they think about one, they don't get it. That's gone hit well by Foakes. Unlucky not to get anything for that really, but he hesitated because it was going straight to Benjamin. It actually went through Benjamin, and it eventually required Craig Miles to back up and do well to stop it. And then a 4 defensive by Foakes for no run.
Yes, well, first time Cambridge have won in a while.
Yes, indeed.
3 years, I think. I used to commentate on the boat race, Clivey.
Yeah, that's quite a difficult one. Cambridge are winning, they're still winning. And that one is played out to mid-off. They're going for the quick single here, and that's well judged, I think, although could have been tight. So Craig Miles couldn't get any real pace into his throw. Had he done so, it might have been a tight one for Will Jacks going to the non-striker's end. But they get there, 230 for 5.
Yeah, we used to. There's a pub sort of halfway round, and I used to go there with the great Nigel Barden, a BBC fame, food and drink and rugby expert, and we used to get there about 9 in the morning, and I'd set everything up, and the great Barden would, I think it's fair to say, partake of what the public house had to offer, and then it sort of get round the bend, and then they'd cross to us for commentary. I say commentary, we were probably on for about 2 minutes before they sort of drifted off into the distance. But it was great sort of atmosphere around the place. And the old weigh-ins used to be good as well. You sort of go along to one of these rowing clubs, and there are all these enormous people. As Miles is in, and all that short, looking to cut is Ben Foakes. Gets nothing on that at all, and that's taken by Burgess. Matthew Pinson was in charge.
Yes, refereed.
He refereed very well, because at one point they looked like there could be a clash of oars. But And Mr. Pinson sorted that one out with his megaphone. That's waiting again is Ben Foakes, but it's always sort of cricket season time, isn't it, when boat race and Grand National. As over the wicket once again goes Miles, and outside edge dropped. Would have been a heck of a catch from Rob Yates at second slip. At this time of the year as well, he's flung himself to his left, got a hand to it. It would have been a brilliant catch. But I suppose it has to go down as a chance. I think that just bounced a bit more on Foakes than he was expecting. Good bit of bowling from Miles, but what an effort that was.
Well, he's not quite at second slip, is he? It's about 2.5, and it went through slip, and him had a fair lick as well.
That would have been an amazing catch on a nice hot sunny day.
I think Will Rose is asking Craig Miles, maybe does he want another slip in place, or does he? Yes, he's bringing another slip. I mean, inevitably when a captain does this, one does think of horses galloping away while you're shutting the old door. But he's put Yates now to a second slip and put a sort of gully in place, or a fourth slip.
Miles in again, and this is tucked away off his hip by Will Jacks down towards long leg. He'll pick up another single. I think it was just the fact it bounced a bit more on Ben Foakes. He sort of indicated to Will Jacks that that's just stood up on me a touch. Nice bit of bowling from us. And the interesting thing here as well is, Clive, there is something there for the bowlers. we've seen a couple of absolute pearlers from Miles today. So runs on the ball could be important here, I think.
Well, they haven't stuck with that extra slip for very long. It's gone again.
As Foakes waits once more and gets in behind this one from Miles and just pushes out towards cover. Benjamin does the fielding. I think Yates has possibly taken half a step towards Rhodes now. So he's still in sort of third slip position, but it was a brilliant effort to get a hand to it. And as I say, on a nice hot sunny day in the slips, that would have been a great effort. But on a day like today, where I know the sun's out, but it's absolutely freezing out there, I'd have thought. Miles into Foakes, and Foakes short ball. That's nicely played. Just punches down towards backward point once again, right up on his toes on that occasion. Was Ben Foakes, and you can see Mosley doing the fielding in there, but you can see that one that just stood up on him a touch. He's making sure he's getting right in behind this now. Is Ben Foakes. What have we got? 5 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, we'll have one more Danny Briggs over, I dare say.
So he started at 168 for 3. Now 232 for 5. Miles again in watery sunshine. Oh dear, it's very short. Oh, well, it was a great take from Michael Burgess, and then as he dived headlong to his left, as he hit the ground, the ball popped out of his glove, but got across to it. End of the over, and 232 for 5 the score remains.
So 2 wickets to fall in this session. We've seen Ollie Pope, who was just really getting to his stride once again, as he had done before the close yesterday, but he was bowled by Ollie Hannon-Dolby for 58, and then Jamie Smith caught behind off the spin of Danny Briggs for 10. Ben Foakes has batted through the session, subject to him surviving the final over, and he's at the non-striker's end. He's on 38, and Will Jacks, he's on 7. So in comes Danny Briggs round the wicket. That's a wide left by Jacks. He might be, I don't know if he bowls this over quickly. He could get another one in. Would they want another one? Maybe he would. Danny Briggs comes into bowl. A forward defensive. There's a heads in hands there. They may have thought that was heading for an LBW shout, but just got a bit of bat onto it to prevent that.
Yeah, Yates is warming himself up, so I just wonder whether they think they can slip an over of Yates in from the city end.
Briggs is getting on with it, isn't he? He comes into bowl, and that's driven. That might slow things down. There is a sweeper there, so they'll only get one. Good shot for one. by Jacks. On to 8.
Tell you what, Dom Sibley's definitely done his steps for the
Yeah,
day
hasn't he?
out there, hasn't he?
233 for 5. So he'll have seen 2 sort of England batters bat well without making a big score in this game. Be a good opportune time for him to go that one better. That's a 4 defensive. Back to Briggs. There's no run.
Interestingly as well, they're getting Helen Dalby warmed up as well. I think they can slip another over in here, Warwickshire.
2 balls of this over to go. Briggs bowls, has driven straight back to him because he did get a wicket with the last ball before lunch yesterday. So maybe you can do that with this ball now. I think it will be lunch. I think we've gone past 1 o'clock. That one's a 4 defensive, and there is no run, so no dramas at the end of the session this time. Let's just get confirmation. Are we going off? Well, maybe they're going to fit another one. Now, I'm assuming lunch is 1. Has it changed because of the extra half hour at the end of the day?
Past.
You might be right. Yes, it
Might
is
be
10 past. Thank
yes,
you. Good job, we're alert, eh? So we've got a bit to go. Yeah, before lunch. Fish and chips will have to wait. And well, who are we going to see bowl here then?
You know, I think that's the first time Kevin House has ever looked through a window at me and stuck all 10, well, 8 fingers and 2 thumbs up. Quite pleased with that. All 10.
I think we are going to see Rob Yates then on.
Yes. I'll let you continue here, Mr. Eakin. Do I?
No, well, I'll take this over.
Oh, yeah.
Suppose let's swap ends.
Just in
shall we
case,
then?
just in case.
Yeah. A bit of kerfuffle going. Chris Benjamin coming back on again. Ollie Helen Dalby's gone off. So he can get the first dig at the buffet.
He's sort of warming up to have a bowl now.
Yeah, well, maybe he will have a bowl at the pavilion end before really. Maybe he's gone to get his bowling boots. So Rob Yates bowls, and that's played back to him by Jacks. Well, quite well blessed for occasional bowlers because they can use Matt Lamb as well.
Simply ever turn his arm over anymore.
Okay, not so much now. No. In comes Yates, and that's guided to the offside. Stopped.
With my expertise, Mr. Eakin, you know what my expertise with these things. I predicted that Sibley would take 100 first-class wickets.
This next one is, well, he might, yes, that's played to mid-wicket for a single by Jacks. Yes, of course, Tom Sibley against his former county was the subject of a slightly terse statement from Surrey when he joined Warwickshire.
Didn't want him going. All turned out rosy in the end for everybody, though.
Yeah. Going to do my update in a moment. Now, this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston as we approach lunch on the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Surrey. It's been a fairly even session so far. Surrey moving on to 234 for 5. For the most part, Warwickshire's bowlers have maintained a bit of control. They got Ollie Pope out at a crucial time just as the England batter was getting going again. He was bowled by Ollie Helen Dalby for 58. And then the spin of Danny Briggs accounted for Jamie Smith, who was caught behind off a faint edge for 10. Ben Foakes is still a big threat to Warwickshire. He's out there on 39. It is a strong Surrey batting line up this, so work for Warwickshire still to do. But Surrey 235 for 5. And I got a single. I'll finish this over and then we'll have an end swap, shall we?
Ooh.
Always fun. So there's a slip in place for Rob Yates.
I had to do that with my plug last night in the hotel room. End swap.
In he comes to bowl Yates, and that's pushed out to the onside for no run by Jacks. 235 for 5, sorry, and well, we've got probably 2. Ollie Dalby is coming back on, so is he going to bowl from the pavilion end then, or
Makes
not?
sense, wouldn't it? No, he's not. Could have stayed and had his lunch.
He could. Unless Yates was just in for 1 over for some reason, I don't know. Henry Brooks is having a boot change, so maybe it'll be him. No, Briggs is going to
Like
carry on.
Piccadilly Circus down there.
It's- it-
Yeah. It might be sensibly sort of just getting in early, making sure you get the best bit of chicken or whatever it is for lunch, putting it on one side. Danny Briggs from the pavilion end comes into Ben Foakes. Bowled nicely this morning is Danny Briggs into his 19th over now as Foakes just turns this one into the leg side as the sun comes out again. Very pleasant. Up here, I'm not sure what it's like out there in the middle. As Briggs is in and forward once more goes Foakes. Pushes this one down into the leg side, but it's a lovely, lovely scene out there. Lovely to have the cricket season back, especially with the sun out. Heat wave next week, apparently, as in comes Briggs again, and this is driven by Foakes up towards mid-off. Quick singles taken. It's good running. Jacks is on his toes at the non-striker's end, and Foakes moves on to 40, 236 for 5. Yes, I'm told that come Monday, there's a bit of a mini heat wave on the way. Excellent news. Excellent news.
No cricket on at that point, though.
Well, means longer for me in the park. As round the wicket once again goes Briggs. Full toss, whipped by Will Jacks. Well, Finney's missed out a touch there, I think. He's hit it pretty straight, but to the fielder stood at mid-on. Settles again as Will Jacks as Briggs is into him, and Jacks is forward. Pushes this one down into the leg side. Burgess comes round from behind the stumps to do the retrieval work. That'd be nice, won't it? Bit of sun. We had a sort of bit of a heat wave a couple of weeks ago. As forward goes Jacks again, pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over, 236 for 5. Gives everyone an excuse to get their flip-flops and shorts and t-shirts out, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we've got sunshine here. I'm not sure how warm it is today. Whether it'll be warmer next week, we'll see. But what have we got? There's a lot of toing and throwing going on. That's what's happening now. So, helmet's been handed over by Michael Burgess, and we are going to see a one-over burst from Ollie Hannon-Dolby before lunch.
What time of the year do shorts come out for you, Mr. Eakin?
Never.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a shame. Do like a short, I have to say, when it's nice and warm. Never?
No, not really. No. So, here's Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who has taken 3 wickets so far, so he'd be thinking could be on for a fifer right at the start of the season. Right arm over bowls, that wasn't his best delivery, and it is dispatched by Foakes. It beats the dive of cover. 4 runs for Ben Foakes. He's on to 44, decent shot, but not Ollie Hannon-Dolby's best delivery.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a fiver with that delivery. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, that was a real loosener, wasn't it? Short and wide. Crashed off the back foot by Ben Foakes. Played tidily here for 44. There's Ben Foakes off 130 deliveries, I think that is.
Yeah. Can he go on and make a really big score? Hannon-Dolby bowls, that's left by Foakes. It was a better delivery, but it was comfortably left. 240 for 5 as we approach lunch. No floodlights required today. They were on all day yesterday. But
I only worked out what the E was for last year at finals day. What it stood for.
Edgbaston?
Genuine, yeah. I'd never worked that one out,
You know,
Clive.
okay. He's short again, but this time Foakes doesn't time it and can't get it past cover, and there's no run.
Genuinely, I hadn't really worked out they were an E, if that makes sense. I just thought they were sort of nice
round,
shape.
yeah.
And I thought they'd be designed like that because they sort of flash more light for some reason down on the ground. I don't know. And then it was pointed out to me that they are actually in the shape of an E for Edgbaston. There you are. See, work that one out. Took a while.
In comes Hannon Dolby. That one is left, just drifting away. No run.
A little bit like when you go to the dentist as well, aren't they, those floodlights? And they stick that mirror thing in your mouth to see what's going on behind your teeth. These floodlights.
Yeah, it's not an image I particularly picked up on before, but yeah.
Think about it over lunch, Clyde.
Excuse me. Next one is driven back to the bowler. Ollie Hannon Dolby gets his hand to it and stops it. No run.
They're magnificent though, because you can. I do like a floodlight that you can see from miles away.
And they had to point in because there was a problem when they were talking about they had temporary floodlights here for a while, and it was a problem for the houses around about. I remember Dennis Amos saying he was taken to one house and the floodlights were on. He said you could do your gardening in it on midnight, so they had to do that to get the lights pushed in as far as they could to avoid light pollution for the neighbours. Dobby bowls, and Jack's cut up a little on that as he tried to work it onto the leg side. Good end to the over from Ollie Hannon Dolby, and it is the end of the session. 240 for 5. Surrey. Ben Foakes, 44 not out. He's batted well, batted through the session. Will Jacks on 9. 72 for 2 that session for Surrey, which I think probably just about makes it Surrey's session, really. And they will still have their eye on a formidable score here. They'll hope. There's a lot to do to get there, but they'll hope still for 400, I would think, from here. And a wicket apiece to Ollie Hannon Dolby, who now has 3, and Danny Briggs, who has 2.
Yeah, enjoyable morning of cricket that. Hard fought. Good innings from Ben Foakes. Sort of the glue there. Ben Foakes. Nice innings from Ollie Pope for 58, and then Jamie Smith going for 10. But yeah, nicely poised this, Mr. Eakin, at the moment on this second day, and very enjoyable session of cricket.
So there we are, 240 for 5 at lunch on BBC 5 Sports Extra. I'll hand you now to Kevin Howells. I remembered. I hope I remembered in time. He'll soon tell me, I'm sure. For those of you listening online, if you want to hear more cricket chat, then tune to 5 Sports Extra, and you can also get that on BBC Sounds, and we will be back after lunch in about 40 minutes time.
Some latest scores from other matches taking place around the country today, starting first of all at the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire are playing Somerset. Somerset in their first innings were dismissed for 180. In reply, at lunch, Hampshire were 209 for 1. At the county ground Northampton, where Northamptonshire are playing Gloucestershire, Gloucestershire were dismissed in their first innings for 223. And at lunch in reply, Northamptonshire are 56 for 4. At the first central county ground in Hove, where Sussex are entertaining Nottinghamshire, Nottinghamshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch have dismissed Sussex for 375. At the Cloud FM county ground Chelmsford, where Essex are playing Kent, Kent won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Essex have moved on to 359 for 6. At Lords, the match between Middlesex and Derbyshire, Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch had dismissed Middlesex for 401. As Fire Gardens Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Durham, Glamorgan were dismissed for 234, and in reply at lunch, Durham were 5 without loss. And finally, at the Upton Steel County Ground Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Worcestershire, Worcestershire won the toss and elected to bat, and at lunch were 205 for 6. To umpires Tim Robertson and Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Edgbaston for the second session of the second day. We're starting at 10 to because lunchtime was changed because of the extra half hour they're adding on to make up time for yesterday. So, in a slightly extended morning session, Surrey reached 2:40 for 5, something for both teams I think in that session. Surrey still in a position where they can have ambitions for a big total, but Warwickshire will feel they kept them pegged back a bit. Live commentary on BBC Line, every ball of every match live on the BBC website, and we're also live on 5 Sports Extra. It's BBC CWR, BBC WM, BBC London, bringing you this coverage for County Championship game of the season. The current champions, current LV County champions, Warwickshire, against a team who won it not so many years ago. Hit some difficult times after that, but certainly, judging from the lineup in this game, look a strong outfit. I'm Clive Eakin. You'll hear from Mark Church. We'll have to get Kevin House on at some point as well, and Rita Green. It's a decent. It wasn't quite as spectacular as yesterday's morning session, but an interesting morning session nonetheless.
Good afternoon, Clive. Yes, an intriguing morning session, I'd suggest. Yeah, definitely. What just 2 wickets in the morning, 72 runs scored. It was slow going at times, wasn't it? But there was a bit of flair starting out from Ollie Pope, but it certainly came to a bit of a crashing end when his off stop went flying. Yeah, interesting morning. I'm sure Warwickshire will be looking to get some quick wickets, but I also think that Foakes and Jacks will want to get a move on. Foakes not far away from his half century. Be eyeing that up for sure.
I guess time was a little bit of a factor in the game. Sorry, I want to bat as big as they can, but we have lost, even when we had a bit of time on the end of each day, we still lost the best part of half a day so far. As Henry Brooks comes in to bowl, the first ball after lunch, it's on leg stump, and it's turned round by Jacks to be a wicket where it's fielded. No wicket yet for Henry Brooks, but on his comeback, about 18 months effectively on the sidelines. But he was praised by Will Rhodes when I interviewed him at the end yesterday, and felt that he played a part in a couple of wickets in bowling in tandem with Ollie Hannon-Dolby. And he comes in now to bowl right arm over, and that's driven to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, Brooks will be certainly wanting to get in the wickets column, seeing his fellow bowlers around him getting some wickets. He's got a nice action, Brooks. Dom Sibley has got the ball polishing job at mid-on today.
He comes into the bowl. Does Brooks, and that's again just on leg stump, and it's turned around by Jacks, and it's swept up by the wide long leg, and it's 1 run. 241 for 5.
Clive, what a difference a day makes. Do you remember when we were looking at that flag, the Warwickshire flag on the far end yesterday? It was barely holding on, wasn't it? And look at it now, it's barely standing upright. What a difference.
Yeah, tarpaulin sight screen is a lot calmer today as well, as Brooks comes in to bowl. And again, just on leg stump, and it's turned around, just straining a little bit on the leg side. That one is very well played by Foakes. He plays it through mid-wicket for 4. He's on to 48. 245 for 5. Yes, a big difference to yesterday. We had spells of sunshine yesterday, even when we went on, but because it was so windy, the weather kept changing. almost every half hour, but today it's, we've had some overcast moments, but it's I think fairly cool still, but it's a pretty decent day. And the match still looks intriguingly poised as Brooks comes in to bowl, and that's pitched up and it's played to mid-on. Sibley Fields, there's no run. So Foakes now trying to become the third Surrey batter to get to 50. He'll hope he can perhaps be the first to get to 100.
There have been some decent starts in the Surrey lineup so far. Patel, Ollie Pope, yeah. What could Foakes do today?
And that one he plays back to onto the offside for no run. That's the end of the over. Just a little bit leg side-ish from Henry Brooks and Will Jacks to get a single move on to 10, and Ben Foakes to hit a boundary to move on to 48. Surrey 245 for 5 after 82 overs. Bonus points the same this season, so they got to 110 overs. They'll obviously get 2 batting points unless they suffer the collapse to end all collapses. You would think they'll be well on the way to 3, but they're going to have to go some. What, they need 105 in 28 overs. So they have to tick along at a reasonable rate if they're going to get 4, and would certainly have to go some to get 5. Warwickshire, of course, need 1 more wicket to get the second bowling point, and Ollie Hannon-Dalby, who's got 3 so far, is going to bowl from the Birmingham end.
Indeed, OHD, as he's known on Twitter, according to the Warwickshire Cricket Club website. So we'll go with Ollie Hannon-Dalby to continue really into this afternoon phase of the game. His bowl figures: 22 overs bowled, 10 maidens, 49 runs conceded, and 3 wickets. Most importantly, Hannon-Dalby the wicket, bowling to Jacks, who pushes it onto the onside, nicely leaned into. Is it going to go all the way to the boundaries? Agonisingly close, and it dribbles over the boundary rope, sort of deep mid-wicket area, and a 4 for Jacks, which takes him on to 14 runs off 26 balls. That's always a nice start to the over, isn't it, when you hit the first ball of the over for 4. Bit of a loosener there from Hannon-Dalby.
It's been a decent start to the session for Surrey. A couple of boundaries already. And Hannon-Dalby's just... Oh no, I thought he was going to put a sweeper back there, but he's just gone to fetch something, so he's keeping his mid-wicket up.
Probably dropped one of his hand warmers in his pocket. Hannon-Dalby past the umpire in once again to Jacks, who pushes it to the point region. Fielder picks it up, looks to throw in, show that aggression, but there is no run. 249 for 5, just before 2 o'clock Friday afternoon. Wispy cloud in the sky, but pretty much blue sky so far, and so far the Edgbaston pitch, beautiful Edgbaston pitch, bathed in sunshine. Long may that continue. Hannon-Dalby in once again to Jacks, who pushes nicely forward to mid-on, straight to the fielder, no run. And it was a decent morning, wasn't it, for both parties? I can't figure out who would be more pleased. What do you think?
Yeah, I would have had Surrey marginally ahead, but not by much. Warwickshire will certainly feel, unlike the first morning, that they managed to maintain decent control and very much stay in the game, stay in the innings, trying to keep them well below 400 if they can.
Hannon-Dalby from the Birmingham end to Jacks, who lets that one go by to the wicketkeeper, to Burgess. No run there. Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. I think the only blot on the Warwickshire sort of morning was that drop catch.
Yeah,
when Foakes was on 37
tough
to 7.
chance, a very tough chance. In fact, I think it was more the positioning that caused them not to take that catch, because Rob Yates was not at second slip, he was a lot wider than that, and it went, they got that position covered now, but it went through between slip and where Yates was.
Hannon-Dalby once again to Jacks, who again lets that one go through. Nice leave there.
And it was
leave.
Sorry, it was travelling very fast, and And yes, he did get a hand to it, but I think not so much disappointed that they put the chance down, but rather that the slip cord wasn't positioned in such a way that, I mean, it would still have been a difficult chance if it had gone straight at him, to be honest, because it was travelling that fast, but had he been at second slip, it would have been more of an opportunity.
Always such a debate, isn't it? How many to keep in the slip cordon? Hannon Dolby in again to Jacks, who leans back and pushes to cover point and straight to the fielder, and there is no run. End of the over. It's 249 for 5.
Yeah, I suppose more thinking goes into slip placements these days, doesn't it? And sometimes you wonder whether they overthink it. Instead of just doing what we might have used to do, well, we'll have 2 slips or we'll have 3 slips. Or now it's, well, we have a slip and then have a gap, and a third slip, just first slip come further forwards, second slip go further back, all this sort of stuff which captains and indeed the slip fielders themselves are thinking about. You see now we've got Sam Hale. He's just stepping back a bit now, but he's gone quite a bit forward at second slip. Hands in pockets where the hand warmers are. Brooks comes in to bowl. To Foakes, it's short, and again just down the leg side a little bit. Brooks, that one's played down to wide long leg for a single, and that's a 250 up. For Surrey, which I make it, has come in 499 balls. So I'll do a little comparison on the speed of the 50s.
Get your abacus out. Yeah. I'm suggesting, I'm guessing, slightly different to yesterday in terms of the...
It has been, yeah, I've talked earlier about the first 100 compared to the second 100. That's left, there's no run. So let's have a look. The fifth 50 will have come in 120 balls, which is actually slightly quicker than the fourth, which came in 133 balls, but slower than all the first 3 50s. And they started this session quite briskly. Well, it's at the time already. I'll do an update on the wireless shortly. In comes Brooks to bowl to Jacks, short, and Jacks always got underneath that. Will somebody get? I think he's going to get away with it. No one's quite going to be able to get there, and he's going to get 2 runs, but he wasn't in control of that shot at all. Dom Sibley was racing from mid-on. Craig Miles coming in from the boundary. I don't think either of them had a chance of getting there. Craig Miles is now replacing all divots as he slid in to try and take the catch. So gets away with that one. 252 for 5, and Jacks moves on to 16.
Will Jacks would have been severely worried about that one. It was in the air at age, wasn't it, Clive? Craig Miles thought he had it, but it just fell into no man's land.
In comes Brooks to bowl, and that's pushed out to mid-on. There's no run.
Possibly a hint of movement, do you think, Clive, there from Brooks?
Maybe, might have stopped him a little bit. It's Brooks to bowl to Jacks, who pushes out to the onside. There's no run. So they've got their second batting point in the bag, and after this over they will have 26 more overs to try and add to those batting points. Brooks bowls, and that's driven nicely by Jacks. Not sure it went exactly where he intended, but it's gone through the offside. He's going to get a couple of runs. He might get 3. They're coming back for the third. That's good running. And Jacks on to 19, 255 for 5. Sun disappears behind clouds.
Yeah, slightly streaky drive there, but safe enough, fully along the ground. And 3 runs scored.
Yeah, so this partnership beginning to build. They came together 216, so 41 added so far. I'm going to do an update in a few seconds' time on BBCW and BBC CWR. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we're back after lunch, and Surrey have moved on to 255 for 5 in their first innings on the second day of this game. It's been a decent start actually for the batting side since the interval. Warwickshire kept them reined in reasonably well in the morning session, but with this strong Surrey batting lineup, Warwickshire's still got work to do to prevent them reaching a big score. England's Ben Foakes is going well. He's on 49, Will Jacks on 19, and Surrey are 255 for 5.
Hannon Dolby into bowl to Jacks. Oh, nice leave, the batsman would say there, from Jacks into that corridor, straight through to Burgess, and no run scored. 255 for 5. It's fair to say that Hannon Dolby has definitely been the pick of the bowlers for Warwickshire. Be really pleased with those 3 wickets for 53 runs. But it's, you know, this morning has been not just about OHD, but Briggs getting another wicket this morning.
Yeah, well, he's been a really good signing for Warwickshire. Signed him for last season, and someone's pushed him in on. There's no run. He wanted to play in all formats, which he wasn't getting where he was, and Warwickshire took advantage of that, and they've ended up with a very decent player. Obviously, they lost Jitan Patel, who'd been so reliable, taking 50 wickets. I think it was one season he didn't get 50 wickets, but most seasons he got 50 wickets plus.
Incredible record, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's hard to replace. Hannon Dolby once again from the Birmingham, steaming in. Tall chap, and once again Jack's seeing that through to the keeper. No runs. Ball coming through the slips, lobbed on to the next fielder as OHD goes back to his mark. Sun has gone in just for the moment.
Yeah, I don't think
It'll be out
too
soon.
much threat at the moment. There is a suggestion that we might get rain later, but no real sign of it so far, so hopefully we'll be okay. It is quite good. I always think it looks very slovenly when the players stand there with their hands in their pockets, but they're doing it in order to keep their hands warm with the hand warmers they have there.
Jack's on strike to Ollie Hannon Dolby, and again straight through to the cape. Another leave. It's going to be the theme of this over. One more bowl of the over. Would it be basically a consistent over of many leaves?
Yeah, well, he's got to try and make him play, obviously. Henry Brooks, who you've got to remember, has been out for a long, long time. It's good to see him back, but
tempted to go round the wicket.
Sorry, I'm talking about Ollie Hannon Dolby, a boy from this end at the moment. But I mean, he has been more accurate than that, but just this over, not making the batters play quite enough.
Right, last ball of the over. Hannon Dolby into Jacks. Oh, streaky, big shout for LBW, and it's been given.
Well,
nice delivery there from Ollie Hannon Dolby. Wrapped the pads. You could hear it a mile off. And quite honestly, every single fielder for Warwickshire was absolutely convinced that that was out. And Clive, so did the umpire.
Yeah, well, that was more accurate, wasn't it, for Ollie Hannon Dolby? I wonder if it kept a little bit low, possibly, on Jacks. So, again, Warwickshire just getting a wicket just at a time when you think it's slipping away a little bit. They have been good. I mean, you look at the partnerships, and that they have, apart from the opening partnership, of course, which made 117, but since then, 0-9, 3 wickets fell in quick succession. Then there have been stands, but Warwickshire have managed to snuff them out eventually. So 65 for the 4th wicket between Pope and Foakes, and then it was 25 for the 5th wicket, and now 39 for the 6th. So they're just hanging in there, Warwickshire, just getting the wickets enough to feel they're still very much in this, and that's their second bowling point, of course. So they now move level in the table, Surrey.
I think Will Jacks would be disappointed there. 19 runs. Was probably looking to push on. Definitely spent good time at the crease this morning. but did push on for the half century. And you're completely right, Clive, that as always, that the wickets have really come at the right time for Warwickshire. I think it started off with the ball just before lunch yesterday. Just before lunch, when Rory Burns out for 41.
Pretty much every batter's been in for a decent length of time, so I'll be disappointed none of them have gone on. As Brooks comes in to bowl to Foakes, pushes out to the offside, and he's going to get a single. Might have had two. Oh, in fact, they're thinking about two. There could be a run out here. They just about get away with it, dear me. Foakes and Clark were not on the same wavelength at all. And eventually Clark was sent back from halfway down, and the throw coming in from the boundary was it's actually amid all this kerfuffle. I should point out that Foakes has completed his half century, so well done to him. But before he can raise his bat, he has to have a little chat with Clark, because the throw wasn't quite good enough, and Clark managed to get back.
That was an eventful ball.
Yes, quite a lot going on.
50 for Foakes, but and a run out potential as well.
I think it was Dan Mosley who will be on as has played a mid-wicket. There's no run, who got the throw in, but it wasn't a bad throw, but it needed to be really directly over the stumps to allow Burgess to dismiss Clark.
That's a classic case of a new batsman at the wicket. You need to get that communication right between the pair. And you've got to start again, haven't you, when you get a new man at the crease?
I was saying the batters in terms of getting themselves in. I mean, Hamish Hamler has faced the fewest balls of the batters out so far. That one is played onto the onside. Again, there might have been a single there, but once bitten, so they stay where they are. He faced 23 balls, but Rory Burns 77 balls, then he was out. Ollie Pope was in for 85, did well in that time, scoring 58. Ben Foakes in for 140 balls so far, and he's still there, so he's perhaps showing the example of once you get in, staying in. Jamie Smith lasted 37 balls, and Will Jacks 42. In comes Brooks to bowl. That's a wide left, and there's no run. 256 for 6.
And Warwickshire took the new ball just before lunch, and with that it comes intent of wanting to get a couple of wickets here and there. But like you say, Hashim Amla, I think he had about 20 layers on yesterday. He would have much preferred to be out there batting today. But certainly he didn't get started, but everybody else got a start.
Still, this innings could go either way, you feel, as Brooks comes in the bowl. That's a solid forward defensive by Clark. Jordan Clark, someone needs to stay with Ben Foakes now, who's well set. Will do his cause no harm if he could start the season with a big score.
Nice to see a larger crowd today.
Yeah, a little bit bigger. Yeah,
Too
absolutely.
Many, bit bigger.
There's a few in the on this side of the ground, of course. This next one from Brooks, I think, trying to slow a ball, ended up bouncing to the wicket-keeper Michael Burgess, but it was well wide, so no requirements. But the 12th man's coming out with a few sweaters, so maybe a bit nippy out there. Chris Benjamin, I think, is going to stay on the field and do a bit of fielding. At 256 for 6.
I think Michael Burgess did quite well to actually just keep an eye on the ball. Yes, slow a ball there, meaning that it was a sort of a double bounce before coming to the wicket-keeper. Not a massive amount of activity for the keeper and deviation.
Get Mark to come and join you, Rita, for the next 20 minutes or so.
Thank you, Clive. So Hannon Dolby, continuing from the Birmingham end, is definitely put in the overs for this innings. 24 overs so far, 4 for 53. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. He'd be definitely eye up a fifer. Up to the wicket now, and bowls to Foakes. It's well set. Just push it out to backward point, and there is no run. 256 for 6. Foakes on 50. He'll be looking to push on and cement a a 3-figure score, but plenty of time before that. He's been very, very patient this morning. Hannah Dolby once again steaming in to Foakes, who lets that one go by to the keeper, Burgess. And it's a very good afternoon to Mark. How are you, Mark?
Very well, Rita, thank you. Ollie Hannah Dolby, just the start the Warwickshire we're looking for after lunch. And good line, good length. Probably nipped back a touch, I think, on Will Jacks, and it was out. I don't think even Will Jacks didn't even wait. He just turned around and walked off. It just looked absolutely bang in front. Important knock this from Ben Foakes now.
One of those very convincing shouts for out. Hannah Dolby once again to Foakes, who's definitely the main man for Surrey. Defensive push to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, what Ollie Hannah Dolby has done here as well is sort of, I always go on about this, but for both sides, they see how the opposition go about it with bat and ball. So his blueprint is what Surrey will want to do with the ball. And I'm going to be fascinated to see Kemar Roach on this.
Can't wait.
Yeah, and you know, he did bowl really well for Surrey last summer.
Hannah Dolby in once again. This time to Foakes, who square cuts it. Short and wide, and deserved a boundary, and indeed that's what it got. 260 for 6. Foakes now on to 54. That was a lovely stroke, wasn't it? It was there short and wide, and all Foakes needed to do was just put his bat out there and guide it to the boundary.
Yeah, and again, the thing he's done here, Ben Foakes, is he's sort of taken his scoring opportunities, hasn't he, and just kept out the good balls. So he's sort of just holding this all together at the moment for Surrey.
Do you feel there's a bit of an explosion of runs to come? Or do you think he's going to
I'm not sure from Ben Foakes, but I think from Jordan Clark, if he gets in.
Hannah Dolby to Foakes once again. Oh! And this time it was not short and wide. However, Foakes decided that it was. Did a bit of slip practice catching, went pretty much directly to first slip and dropped at first slip. Mark, that was what you would call a definite drop catch.
Yeah, Will Rhodes in there at first slip, the captain. You could see what Ben Foakes was looking to do, run that down to third man. But as you said, it was like catching practice in the mornings. That just opened up the face of the bat, guided it straight to Rhodes, and he couldn't hang on.
Hannah Dolby in once again. Last ball of the over to Foakes. No surprises. Forward defensive. And there is no run. He probably after that previous delivery wanted to make sure that he was secure there. What an eventful over. Some runs in it, but also a potential catch. I'm sure Will Rhodes will be awfully disappointed for dropping that one. 260 for 6. Foakes can consider himself very, very lucky.
Well, it's twice now. There was that really tough chance on 37 for Yates off Craig Miles. And if he'd held on to that, it would have been an absolutely stunning catch. But that one, yeah, Will Rhodes will be disappointed. As I say, it was a little like you see the sort of coaches out there in the morning with the bat just opening the face and guiding it off to the slip cordon, don't you? And it was a bit like that, really, but didn't hang on. Brooks from the pavilion end is into Jordan Clark, who lets this one go outside his off stump. And that's taken by Burgess. And I think, you know, Ben Foakes, this is an important innings from a Surrey point of view, in the fact that he's still there. He's had a couple of lives. He's been up there for 146 balls. He needs somebody just to stick with him for a bit here. And that's the Jordan Clark role. Jordan Clark, if he can get in, will score quickly. That's his normal way of playing. As in comes Brooks to him, and Clark off the mark, neatly and tidily. Jordan Clark just tucks this one off his hip into the leg side, and we'll pick up a couple of runs, and that will move Surrey on to 262 for 6. Made important runs last year, actually. Jordan had a good season last year. Was the pick of the Surrey bowlers last year, picking up 32 wickets at 28.25, and then with the bat, just sort of good contributions, only averaging 16, but good contributions. As that's short, that's 4 to Jordan Clark. Don't bowl there to him. Short and wide. He's just absolutely thump that off the back foot. As Jordan Clark, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. He's on to 6 and 266 for 6.
Yeah. So Jordan Clark definitely enjoyed that. I could hear his enjoyment from there. His eyes lit up. It was there to be hit, and he dispatched it.
A couple of 50s in there. Really good innings with Ben Foakes in the second innings at Bristol in the opening game of the season against Gloucester. A game that Surrey lost, but he batted really well with Ben Foakes in the second innings. Clark on to 6 as Brooks comes over the wicket once more to him and just plays inside the line of that one. Does Jordan Clark, and then marches off towards square leg. Sort of describe Jordan Clark as an all-action cricketer. There's always something happening. If he's fielding, bowling, batting, he's a very good, very, very good cricketer.
He's a busy cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's sort of, this all-rounder spot is his own now, with obviously Mr. R. Clark having retired. He's sort of now it's his job now. That all-rounder's berth is over the wicket once again. Here's Brooks, and Jordan Clark's up on his toes, pushes this one back up the pitch, and Danny Briggs does the fielding, moving around to his right-hand side.
Big boots to fill in that all-rounder position.
Well, he sort of filled them last year anyway. And look, Ricky Clark, magnificent cricketer, and had he kept playing, would have still been picking up wickets and making some runs. But I just think for Jordan Clark now, he's sort of that's his job now. So, as I say, he's a highly talented cricketer. As he waits once more, as Brooks is into him, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. He's sort of got a bit of a presence as well as Jordan Clark. Sort of, when he sets up to bat, I said this a few days, it reminds me of the late Tom Maynard, because Tom used to be like that, sort of march out there and just dominate, and that's exactly, and the setup's much the same really. So yeah, and these two tend to bat pretty well together from memory, Foakes and Jordan Clark. But he's as I say, with the ball as well, there's always something happening, and in the field as well, he's always diving around or sliding. So he's just a natural athlete. But it's all action with him. Bat, ball in the field.
That's what you need from your all-rounder, isn't it? Definitely. Right then, Hannon Dolby to continue from the Birmingham end. This time to Ben Foakes. Oh, that one kept nice and high, but it was short and pulled away. But there's a sweeper out there on the leg side. So confines it just to 1 run. 267 for 6. Foakes up to 55, Clark on 6, who's now facing... Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say this morning, Warwickshire, apart from the drop in the slips, which was a bit harsh, wasn't it, in terms of he absolutely flew to Rob Yates, to his left-hand side, but were really solid in the field, so they'll be disappointed with that drop at first slip. Hannon Dolby once again coming in to Clark, forward defensive stroke, ball... sort of dribbles along the wicket, fielder comes in, and there's no score.
As I say, and what Hannon Dolby's done here, he's gone wicket to wicket. That's what he's done. And you think of, just going back through his, Ollie Pope bowled, Jack's LBW, just looking at yesterday, caught behind, and bowled. Well, that sort of just says he is bowling wicket to wicket here. And as I say, for blueprint for Surrey is exactly what Hannon Dolby's doing at the moment.
Dolby in to Clark, once again on the front foot. Nice solid defence there, no run. Yeah, well, there's plenty of bowlers have made a good sort of career from bowling wicket to wicket. Glenn McGrath always springs to mind for me. I mean, again, showing my age a little bit here, but there's plenty of others. Just keep it not simple, but just keep it consistent, and the wickets will come. And he's on 4 wickets. Hannon Dolby, I'm sure, will be looking for a 5th.
26th over as well. He's only gone for 58.
And really kept up the Birmingham end into the wicket now, and bowls to Clark. Oh, and nice thick edge, if you're a Warwickshire fan. And squirmed out to first slip. Nice stop, really, actually, at first slip with Will Rhodes.
Yeah, and no soft hands from Jordan Clark, but again, Ollie Hannon Dolby finding finding the edge of the bat. So, yeah, when Surrey do get out there with the ball, your Jordan Clarks and your Kemar Roaches and your Reece Topleys and your James Taylors, sort of, it's been laid out for them here from Hannon Dalby.
Things are happening for Warwickshire. Hannon Dalby into Clark once again. Oh.
He's bent right round that front pad, isn't he?
Indeed. Squirmed out to mid-wicket, didn't he? It wasn't the most convincing of defensive strokes. Will Rhodes with his hands on his head for that delivery. I'm sure what's on his mind right now is, oh, got a sniff of a wicket here.
Well, the thing is that the way he's bowling here, Hannon Dalby, umpire Robinson's in the game. That's the thing. He's bringing the umpire into the game here, is Ollie Hannon Dalby.
He's knocking on the door. Jordan Clark facing Hannon Dalby. Comes into wicket, bowls once again, far more convincing, and actually just soft hands into the onside, which means that they dribble through for a run. So one more to the total, 268 for 6. Clark up to 7 and Foakes on 55.
Yes, indeed. Now, have a little look at the other scores from around the country at the moment. So let's head off to, well, Test match South Africa and Bangladesh. South Africa 199 for 3 against Bangladesh. Hampshire, great position, 267 for 2 against Somerset. That's a lead of 87. Gloucestershire 200, Northamptonshire 95 for 4.
Ooh.
So some wickets there. Glamorgan all out for 234. Durham 5 without loss, but I think they might have had some more hail in Cardiff, unfortunately.
Oh dear.
Essex are still going. They're 390 for 6. So looking to put one big total on the board there are Essex, because they're in the 135th over there of their innings. Worcestershire are 251 for 6 against Leicestershire. Middlesex all out for 401 at Lords. Derbyshire 20 without loss in reply, and Sussex 375. Notts 39 for 2. Stephen Finn, I heard Mr. Eakin saying, he's got his first Sussex wicket as well. As Miles is into the attack from the pavilion end, replacing Brooks. First ball just nips back a touch on Jordan Clark as he's looking to work that one into the leg side. Just to say, here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, around about 3 o'clock, IPL for you once again, but we'll stay here on the BBC Sport website, on BBC Radio London, BBC WM, BBC CWR from this second day at Edgbaston. As over the wicket once again is Miles, short ball, up on his toes goes Jordan Clark, punches out into the offside, and there is no run. Rita's gone to get her coat, which I think is wise, because it is quite chilly up here when the sun goes in.
I've held out as long as humanly possible,
very well.
But it's now time to put the big coat on. Yes, it's the sun is in, and the temperature has dropped quite considerably.
Yeah, I went for a little wander at lunchtime. It is quite cold when the sun's not out. As Miles in once more to the right-handed Clark, he's trying to work that leg side. Actually, thickish outside edge just rolls out into the covers. Sam Hain does the fielding. A few people have moved down from that back tier of the Holly stand now, because it's cold enough up there anyway, but now moved down the front, so they're not sort of sat under the roof of the Holly stand. Freezing cold up the back, I would have thought, of the Holly stand, but a very good view from up there as Miles in once more, and this is Jordan Clark off the front foot, slapping this one out towards extra cover. Real sort of stand and deliver shot that from Jordan Clark, and that whistles out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, I haven't taken off my jacket as yet today.
Yesterday as well?
I'm wearing 2 jumpers today as well, so the jacket hasn't actually come off as yet. I'm not sure it will, as Miles strides in once more and away from us. Short ball that's just climbed on Jordan Clark, who's about to have a cut at that, and then sort of Zorro-esque sort of got the bat out the way. Ooh, I've just noticed as well, to keep the birds away from the stand to our left, there is a sort of flying black pigeon-shaped bird on the end of a stick. A bit like a kite, really. There's one gentleman sat in that stand, and there is this sort of papier-mâché bird on a stick. As forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one down into the leg side. I don't know why that's reminded me of this, but a little bit of trivia for everybody. 268 for 6. I won't say the name of the confectionery. Having you here as well, as a bit of an expert on that front, but you can of course get the old chalk ices on sticks for pudding.
Oh, yeah.
Very well known. I'll say this, they're sort of named, they used to be able to get a Duncan Fernley bat of the same name. Do you know who invented those? Here's a bit of trivia for you, Rita.
I don't.
Because I was just talking about the papier-mâché bird on the end of a stick. Roger Moore.
No.
Yes, indeed. He was
007 himself?
007 himself. He was on holiday and shoved a stick up a chalk ice and said, "This would be a good pudding." And the rest is history. There you are.
That is incredible.
There you are, you see. Bit of trivia for you there, here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
So much more than a cricket show.
Oh, yeah, you see.
Hannon Dolby in from the Birmingham Inn to Foakes. Oh, and that
hello.
one kept extremely low.
Now that's interesting. That is interesting. That's why you want runs on the board. That did keep a bit low, didn't it?
Definitely. As the game progresses, this wicket is going to probably show up more and more gremlins, but it kept Warwickshire in the game. 268 for 6. Folks will now be fully aware that there are things happening, and Hannon Dolby is continuing from the Birmingham end. What a stretch he's having. Coming in to bowl to Ben Foakes, forward defensive stroke to mid-on, and there is no run. Now I love that mark. You know, along with the Alex Stewart birthday and runs sort of stat, which I'm sure you need to roll out again at least 2 or 3 times today, Mark, please. Whenever I look at that family stand,
You
I
think of
remember-
Roger Moore now.
And also when I was here with my family to watch England against India at the World Cup a few years ago. But yeah, I will think of Roger Moore now as well.
Yeah, it's a little known fact, that.
Third ball of the over, Hannon Dolby into Foakes, who pushes it beautifully and drives majestically. Lovely straight drive there for 4 runs. Save your legs, batsman, and the fielder sort of trundles out to the boundary. Beautiful stroke. Didn't quite sort of hold the image for the cameramen on that one, but Ben Foakes looking like he's in decent nick. 272 for 6.
Yeah, the on drive. One of the nicest shots, isn't it, in cricket? Lovely shot that from Ben Foakes. Just slightly overpitched by Hannon Dolby and drilled back down the ground by Foakes.
Just slightly, isn't it? Just anything's being punished. Well, not anything, but certainly most of it. Hannon Dolby once again to Ben Foakes. What will he do this time? Short and wide, but this time straight to the fielder, who's right out on the boundary on the offside. It is 273 for 6. That was quite nice from Foakes. Do you think he's starting to dial it up? Well, to be fair, that ball was there to be hit.
Well, I think with the sweeper out there as well, he's just hit the boundary, so he's quite happy just to wait for that and check it out to the fielder. Brooks, I think it is out there, and just take his single.
Yeah, that sweeper out for Ben Foakes, but coming in for Jordan Clark. Hannon Dolby in once again. This time to Clark for defensive stroke, and there is no run. I always find it fascinating, the ins and outs of the field depending on the batsman. You know, even at this stage of the game, you want to try and keep the pressure on the newer batsman as much as humanly possible, and those little tweaks just keep the batsman on their toes. Now you've got a sweeper back out on the leg side, you know, happy to give one away on the leg side and actually on the off side. I'm not sure they're making their minds up there, but the field is being spread out for this delivery. Last ball of the over, probably trying to give a run away here to make sure that they nick the strike. Hannon Dolby to Clark. Last ball of the over indeed is pushed into the onside to that sweeper. One more to the score, 274 for 6. Jordan Clark on 8. Ben Foakes on 60 not out. 91 overs bowled.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, you can see what the tactic is there from Warwickshire. The only thing that can happen at times is it might not be Jordan Clark today, but the new batsman gets in because you keep giving him the strike. But you can see they want to be bowling at Jordan Clark at the moment. Will Rhodes seemed to be getting himself warmed up. It's going to be Miles to continue down below us from the city end as the sun comes out once again, and Jordan Clark is rehearsing a forward defensive. So lots of people sort of dotted around down there at the Birmingham end. As Miles right on over the wicket he comes to Jordan Clark. That's the one that nips back. It's good leave that from Jordan Clark, and it's gone over the top of his stumps, and it's well taken by Burgess. Good pitch this, in the fact that there's a bit in it for everybody at the moment, keeping everybody interested.
Yeah, Miles felt he was in business there, didn't he? Thought it might get a nick or hit the bails. Neither. So indeed, it was a good leave.
It was, but I think it roared back a bit more off the seam than even Jordan Clark was. Oh dear. Oh, I'm not quite sure what's happened here. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh well, we'll wait to see about that. Everybody's sort of stopped out in the middle now. And oh, are we coming off? There was an alarm shout there from around the ground. Now, the umpires are sort of probably asking for a little bit of advice here. The game sort of stopped with that announcement that went round the game. So they're going up to the scorers now, because it was a bit of an alarm, and asking stewards to get into their positions. So I think sort of the umpires, understandably, are sort of just confirming what's happening and whether the players need to leave the ground as well. So they're up on the walkie-talkies to the scorers, I think, and then a decision will be made about whether the players are going to stay out there or not. Nobody's moved from their seats in the stand either as yet. So we'll wait to see what the indication is from the score box. Poor old scorers. They have an awful lot to sort out, don't they? And also, of course, there is our cricket liaison officer, the CLO. Now he may be dashing off now to find out what's going on.
Well, not a spectator has moved.
No.
At all. So, but the players are milling around, chatting. Ben Foakes is talking to some of the Warwickshire fielders, having a chat, and wonder what he's chatting about there. Oh, did you see that stroke I played earlier on? Oh, look at that.
Well, they're probably all trying to guess what it is. I
That
would have
too.
thought that. Oh, now here comes Jamie with a towel, and some drinks for the. So we're looking as if we're taking a bit of a drinks break here now, and whether they probably need to bring some cups of Bovril or some hot soup out to the players. But Jamie Overton's out there with a towel, and yes, we sort of ground to a halt here with that sound of the alarm.
Very unexpectedly.
Oh,
Yeah.
they've got a message though, I think. It looks that's a purposeful walk from the umpires. So I think we're going to get going again now. Of course, we had a bit of this back in South London a few years ago with the old crossbow bolt, but we didn't get a warning on that occasion. I think we're all right. Maybe someone's just left the toast on. I don't know, but we're all right to continue. Jamie Overton's wandered off with his towel. Mr. Davis is wandering off with some drinks. Rita is having a well-earned break. Clive Eakin is back. And cricket's broken out again here. Miles is in over the wicket to Jordan Clark. He lets this one go. Outside is off stump. And that's taken by Burgess. Moving away to his right-hand side. Here comes. Oh. Oh, I do apologise. It sounds as if we maybe that was what the alarm call was. Maybe the electricity went down. Well done to Mr. Kevin Howes there. Excellent. As over the wicket comes Miles once again to Jordan Clark. Short ball. And that's down the leg side, banged in by Miles and taken by Burgess. Moving down the leg side. How long were we not on for, Kevin Howes, there? Because I was doing some of my best work. Very disappointing. As Miles comes marching back towards us once again.
Well, at least if you said anything you shouldn't have, no one will know.
Oh, I was on fire there. That's absolutely some of my best work. As over the wicket comes Miles once again to Jordan Clark, and whoa, that's way down the leg side, and Jordan Clark has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Yes, apologies anyway for that. Not sure what the situation was, but we lost the line.
Well, and the game came to a bit of a halt as well there.
Yes, a code red was announced on the tannoy.
Oh, that's what it said, did it?
Yeah. Ulster was code red, but I've heard that before, so I don't know what it is. But obviously the umpires thought they better check.
The toast. Oh, Dom Sibley's getting warmed up.
Oh.
Excellent. How many first-class wickets has he got to get in this game to get to the 100? As in over the wicket once again. It's Miles that hits the pads of Jordan Clark and rolls away into the leg side. Leg buys the signal. And one more to the total. We haven't had too many extras actually in this inning.
No, I don't think they bowled a no ball, have they?
No, not
good.
at all.
That's
I don't think we've had
impressive.
too many at all. And 275 for 6. Yes, but Sibley there was either very, very cold or looked as if he was getting warmed up. Very exciting. Stood down there at mid-on. I'm not sure he's going to get to the 100 first-class wickets that I predicted a few years ago. Certainly not in this game, as over the wicket once more is Miles. And this is pushed off the back foot by Ben Foakes out there towards short extra cover. There is no run. End of the over, 275 for 6. Foakes has 60 and Clark's on 8.
Well, he'd have to have some season to make it by the end of the season. He needs 96. He's got 4 first-class wickets to his name.
4 first-class wickets. Excellent.
At an average of 68.
Well, that's 96 to go. As I say, if he does come into the attack, which I think he is here, he's got to pick up. Is it? Yeah, he's not going to do it in this game.
He's bowled 6 balls in Test cricket. And they went for 7 runs.
No, I'm getting overexcited. It's Mr. Rhodes. But Sibley was definitely getting himself warmed up, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's now going over towards sort of the backward point gully position.
He was probably saying to his bowlers, look, I'm going to warm up now with a view to batting as soon as possible, so can you please get these last 4 wickets so I can get in and prove that I'm ready to return to the England team. Will Rhodes from the Birmingham end bowls to Clark, who leaves that outside off stop. There's no run. 275 for 6. It's cloudy again, but the weather's held. We've not lost any play so far today, so we still have 58 overs, including this one, to our bowl today if weather and light holds. It's a Yorker length delivery from Rhodes, dug out by Clark.
Has he only got 4 first-class wickets, Dom Sibley?
According to this, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's in the Warwickshire. I don't think Warwickshire signed him with a view to all the wickets he could take for them. And I don't think that's what upset Alex Stewart when Dom Sibley left. Where are we going to get the wickets from now?
Although he was opening for the bowling for Surrey in the T20 at the time.
Next one from Rose is pushed to mid-on. There's no run. He has got 5 T20 wickets and 1 List A wicket, and averages over 60 in all formats.
No, I don't think he's going to get a bowl here.
No.
I think he was just bored. He's got his hands in his pocket, stood at backward point at the moment.
In comes Rose. That's hit whips really by Clark. It was some ferocity. I think he timed it perfectly and it stopped him mid-off and he gets nothing for his efforts. A lot of effort into that for no run.
Yeah, he did time that really nicely. did Jordan Clark, and that whistled up towards mid-off. Important passage of play this at the moment.
Yeah, wearing a sweater, and sleeveless sweater as Clark. And it's still a cool day. He's steered that into the gully area, but can't get it past Dom Sibley, so there is no run. It looks as if he's got some intent here, Jordan Clark. Shares his name with a former Coventry City footballer, except he's not got an E on the end of his name.
I was saying, I don't know if anybody on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra heard my great Roger Moore stat that I mentioned earlier.
This next one is pushed out to back of square leg, and he will get a run here. And he runs the first one quickly, but Craig Miles swoops on the ball from back of square leg, and there's no chance of a second run. So it's a single, 276 for 6 at the end of the 93rd over. So 17 overs left as far as bonus points are concerned. Assuming they don't get bowled out, there'll be no problems from Surrey's point of view to getting to a third batting point. But would they get to a fourth? They need about 74 runs in 17 overs.
Yeah, I think
won't be their priority, will it?
No, not at all. I think it's just making sure they put a good total on the board first up. But yeah, I think on the live stream people would have heard my Roger Moore stat. As Miles from the pavilion end is into Jordan Clark. He lets this one go outside his off stump. That's just dipped on Michael Burgess a touch there behind the stumps, because is over in the family stand now. There is a sort of papier-mâché kite in the shape of a bird.
Right.
Yes, and it's on the end of a stick, you see.
You're going to have to give us a Roger Moore stat again for
Well,
that.
so basically, did you know, and I won't say the name of the ice cream, but as I said, it was you could buy a bat from Duncan Fernie of the same name. It was Roger Moore invented that when he was on holiday once, and he shoved a stick up dock ice. There you are, you see. As in over the wicket once more comes Miles, and this is chopped away through backward point by Jordan Clark. I think a fingertip on that, but I don't think it will stop it going to the boundary rope for 4. And Jordan Clark, his second boundary, he moves on to 13 and 280 for 6. Sorry.
Yeah, good shot from Clark. It looks as if he's decided he wants to start moving things along a little bit. Hampshire's still going very well against Somerset, 286 for 2. They already lead by 106, and Joe Weatherly posting an early contender for highest score. He's on 150 not out.
Ground staff have just wandered over towards the covers because sort of the big dark clouds come overhead as Miles is in, and Jordan Clark's up on his toes to a short ball and pushing this one out into the covers. Sam Hain comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run, so there's a deep backward square, long leg, slip gully, short extra cover, backward point cover, mid off, and Dom Sibley stood up at mid on. These two came together with the score on 255, so they've added 25 together now. Jordan Clark waits once again as Miles is into him. That's too short. This will be cut for 4 more by Jordan Clark. He likes it there. Any sort of width, he's going to throw his hands through it, and that has whistled off to the cover boundary rope. Second boundary in the over. Clark moves on to 17, and Surrey move on to 284 for 6. Nicely put away by Jordan Clark. So yes, so I think that is a sort of a bird eradication system. Yeah, on the end of a very long stick, like a kite. They've got one of those at Bristol on top of the pavilion as well, just in front of the family stand. I'm surprised it's still there after the wind yesterday. Got blown off the end of the stick, I would have thought. But so yes, and there you are, Mr. Eakin. Roger Moore it was. Waits again. There's Clark. As over the wicket goes Miles to him, and this one's nipping back. Nicely played by Jordan Clark. Just gets up on his toes, tucks it into the leg side for a single. One more to Clark. He moves on to 18, and Surrey move on to 285 for 6.
So again, the beginnings of a partnership here. They've added 30 now so far. Apart from the opening pair, no one's quite been able to make the partnerships. We had a 60-yard partnership, didn't we, for the 4th wicket, but I feel that Warwickshire managed to get wickets at fairly regular intervals, but maybe this is a partnership to hold them up.
Foakes forward he comes to Miles. Solidly played by Ben Foakes. End of the over. 285 for 6 then Surrey. We've had nearly an hour of play after lunch now. Surrey at lunch were 240 for 5, so I did 45 runs for the loss of Wheeljacks.
Yeah, still building steadily. Surrey. As you were saying earlier, that it hasn't been too bad batting wise up and down the country. I mean, you mentioned Hampshire well ahead of Somerset. Game at Northampton. Northampton's 116 for 5, replying to Gloucestershire's 223. We've got rain in Cardiff. Glamorgan were bowled out for 234 by Durham. 5 of that loss in reply. Rhodes bowls, that's short and wide and dispatched by Clark. And Rhodes turns away in disgust because he knows that was a bit of a good offer to Clark, which he took very willingly, and has got 4 more runs. He's moved on to 22.
Yeah, Jordan Clark can play that shot. Will Rhodes, as you say, as he let it go, was turning around to walk back, kick the ground in disgust.
Essex now 424 for 425 for 6. They could have 3 centuries in that innings. Matt Critchley's in his 80s now. This next one, oh, it's a wild swing there by Clark. Got a bit carried away there.
Woohoo!
He's missed it, fortunately for him.
God dear, he went after that, didn't he? He was off his feet, trying to smash that one over extra cover. Yes, launched himself, bat and gloves and everything towards that, did Jordan Clark.
In comes Will Rhodes once again, and this time Clark just drops the bat on that, tries to run it down to third man. It's cut off. No run. Worcestershire 280 for 6 against Leicestershire. Middlesex made 401. Didn't get maximum batting points, so Derbyshire 35 of that loss at Lords, and Sussex all out for 375. I've got 3 early Notts wickets. Notts probably the unlucky team really to be in the 2nd division. I mean, they finished bottom, of course, in 2019 of the 1st division. That's why they went down, but actually were in contention for the title last season until fairly late. Rhodes comes into bowl. That's left. There's no run. It was thought for a while. I think there were some who felt that rather than go back to 2 divisions that were sort of settled 2 years ago, they would have 1 more season in the format and decide the 2 divisions on the basis of that the following season. But that was vetoed ultimately by the counties. Rhodes comes into bowl. That's left. There's no run.
Yeah, personally, it's easy for me to sit here and say that, but I think it was right.
But
I think it had to go back to where we were before COVID, really.
There were always going to be winners and losers. On the one
Absolutely.
hand, we could have had a position where Notts could have won the championship and then found themselves in the 2nd division next season. But on the other hand, you look at a team like Gloucestershire, who'd won promotion after years of being in the 2nd division. It would have been very harsh on them to deny them the opportunity. Rhodes into bowl, and that's whipped again. Not entirely in control of that shot, Clark, and it's stopped at backward point by Sibley. There's no run. He's certainly playing aggressively as Jordan Clark. He's on 22, and Surrey at the end of the 95th over are 289 for 6.
Yeah, as you say, there was always going to be winners and losers, but I think it had to, really. I think, as everybody knows, nobody saw what was coming, and to have 2 years out, I think you had to sort of go back to where everybody would have been for the start of the 2020 season, because sort of look at, as you say, Lancs, Northampton and Gloucestershire, they'd earned their place in the 1st division, and just all Danny Briggs has just lobbed the ball to umpire O'Shaughnessy, so they're not happy with the ball now, Warwickshire, so umpire O'Shaughnessy will wander across towards umpire Robinson. Tea will be at 4 o'clock today, won't it? Because we're sort of playing 3 2-hour, 10
4 or
sessions.
10 past 4?
I think it's 4.
I think actually it's going to be later anyway, isn't it? Because
absolutely.
32, and we've got. I think we've 36 overs remaining. Well, we've got 55 now, so I think we've got a little way to go, haven't we?
Yeah, and also it's obviously we've had a couple of delays. One for the ball now. Oh, that now. You see, I've written my stats down for B-Fut, but this from Brian Hallford is absolutely magnificent. If Foakes hits 5 more 4s, this will take him to 800 4s in first-class cricket.
Well spotted.
Yeah, very good, very good.
I wonder if he knows. If he got 5 more, 5 more.
I think he thought that at lunchtime. Here is Miles coming over the wicket to Ben Foakes, short, and Foakes just punches off the back foot straight into short extra cover Sam Hain, and there is no run. So down to do some more gardening is Ben Foakes. Gordon Clark just shadowing a few shots down there at the non-striker's end. All very interestingly poised this on this second day, and thankfully, not that I don't like seeing the ground stuff, but they're nowhere to be seen because they've moved away from the covers now. As forward again goes Foakes to a very good length delivery from Miles. Here the Warwickshire players out there shouting words of encouragement.
Yeah, well, they've felt they've been slightly behind in this throughout this innings, really, but they're just sort of hanging on in there. But they need another wicket. So far, they've tended to get one just when you felt that.
289 for 6. Miles over the wicket to Foakes, and Foakes, solid looking defensive shot, gets up on his toes. Again, just pushes this one out into the offside.
County Cricket page keeping you updated on the BBC website of what's going on. I learned from that Joe Denley's pulled up with a hamstring injury playing for Kent. They're already without Jack Leaney, Zach Crawley and Sam Billings. And now Joe Denley's picked up a hamstring injury.
Dear.
Yeah.
It's not what you want at the start of a season, is it?
No.
Waits again. Does Foakes. This is tucked away off his pads into the leg side off Miles. It'll just be a single, I think, out there towards deep backward square as Brooks does the fielding. It's cold enough, though, isn't it, to sort of pick up those types of injuries at the moment. 290 for 6. So, yeah, definitely cold enough to pick up the odd strain here or there. Jordan Clark comes back on to strike. First slip, third slip, backward point sweeper on the cover rope. Short extra as Miles is in, and just turns Jordan Clark a touch there as it straightens on him, but he just pushes the ball off the back foot out into the offside to Sam Hain. Got a nice view towards Birmingham city centre at the moment, the big green building, which I think is a hotel, isn't it? Sort of glinting.
Yeah.
In the distance.
Home of the Commonwealth Games to come, of course.
Is it?
Including here, yeah.
Not that hotel.
No,
hotel. Well, I should think some of the athletes will be staying there, probably, yeah. As over the wicket once again comes Miles, and that's nipping back once more and pushed by Jordan Clark into the leg side. There's no run, end of the over, 290 for 6.
This is one of the Commonwealth Games venues. I think it's T10 cricket that's going to be played in the Commonwealth Games. We're looking forward to it in Coventry and Warwickshire as well, because the arena's hosting some sports, including the rugby sevens, and we've got the bowls in Leamington. All that come this summer.
Yes, I've seen some of the sort of signage up for it around Birmingham over the last couple of days. Cricket, as well as you say, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah. It sort of fits the Commonwealth Games because there's largely Commonwealth countries that play it. Rhodes coming in from the Birmingham end. That's steered just wide of the slip corner, trying to get it past Dom Sibley. Did Foakes, but Sibley managed to get to it before Foakes could take a run.
Will you be covering some of the Commonwealth games,
not
Mr.
sure.
Egan?
I'm not sure.
Bit of bowls? I like a bit of bowls.
Don't know. In comes Rhodes to bowl, and that's driven into the ground, and just hurt his hand there. Rhodes slightly as he stopped that. Nothing too serious, I don't think. Of course, hands will sting in this cold, and the ball hits it hard. That's why all the players have their hands in their pockets on their hand warmers. I don't know how long those hand warmers last. Do they last the whole session?
I'm not quite. No, they're like tea bags, aren't they? And you sort of shake them, and they sort of get warmer.
In comes Rhodes to bowl, and that's pushed to a mid-on. There's no run.
Don't want to get those too muddled up, do you?
No.
Your hand warmers and your tea bags.
Especially if you're after a cup of tea.
Exactly. What are the two big sort of industrial towers to our right? Are they?
I should know that, and I'm sure I've been asked that before, and it's been answered before, but I can't remember.
They're very impressive.
As in comes Rhodes, and that's played to backward point for no run.
It's a lovely skyline from up
It
here,
is. Well,
isn't
we're
it?
nice and high up on the third floor of the new pavilion. You see across the city and all. Always a whole load of cranes around. Actually, probably fewer than have been in some seasons past. How many are there? About 4. You see, well, maybe more than that actually. Rhodes into bowl to Foakes, who defends that onto the onside. There's no run. Rhodes trying to wrest a bit of control, especially with Clark beginning to get aggressive. 53 overs to the close, so still decent time in this match. What are they averaging? They're scoring a little bit under 3 and over, aren't they? Scoring rate wise, or about 3 and over. Yes, next one is a bit of an edge along the ground. It's fielded by Sibley. It's the end of the over. 290 for 6 off 97.
Yeah, good over that from Will Rhodes. Maiden just again banging away on a good line and a good length with Michael Burgess up to the stumps. I think we're going to get a bit of spin now with Danny Briggs, who's been very tidy with the ball so far in this game.
Well, only 2 bowlers, of course, have got wickets. 4 to Ollie Allen Dolby and 2 to Danny Briggs.
Another thing in what I've noticed is they seem to be doing a lot of work on the tram network near where I am. It's quite handy because you can cross the road because there's no traffic whatsoever. But
yeah, I think there's quite a lot being done to get done in time for the Commonwealth Games.
Lively last night it was again.
Was it?
On a Thursday.
That's just you and Kevin, though, isn't it?
There it was. We were out till very late again last night. As Briggs is left arm around the wicket to Jordan Clark. He pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I'll keep an ear out here, Mr. Egan. You
Yeah,
jump
you
in
got
when
2
you want
minutes.
to.
The great thing about the system we have now is I know exactly when I'm going to be on. Frankly, if they're not ready at the other end, that's their problem, not mine.
Yep, that's
I know
Briggs.
exactly when I'm on.
Briggs in again. This one's left alone. Outside the off stump by Jordan Clark.
It's modern technology. I'm able to do a report on 2 stations at exactly the same time, but that's why it has to be at the same time.
That's brilliant, isn't it? As Briggs in once more. Forward goes Jordan Clark.
It has to make the job easier, I must admit. I'm not having to sort of wait for one station. I hope they get there in time. So it used to be quite.
It's quite tense. It used to be. This one's pushed, flatter delivery
Quite
from
entertaining at
Briggs.
times, yeah. So very occasionally I might get introduced by one station in the middle of one other station's report. So that required a bit of a sort of change of gear.
Round the wicket once again goes Briggs, and this is pushed by Jordan Clark out towards extra cover, and Sam Hain comes round to his right to do the fielding.
We should get to the end of this over, I think.
Briggs is in once more. Forward goes Jordan Clark, and another tidy over from Briggs. Maiden start off with, and 290 for 6. The score remains for Surrey.
So still, Surrey be thinking 400. That would be a formidable total. Would make it very difficult for Warwickshire certainly to win the game. And they'd have to bat well to make sure they didn't lose it. If they can get, that's a long way to go, of course. But Will Rhodes to continue from the Birmingham end. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston on the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Surrey, and Warwickshire still having to work hard in the field. Surrey have reached 290 for 6, and Ben Foakes, who got into the England side during the winter and is hoping to get the wicket-keepers berth in the summer, is certainly doing his cause no harm at all. He's batted very solidly for his 61 and has been joined by Jordan Clark, who's looked to attack a bit and has moved on to 22. Ollie Allen Dobby claimed his fourth wicket when he had Will Jack's LBW for 19, but Warwickshire still facing the prospect of a fairly big total against them, with Surrey 290 for 6. And there'll be more runs there. That was short from Will Rose and punished by Foakes very nicely timed to the backward point boundary for 4 more runs, and Foakes is on to 65.
Good placement that from Ben Foakes, wasn't it?
He's batted well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's played very, very well. But just waited a little bit longer on that one and just opened the face a touch and guided it away down to the boundary rope for 4.
So, heading for that third batting point. And the fourth is, I'd say, unlikely now. In comes Will Rose. That's driven very nicely by Foakes. It was a little over pitched by Rhodes. He's not been as accurate as he usually is, and Foakes has been in there for a long time now. Played that very nicely off his toes for consecutive boundaries to move on to 69 and take the score to 298 for 6.
Yeah, nicely done by Ben Foakes, that. Just driven. Very neat and tidy shot, wasn't it? Just whistled off to the boundary. Thanks to the great George DeBell, who's upstairs and says the nearest tower is the Moseley Bath swimming pool.
Ah, yes, that rings a bell, yeah.
Right, see. Thank you, Mr. DeBell.
Rhodes then to bowl to Foakes. Oh, that's short and wide. Foakes has to stretch for it, and he gets back to it and plays it to the sweeper on the offside for a single. He's on 270, and it's 299 for 6.
Ah, so that's the Moseley Bath swimming pool there. Is that an outdoor pool or an indoor?
No, I think it's an indoor. I don't know. I'm not going to go out and swim there now, that's for sure.
It's a bit of a way as well, isn't it, from here for a swim? Good view from the top of that tower, mind. That would be the high diving board.
Rhodes to Clark, who leaves that one outside off stump.
George DeBell's having a go at me now.
What have you done? What's he saying there?
Well, I've not been out for months, and I was going to meet Mr. DeBell this evening, but I've sort of double booked myself.
Oh dear,
yeah,
you're a popular man.
Well, no, not that. And he's not. He says those swimming pools never let you down. Like when you've agreed to go to the plough with them.
Rhodes comes in to bowl. Oh, he's whipped that away as Clark, and got that away for 4 more runs to bring up the 300 for Surrey and secure their third batting point. And the 300 has come off 594 balls. So the third 100, therefore, will have come in 215 balls, approximately.
And very much a Jordan Clark shot, that.
So it was somewhat quicker than the second 100, which took 247 balls, and the first 100 was comfortably the quickest. That took 132. But I think Jordan Clark has certainly accelerated things a little bit.
Yep. And he just stood there and threw his hands through that one. Danny Briggs from the pavilion end tosses this one up to Ben Foakes, who's whipping that down the ground, and Dom Sibley fairly deep down there at mid-on does the fielding, and there's no run. Yes, thank you to George DeBell for that stat about Moseley swimming pool.
Just to say, the 650 took 95 balls, which is the quickest since the first two. So there has been a little bit of a move on from these two.
Not quite sure whether that is better than my Roger Moore stat. As forward goes
It's somewhat different.
Ben Folk, very much so. Although I suppose on a hot sunny day at the Moseley swimming pool, one of Roger Moore's ice creams might be needed. Folks, 70 from 170 deliveries here, and he's just letting that one drift away outside his off stump. Taken by Michael Burgess, neatly and tidily, away to his right hand side. Sun's out again now, as Briggs is in once more, and this is driven by Foakes out into the offside. Doesn't beat the diving Hayne though, who tumbles away to his left to do the fielding. Danny Briggs, he was yesterday, but he's sort of right that he's bowling in his sunglasses now, because the sun's out. As Briggs in again, forward goes Foakes with soft hands and just pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Shall we bring Rita in there? Then you come back in 20 minutes.
Absolutely, Mr. Eakin. Thank you, sir.
Go and make your piece of George. 303 for 6. Oh, we've got till 2. We've got I think it'll be 36 overs, won't it? So we're just under an hour with Danny Briggs on. Should take just under an hour. And Henry Brooks is coming into the attack, still wicketless. He's bowled 21 overs, 66 runs for those. He'd be keen to get that first wicket on his return from long injury layoffs. Got the fringes of the England scene before he got injured. I think they basically got him involved just to give him a bit of a taste of it and have a look at him. But injury setbacks have held him back. But here he is to bowl from the Birmingham end. That's wide. It's left by Clark. There's no run. Coat back on, I see, Rita.
Good afternoon, Clive. Yes, the coat is on. And staying on for a moment anyway. Yeah, it's the sun has just dipped in and it's just got a little bit more chilly. It is only 9 degrees out there.
It's probably -3 in here.
I think you might be right.
So it's Will Rhodes to Clark, and Clark whips that away again. He's got a fast stroke play from Clark, really whips into the ball, and that's races away to backward point for 4 more runs, and it brings up 50 partnership between Foakes and Clark, and they're getting Surrey into a good position here. So that is the third 50-plus partnership of the innings so far. 117 for the first wicket, and then 65 for the fourth. Brooks into ball, that's short and it's pulled down to fine leg where Craig Miles will field it. There's 1 more run to Foakes, who's on to 71.
Yeah, 50 partnership of just 92 balls. I say just, it could have been quicker. However, they've really kept the pace up, haven't they? And Jordan Clark is definitely putting his foot on the accelerator.
Yeah, and once again Warwickshire trying to battle for some control. That's a good ball from Brooks. That beats Foakes outside off stump, outside the outside edge, and it's taken by Michael Burgess. A bit of a moral victory for the bowler there.
Yeah, nice response from Brooks then going down leg side on the previous delivery, and that one completely beat Foakes.
Turns to bowl. Does Brooks. It's going down the leg side. Foakes thought about playing it. In the end, he lifts his bat out of the way. And it's taken by Michael Burgess.
I love the way batsmen do that. The exaggerated, oh, I wasn't even going to think about that. I'm sure you did for a moment, Ben, but no, you convinced us all. It was the right decision. Let it go down leg side.
He'll want to do what the other two, or a couple of other highish scorers have not done, and go on and make this a really big one. He's played that to mid-on for no run. He'll get a bit of the headlines overnight if any of the England players or England fringe players make a big score. That's always going to attract attention. He's on 70 and Surrey are 308 for 6 after 101 overs.
Yeah, Foakes on 70 not out. Ryan Patel yesterday, seems like quite a long time ago now, but Ryan Patel hit 75 off 7 balls. So Foakes can creep up to be the highest scorer of the innings. Yeah, he might attract a little bit of attention with the England selectors and all around. But Foakes say definitely chances for Warwickshire. One definitely far stronger than the other. We're going to see some more spin. Here's Briggs from the pavilion end. Past the umpire and bowls. It's Jordan Clark who does a forward defensive stroke straight to the fielder and shouts a big no. I don't think there was ever a run in question there. Briggs back to his mark nice and quickly. Up to wicket now and bowls round the wicket. Tries to get a little bit of flight on that one, a bit of spin. Sort of dribbles into the leg side and there is no run. 308 for 6. Not a huge amount of spin being seen so far.
No, I think a little bit of turn, perhaps. But Warwickshire a little bit on the defensive at the moment.
Briggs once again to Clark, who was a little bit hurried with that stroke. Squirmed out to that short cover position, but no run scored. Clark definitely looking like he's busy, wanting to rotate the strike. Briggs once again up to the wicket now and bowls to Clark, who full defensive stroke. And gosh, I mean, Briggs gets through these overs awfully quickly, and before you know it, it's the end of the over, but not quite yet. Briggs once again from the pavilion end to Jordan Clark, who tries to work it into the onside fielder there once again, and then there's no run.
He's got Warwickshire's over 8 up to +2, so that's not a concern for them at the moment. What is a concern for them is to try and stop the runs and maybe induce some mistakes by doing so.
Jordan Clark facing Briggs, who turns it onto the onside, and a bit of a chase there down to, well, it's just behind square really. Oh, a bit of a odd throw in. One run scored. Oh, I'll make that 2 actually. That takes us up to the end of the over, 310 for 6. And it's fair to say, Clive, that even though Warwickshire have had a few breakthroughs today, Surrey are just eking themselves nicely along and definitely eyeing up 400 runs.
Yeah. I'm sure that'll be the plan, as I said. I don't think they'll worry too much about bonus points. It looks like they won't reach. And well, I suppose if they get close to it with a few overs to go, they might go for it, but I don't think they'll worry too much about whether they get to the 350 in time. It's more about... The only thing that, of course, have to be mindful of is time left in the game, because we have lost pretty much half a day. So I suppose the plan is about as big as they can, and then try and bowl Warwickshire out twice. Brooks to bowl from the Birmingham end. He's got 2 in the slip cordon as he bowls. That's left. Decent lead by Foakes. It wasn't far wide, but wide enough for Foakes to leave it.
I'm always in awe of the Edgbaston ground, Clive. I know this is very much a home to you in the summer, but these 5 enormous floodlight sort of columns and engineering feat. I know there's mixed reviews in terms of the local neighbourhood, but what a ground this is, and it's great to see county cricket back.
Brooks comes in to bowl, and that's push out the offside. There's no run. Well, they've done a lot to it. in recent years, this ground. It's developed a good deal. I think people have come to terms with the floodlights really, because I was saying earlier, because of the way they've built them, and they've pushed them right into the ground to minimise the light pollution beyond the ground.
Such a massive expanse to floodlight, you know. I'm no expert, but I am in awe of the engineering that goes behind it.
In comes Brooks. Once again, it's worked out on the leg side. That's nicely placed by Foakes. He's going to get 2 runs and might even get 3. They're coming back for the 3rd, and that is well judged. 3 more runs onto the total, 313 for 6.
Yeah, really nicely run there between the wickets. Definitely settled in after that bizarre moment when they first came together at the crease. But, certainly talking to each other nicely, and found the gap there, folks.
So Henry Brooks bowls. That's from the pass. That looked a bit leg-sided here. The umpire didn't even lift his head there, so he was never going to give that out. It did look from here. We're not at the perfect angle, but certainly the way Clark played it suggested it was a bit leg-side-ish. And it's not out.
The umpire wanted none of that, I would say. That was a definitive not out. But depends what the umpires do. You know, nowadays they're probably a bit more modern than in my day. You know, it's not the 6 coins in the pocket anymore, is it? But on to the next ball, gentlemen.
In comes Brooks. That one's left, outside off stump. It remains 313 for 6.
Nice to see the Panama hats on the umpires today, from the flat caps and snood of yesterday. Again, hardly a breath of wind in at Edgbaston today. The flag's just basically chilling out over there. Very much stood down. You can't even see the emblem on the flag. It's that calm at the moment.
Yeah. It's gone a bit cloudy again, but there's been no threat of weather so far. Brooks is short, and that's pulled very nicely by Clark. Trying to tempt it with a short one. Brooks is cross with himself, but Clark is putting some pressure on these bowlers. He moves on to 37, 317 for 6. After 103 overs, so 7 overs to score 33 runs. So I don't think it'll be their priority, but I dare say they'll have it at the back of their minds. If they think they can get close, they might push for it. I'm going to have a little drinks break here. Cocoa's on, no doubt. Slightly longer session because of the extended day. So if I've got this right, there's a very good chance I haven't, but if I've got this right, I think we'll have 11 more overs before we go for tea.
Yeah, Brooks was cross with himself. Last ball of the over, just pitched it short, and it was in that juicy position for the batsman to have the time and the vision to get it out towards the leg side boundary. And yeah, he definitely indulged there, didn't he, Clark? 317 for 6. Yeah, Brooks will be mad at himself. He's had a couple of opportunities to really put the pressure on the batsman today. No wickets so far. But yeah, drinks at the moment, Clive, and it's not one of those days for a hot drink. For a cold drink and lots of it. But definitely a moment to regroup. Would you say?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have a little chat, no doubt. Scores elsewhere. Hampshire 325 for 3. We've still got the drinks break here. Joe Weatherly was eventually out for 168, but they are building a big lead against Somerset at Southampton. They're 145 ahead. Northants 128 for 6 and 95 behind Gloucestershire. And Essex now 461 for 7. Building a massive total. Matt Critchley's had 3 centuries in that innings. Matt Critchley is the latest centurion for Essex. That's at Chelmsford against Kent. Smash delay by rain at Cardiff still. Haven't got back on. Glamorgan all out for 234. Durham got to 5 without loss. That's in the second division. Worcestershire 306 for 7 against Leicestershire after 82. Derbyshire 50 without loss, applying to Middlesex 401. And Notts 69 for 4, applying to Sussex 375.
Briggs once again from the pavilion end. Bit of spin for Warwickshire into Foakes. Defensive push into the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, glorious day now in Edgbaston. Chilly, 9 degrees, but certainly lovely. Briggs left arm over the wicket, a nice drive to mid-off, but straight to the fielder. Nicely fielded, actually. Bit of shining going on, and there is no run once again. Briggs is getting through the over nice and quickly for Warwickshire, really hurrying the batsmen to be ready to face the new ball. Foakes on strike. Briggs up to wicket now, bowls. Oh, really trying to get some flight in that one, get some spin. Foakes defending, pushes it onto the onside fielder. There's no run. Briggs with 2 wickets so far in this innings. Next delivery from the pavilion end. And a bit of a drive there from Foakes. Really did try and drive it through the onside, and that short cover fielder has fielded really nicely, but I think there's a certain degree of pain in that one.
Well, as a good saver, Sam Hain, wasn't it? Dive to his right and parry that away in the covers. And was it well, as you say?
Briggs once again, nice drive there. Just pushed the mid-off fielder to his left-hand side, meaning that he could scramble through for a quick single. Yeah, I really like that cover, that short cover position, actually. I think it gets it in the eye line of the batsman, but it can be a bit dangerous. You know, you go either side of that fielder and it's probably going to be 4. Briggs once again, this time to Clark, who pushes it nicely into the onside. A nice easy run to mid-on this time, where Dom Sibley does the fielding, and 1 run is scored. 319 for 6. Ben Foakes on 74. In fact, it's the end of the over. 319 for 6. Foakes on 74, and Jordan Clark on 38.
So the partnership continues to flourish. Good feeling by Sam Hain prevented much being added in that over, but Warwickshire still having to work. We're deep into the second day. We spent a bit of yesterday in the pavilion, but still out there now. We've had 104 overs. From Warwickshire's point of view, of course, they need 3 more wickets for the next 6 overs if they're to get maximum bowling points, so that looks a pretty forlorn ask from here. 31 now required in 6 overs by Surrey, so that's looking a little less likely. A couple of quick boundaries, they might suddenly think, well, we have a chance, but I won't be at the forefront of their minds. But Clark has whipped that away, and it's well stopped at backward point by Dan Mosley. And there's no run, and it stays 319 for 6.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding there at point. I used to love fielding at point. It's really nice when you can you can feel the ball, you get lots of shouts. Yeah, there's always a busy position to be in, but such an important position to be in as well. And Jordan Clark's certainly a busy player.
He's on 38 now as Brooks bowls to. Oh, he does swing his bat. He whips his bat through, and occasionally it can look a little ugly if he misses. There's a couple now that he's had a swing at and missed completely. That goes to Michael Burgess, and there's no run.
Yeah, definitely a swing and a miss. Looked like something more you see at Augusta this week rather than here at Edgbaston. Don't know if you've had any time, Clive, to watch any of the highlights from Edgbaston.
A little bit.
Augusta.
Yeah. That's played the slip cord, and obviously quite a story with that Tiger Woods.
Yeah, incredible story. I don't think the golf's the problem. It's more the walking part of it that he's struggling with. So, will he make the cut? Most probably, but will he make it to the 4th day? A few ice baths along the way, I heard him saying in a post-round interview.
Brooks to Clark. Oh, is that appeal for LBW? Certainly hurried Clark up there a little bit as he played forward to that. It might have been bat onto pad. It might have been a bit high. Again, he gets no encouragement from the umpire.
Yeah, having none of it at all there, the umpire. I like the way when the bowler walks back past the umpire. It happens all the time. You know, what happened there, sir? Bit of bat, going down leg, going down. You always like to get a bit of a post-mortem as a bowler, don't you? What were your reasons there, mister and sir?
Brooks still striving for this wicket. It's his 24th over, and almost there's appeals, and not from the bowler. I think some thought that Clark might have nicked it down the leg side. It would have been a fortuitous wicket if it had perhaps been gloved, but the bowler clearly didn't think so. He didn't appeal. It's a 319 for 6. So Sun comes out again. New season underway. In comes Brooks. It's pitched up. It's played to mid-on. Another over negotiated. They're not going to get the 350 by 110 overs. They won't worry too much about that. They want to get 400 plus overall. They're 319 for 6 after 105 overs.
Yeah, interesting over there. Strangled appeal down the leg side towards the latter end of the over, and an LBW shout. I love the way the umpire just looked down, having none of it. None of this sort of 5 or 6 second appeal. Now it was over pretty quickly, and on to the next ball, gentlemen. Going to continue with spin from the pavilion end. Briggs doing a pretty decent job from the pavilion end, keeping this end pretty tight. Facing Ben Foakes, is on 74 not out. Up the wicket and bowls. Oh, a little bit of movement in the air and a bit of spin. And Foakes just pushes that out to the point region, and there is no run.
He has given Warwickshire a bit of control. 43 runs coming from his 23 overs thus far.
The next delivery to Ben Foakes, who just pushes it back to the bowler Briggs, and no run.
I suppose from Warwickshire's point of view, if Surrey are to make a big total, Warwickshire want them to make sure they have to take as long as possible to get it, to reduce the amount of time they have to see off the game.
Briggs once again to Ben Foakes, who pushes it to mid-off. Thought for a moment to take a quick single, but thought differently of it.
Craig Miles onto that. Fielding's been pretty good for the most part.
Next delivery from Briggs, left arm round the wicket to Ben Foakes, who just pushes it onto the onside. He's patiently just picking off the balls that he wants to really aggressively go for or play for, having none of that in that last delivery. Briggs once again up to wicket bowls, and it's short and wide to Ben Foakes, who just cuts it into the offside. There's a sweeper over there, and so it's just the one run, taking the score up to 320 for 6. So Jordan Clark on strike, 38 not out from 75 balls. Busy batsman, always looking to make things happen. Briggs up to wicket bowls and pushes it, Clark pushes it onto the onside for no run. It's the end of the over, 320 for 6. 44
overs left in the day. Surrey, you won the toss yesterday and got off to a great start with a century opening stand. And they're building now to 320 for 6.
They're just building and building, aren't they, Clive? And Warwickshire have really got to compose themselves here and be patient. But when the chances come, you've got to just absolutely grab them. It's the old cliche, isn't it? You know, when the chances come, you've got to grab them, and they can really turn the game. Will they be ruining that drop catch at first slip? I'm sure they will.
In comes Brooks to bowl, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. It's really probably the first time since that opening stand that Warwickshire might feel it's just getting away from them a little bit. Up to now, they've been getting wickets just when you felt you needed them. We'll be pretty anxious to get one now.
Looks like the wind's just got up a little bit. You can hear that on the effects, Mike.
No sign of the ground staff though, so it mustn't be anything too black heading this way. In terms of the clouds, Brooks bowls, and that's played to mid-on, and there's no run. Foakes on 75. So he'll be thinking 3 figures now. It's back to his mark. 22 years of age now. Henry Brooks' brother Ethan, also at the club. Paul Farbrace hinting like to see him involved a bit more this season. He's had his injury problems as well. That one is played nicely placed wide of mid-on. Ollie Hallen-Dolby is giving chase, and Foakes will get certainly two, and they decide not to take on Ollie Hallen-Dolby's arm, which actually proved to be a good decision because it was a terrific throw from Hallen-Dolby straight over the stumps. But they had settled for two, so Foakes is on 77, and it's 322.46.
Now the leading scorer in the innings, Clive. But looking, I'm sure, for far more than what he's on at the moment.
It's worked for 192 balls, and next one he pushes out to the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, definitely no sign whatsoever of the ground staff. That's how confident I think they feel at the moment that, that the conditions are not going to change. What a different sight it was yesterday. So delightful to see cricket back in action pretty much for the whole day today, Clive.
Yeah. It's always a gamble you play this early in the year. That one's pushed out. Oh, it's a lovely shot that from Foakes. Beats the dive of Sam Hain in the covers, and without any real backlift, just all about timing, that races away for four. And Foakes on to 81, 326 for six. Well, if he wanted to prove a point to the England selectors ahead of the summer, he's doing a pretty decent job of it. Well, one more ball this over, and then I'll get Mark to come and replace myself.
That was a beautiful drive, wasn't it? Really crisp.
And he's ready for the next one from Brooks. And he plays back to that and into the covers. This time it's cut off. There's no run. So Surrey have now faced 107 overs. They are 326 for six, with Ben Foakes on 81 and Jordan Clark on 38. Rita Green will be joined by Mark Church.
Yeah, beautiful cover drive in that over from Ben Foakes. Looking in decent nick, yes. Had a couple of lives. Pretty difficult second slip chance for Warwickshire, but also far more catchable chance when he was on 54, Ben Foakes, at first slip from Will Rhodes. I'm sure he won't thank me for reminding him, Will Rhodes, but he's taking his chances, Ben Foakes. 81 not out, and looking to build on that right onto the next over. Danny Briggs with more spin from the pavilion end, short and wide, and cut away by Jordan Clark to the sweeper on the offside. One run taken. He's up to 39 off 77. And it's good afternoon to Mr. Church. How are you, Mr. Church?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, very well. Sort of mentioned these two like batting together, and it's an important partnership from a Surrey perspective, this, between Mr. Foakes and Mr. Clark.
Danny Briggs, left arm around the wicket to Ben Foakes, who just dobs it into the offside, and there is no run. I love the fact when batsmen do that sort of thing. They go down the wicket a little bit and just prod the wicket. Yep, I know where it bounced, right there. Next delivery from Danny Briggs, who doesn't muck about. Left arm spin, again, just pushed out into the offside to that short cover position. I have mentioned it's a decent field placement there. Danny Briggs ready once again, facing Ben Foakes, who's ready to go, who tries to work this into the onside really nicely, actually. Again to the sweeper, just takes a single, rotates the strike. One run scored there, 328 for six.
Yeah, it's been a nice innings this from Ben Foakes. 82 from 198 deliveries, so he's really been the glue here for Surrey today, and now he's found his partner in Jordan Clark.
Jordan Clark to face, left arm spin. Yeah, nothing in that one, just prodded it into the onside. And there is no run. Yeah, it's really, really key, this partnership, isn't it, the entire innings. If this gels and continues to gel, Warwickshire may have a bit of a struggle. Danny Briggs once again into Jordan Clark, who slashes it away into the offside. and all the way to the boundary rope. It was short, it was wide, and it was there to be hit, but dispatched majestically there from Jordan Clark. Takes himself up to 43. That was the last ball of the over, and it's 332 for 6. Nice looking shot, don't you think, Mark?
Yeah, but he just waited a bit longer on that one. Jordan, he's in now, and just waited on it, and then just opened up the hands a touch to get it away through extra cover for 4. When Will Jacks went, sort of almost after lunch really in many ways, 255 for 6. So at that point, we were talking Surrey would want 400. That seemed a bit of a way off, but with this partnership now together, 332 for 6. Rob Yates is coming into the attack to bowl his off spin, but it'd been a proper knock this from Ben Foakes, and by that what I mean is very patient. Okay, he's had a couple of lives in there, but you need your moments of luck. I think, you know, Will Rhodes will look back at that drop with Ben Foakes on 54 of Alan Dalby, but Foakes, other than that, really hasn't put a foot wrong, and it's a crucial knock in the context of this innings, and 198 deliveries, so coming up for 200 deliveries here now for this innings, Ben Foakes.
Ben Foakes has not made his, as you were telling me, and I confirmed his maiden home test debut.
Yeah.
You know, he'll be eyeing that up, won't he, this summer?
Look, as long as he stays fit, he's got to have a run in that England side, really. As Yates comes in over the wicket, and forward goes Foakes. Quick singles taken. That's nicely run by Jordan Clark. It was Clark that called that. Foakes pushing forward, and you could hear the cry from Jordan Clark up there at the non-strikers end. So yeah, and for, not that there are too many, but for anybody who's questioning Ben Foakes, well, this is the best way of going about it. Just score runs. You all know what his keeping's about. As Yates is into Jordan Clark, who drives up towards a deepish mid-off, and there is no run. So it's a fairly defensive field now, with Yates bowling for Warwickshire, making Surrey work as hard as they can for these runs. As Yates is in once again. Here goes Jordan Clark. That's over pitched, and that's just slapped by Jordan Clark through extra cover, and that whistles away for 4, and Jordan Clark on to 47, and Surrey pick up 4 more. They move on to 337 for 6.
Yeah, really nice looking stroke there. Races up to 47. We're looking at Ben Foakes' score, thinking he'd get to 3 figures, but actually Clark is racing as well.
Do you see what I mean now about Jordan Clark? There's always something happening. Is always looking to run this one. That's nicely bowled by Yates. Trying to run that one down to 3rd man. It's the one that went on. Nicely bowled by Yates. And
slightly quicker delivery there. Yeah.
Nice piece of bowling that. As into his 2nd over now. Yates with these off breaks. He's in again. Here goes Jordan Clark using the feet. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, but again, very proactive. Jordan Clark using his feet, gets a single, moves him on to 48. And the other thing here for Ben Foakes, that now that Jordan Clark, he's worked hard for these runs, but he's just beginning to tick a little bit now, just enables Foakes just to continue doing what he's doing. I think that's why these two bat well together in many ways. As forward goes Foakes, pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run. That was his 200th delivery. Ben Foakes here on BBC Radio London, BBC WM and BBC CWR. And Surrey winning the toss yesterday, batting first, 338 for 6. And if they want to pick up another batting point, they have to score 12 in this over. Which, at the rate they're going, they've really just put batting points to one side, which I completely understand. The main goal is 400. Sail towards 400. And then try and go past that, because there's still plenty of cricket today. 41 overs remaining in the day, and weather-wise we're okay at the moment.
Yeah, looking good. Spin at both ends, Mark. Here at Edgbaston, sunny Edgbaston, I'm pleased to report. Danny Briggs with number 14 on his back. Danny Briggs with a great economy rate of just 2 runs per over. He'd be disappointed with the last ball of his last over. 4 to the boundary. It's facing Jordan Clark, who nice little defensive push back up the wicket. And there is no run. 338 for 6. Not looking good for that 12 run over so far. You never know. 5 more balls. Danny Briggs up to the wicket now. Bowls to Jordan Clark, who goes back, leans on his back foot and pushes it to the onside and runs through for a single. So 1 more to the total. 1 more to Clark, who's on 49 now, not out. 339 for 6. Danny Briggs up against Ben Foakes, is on 83 not out. Up to wicket bowls. Ben Foakes wants none of that. It's a nice defensive push into the onside, onto the next delivery. So we've got 2 batsmen that are well and truly in. If you're a Surrey fan, Warwickshire are wondering how they're going to get the next wicket. Danny Briggs with next delivery. Bit of a quicker one actually, and Ben Foakes sort of pushes it onto the onside. Fielder has to sort of move round to his right. Fields it nicely, and no run there.
Yeah, these two played well together. I was saying that opening game at Bristol last year in the second innings.
Next delivery from Briggs, who's been very economical, to Ben Foakes. Just pushes it back towards him, and none of that. He's just waiting for the right delivery, isn't he? Or maybe just even waiting for Briggs over to be over. Next delivery from Danny Briggs. He's up to wicket now and bowls, and no run scored on that last ball of his over. In fact, that's the end of the over. 339 for 6, and Clark is on strike and on 49.
Yes, indeed, and bonus points wise now for this Surrey first innings, that's it done. So it'll be 2 bowling points for Warwickshire, 3 batting points for Surrey. But he's a very technical batsman as well as Ben Foakes. He's got lovely technique about him. Ben Foakes works very, very hard at his game as well. He's a fascinating guy to watch practice as well. Some of his wicket keeping drills they're almost hypnotic, sort of. With I think they'd been on Twitter and things, but with the old bouncy net and someone on one side, someone on the other, just flicking balls to him and him flicking them back. It is hypnotic. As round the wicket goes Yates, then to Jordan Clark on 49. Jordan Clark will move on to 50. Been a good innings this from Jordan Clark. On to 50 he goes off 86 deliveries. Very good knock from Jordan Clark. Exactly what his job is here. 9 fours in that 50 from 86 balls. So nice start to the season from Jordan Clark. Yates into Foakes. That's a very flat delivery, which Foakes gets up on his toes and works that one into the leg side to pick up another single. 1 more to the total. Foakes on to 84. Waits again does Jordan Clark. You can probably hear the sound of his bat thumping the ground there as forward he comes, the right-handed Clark, and lots of oohs and ahs as he just pushes that one back down the pitch.
Jordan Clark does a bit of wicket keeping himself as well, I hear.
Does he?
Very occasionally.
I've never seen him keep wicket. Interesting. As this is a quicker one. This one's turned leg side. He'll have a job to do with the ball for Surrey. Jordan Clark, pick of the bowlers last year for Surrey. So
oh, that's his main role for sure. With Ben Foakes behind with the gloves, it's pretty secure there, isn't it?
I don't think they'll swap. It'd be fun if they did. As I'd just like to see Foakes bowl. As this one's turned leg side by Jordan Clark in there towards short mid wicket.
I've seen that before in club cricket, haven't you?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, well, I've played in games where the wicket keepers had to bowl and there's been nobody who's kept wicket. There's a quicker one here, and this one's pushed by Jordan Clark out into the offside, but Will Rhodes gets round to pick up. End of the over. 341 for 6 now, Surrey. So yeah, that 400 is what they're aiming for, which is what every team, if you win the toss and bat first, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a big total on the board. And Surrey are going about this in a very patient manner at the moment.
It's definitely on the cards, isn't it, 400? I think they'd be deeply disappointed if they don't get over the 400 mark. You can see that Birmingham City Centre is bathed in the sunshine. The sun's just dipped in for us. But yeah, you see the reflection on some of the windows of those office blocks, and and offices. Offices and flats, rather. Apartments. Briggs up to wicket, bowls to Ben Foakes, who pushes it quite firmly to mid-off. Actually, probably be disappointed that you put too much pace on that. Actually got to the fielder rather quickly, so no run scored. Briggs ready to get really economical today, just under 2 runs and over in terms of economy. Up to wicket and bowls once again, and Ben Foakes just pushes it up to the to the onside. And 2 fielders there were so keen to pick the ball up. There was a little bit of jostling going on in the in the field. Love that.
That's what you want to see.
Briggs once again from the pavilion end puts a little bit of flight on that one. Foakes just drives it gently to mid-on. Yeah, I like a little bit of that. Let's get to the ball first. Who's going to get there first? Who's going to get there first? Oh, both of you.
Well, there's a bit of energy out there, isn't it?
Danny Briggs with the next delivery to Ben Foakes, who's on 84 not out. Defensive stroke there to that short cover position and no runs scored. He always used to love sort of coming in nice and quickly and showing the batsman that you mean business no matter what the score was. Briggs once again with a bit of flight on that one, bit short and wide. Ben Foakes may feel he's missed out a little bit there. He was there to be hit pretty much straight to the point fielder. And no run scored. Not much pace on it though, so he's having to generate quite a lot of pace on the ball. Foakes facing once gone, 84 not out. Danny Briggs putting some flight on that one. And a defensive stroke and no run scored. Another very economical over from Danny Briggs. Score at the end of that over is 341 for 6.
Yeah, and I suppose as well for sort of your likes of Topley and Taylor and Kemar Roach in particular. Kemar's only had to, well, I don't know whether he's been outside yet, to be honest with you, because it's so cold. So he's been able to stay very, very warm as Kemar until he's needed out there for Surrey. But yeah, very good partnership from these two. As I say, when Will Jacks went 255 for 6, and Ben Foakes 84 not out, Jordan Clark with 50. But they complement each other very nicely as a bat pair. Yates will continue. Defensive field, singles all over the place if he wants them for Jordan Clark as the helicopter goes overhead. Oh, he's sweeping. Oh, straight to the man round the corner at short fine leg. That's a surprise, actually. And Yates coming round the wicket. And Jordan Clark sweeping straight to Mosley, who was just stood at 45, just round the corner on the leg side. And sort of tale of this innings, as we've been saying, just as a partnership gets going, one of them falls, but good innings from Jordan Clark. He can't quite believe he's just done that, but he goes for 50. Robbie Yates will be delighted. He has a wicket, and Surrey are 341 for 7.
Just what the doctor ordered in terms of Warwickshire. They'll be looking for that wicket for a little while now. Anything to break this partnership. Just when you thought that the afterburners were going to be put on for Surrey with Foakes and Clark firmly in both over half centuries, but I think Jordan Clark will be pretty disappointed with that one. Maybe the distraction of the helicopter in the distance, which I was certainly distracted by. No, probably not. I'm sure he was concentrating as much as he can be. But good start for Jordan Clark, don't you think, in terms of the season? But maybe a tinge of disappointment?
Yeah, I think he just surprised himself that he maybe just didn't even spot where Mosley was. Right, you know, coming round the wicket, it's on leg stump sweep, just swept it straight to Mosley. So, well, Kemar Roach is out there because he's coming out in 84 sweaters. Here's Kemar, but good player with the bat. Kemar Roach, very experienced, of course. So his job here will be to keep Ben Foakes company for as long as he can. But yes, he's certainly using his sweaters he's been provided. Is Kemar Roach out there? So 341 for 7. Got the old long sleeved on, and I would have thought there's probably a short sleeved underneath it as well for Kemar Roach. So Ben Foakes down at the non-striker's end, and the field moves in a touch, but 50 runs for Jordan Clark, partnership with Ben Foakes, and it was worth 76, I think, that partnership. As over the wicket then goes Yates, and Kemar Roach off the mark in very nice fashion, because a full toss, he's caressed away through the covers, and he'll get back two. So only, what, 2-3 weeks ago, Kemar Roach was steaming in at Ben Foakes in the Test series, and now they're back together playing for Surrey. 343 for 7, and Roach off the mark straight away with a couple as Yates is into him, and Roach gets himself forward, plays this one out into the offside. Didn't get many opportunities with the bat last season, Kemar Roach, when he played for Surrey. Played the 5 games for Surrey, top score of 8, as Yates goes wider of the crease and forward he goes. Kemar Roach just prods this one straight back up the pitch again.
Definitely be looking to improve on that 8.
Well, he's got a chance here, hasn't he?
Exactly.
Still got a bit of time to bat. Over the wicket with his off breaks once more. Past umpire Robinson comes Yates, gives this one some air, and driving again is Kemar Roach. He'll stroll a single here, and it'll bring Ben Foakes on strike. Throw's gone straight over Michael Burgess, and Foakes on to 84, comes on to strike. 344 for 7.
Yeah, the Barbadian there. Lovely use of the wrist there to try and move the ball as far away from the fielder as possible in the offside. He's quite a character as well, Kemar Roach. I'm looking forward to this innings.
Yeah.
Please don't disappoint, Kemar.
Well, he really fitted in at Surrey last season. He absolutely loved it. As round the wicket goes Yates, and Foakes forward, thickish edge, nicely bowled by Yates, but all along the carpet, down towards that third man boundary. Right, they'll get a couple here as the sun comes out, and that will move Ben Foakes onto 86. End of the over, 346 for 7. I think Mr. Eakin is coming in for you, Rita, or are you coming in for me? One more. One more. Is that what's happening, Clive?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, this is... I have no idea what's going on, but we'll keep talking.
You stay put, Mark.
Yes,
You're
yes.
in a good spot there, but yeah, it's nice to see Kemar come into the action probably earlier than we thought, maybe, or maybe I'm being a bit unfair, or is this about right?
I think it's about right at
why not?
9, because I think it will be probably Taylor next and then Topley from a Surrey perspective.
Yeah, sorry, going back to your point about being against each other only a few weeks ago and now playing together, I always find that such an incredible quirk of professional sport generally. Whether it's in football, rugby, or whatever, you can play international rugby together and then be against each other for clubs, etc. And it's no different here. And I think in cricket, it's even more important, that atmosphere in the dressing room on rainy days, sunny days, over multiple days. You get to know each other very, very well.
And I think now, with the amount of cricket around the world and all these different teams that players play for, they all get to know each other.
Yeah, franchise cricket and the works.
They're all seeing each other most of the time, really.
Danny Briggs once again, left arm round the wicket, and a swing and a miss and a flash from Kemar Roach, and right through to the keeper. Yeah, was that there to be cut? Not sure there was that much room in it. Danny Briggs' trousers red from polishing the ball. Obviously the polisher in the team. Up the wicket and bowls to Kemar Roach. Forward defensive stroke. Ball dribbles out to the offside, and there is no run.
I think it's raining in the distance. Looks like there's a bit of rain coming down away over the back of the buildings. But absolutely fine here, bit of blue sky.
From the pavilion end, Danny Briggs into the wicket and bowls to Kemar Roach, who sort of tried to work it down leg side. It flung up in the air. We've now got a silly point. I don't know what position.
Short leg.
Short leg. Short leg.
Sam Hain under there. It was great excitement for nothing.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Did it carry or did it touch? Neither. It's definitely not out. Definitely not a wicket. Okay, once again, Danny Briggs up to wicket and bowls to Kemar Roach. He just pushes it into the onside. There's things happening here, frenetically.
Nothing's happened.
But nothing happened, exactly.
That in many ways sums up many passages of cricket, doesn't it? That's why it's such a lovely game.
Sam Hain with the short leg duties. Briggs into the wicket and bowls to Kemar Roach, who just pushes it gently up the wicket, and no run.
Looks spectacular away to our right-hand side, doesn't it? Look, is that rain coming down there, or is that just the sun? Looks like a whole sheet of something coming down to our right-hand side, over the back of the holly stand.
Danny Briggs with the next delivery, not a faster one to Kemar Roach, who flashes into the offside. A nice cut stroke to the sweeper, picks up a single, rotates the strike, and it is the end of the over. 347 for 7, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Clive, Mark.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Mr. Eakin is heading back. Thanks to Rita Green with us, which is absolutely fantastic. Mr. Clive Eakin is making his way back in to the commentary position to our right. Lots of leads and bits and pieces to plug in. 347 for 7. Yates to continue, but yes, I think that's the sun. You're a man of these.
Yeah, I've given up trying to work out when tea is. Sorry, I've caused confusion there. I thought, well, you might as well stay on this one over till tea, but I got that completely wrong.
But what is now? That's, I've never seen that before. It's
Well,
almost
that sort of sun.
yeah. It's a bit like. Do you remember the film Ghostbusters?
Yeah, I never really saw it.
A bit like a vapor rising, spirits rising. As Yates is coming in, that's a terrible description. Yates is coming in to Kemar Roach, who's forward and pushing this one. It's almost like somebody has sort of taken a white paintbrush and just painted up to the clouds to our right-hand side.
You'll be pleased to know, by the way, that Rob Yates is now 1 wicket closer to 100 first-class wickets than Dom Sibley.
Good lad. As this one's turned leg side, it will happen for Sibley.
He's on 5 now,
as the throw comes in. Round up. My predictions are awful. Although I did predict that Tim Merton would play international cricket for England, and obviously he ended up playing for Ireland. But Yates is in again. Forward comes Kemar Roach, and studiously just pushes this one down into the leg side. So, yeah, that wicket came at the right time for Warwickshire of Jordan Clark, as Yates in once again. And that's bounced a bit on Kemar Roach. I think that's hit his bottom glove. He had to wait for it to get to him, but it bounces and hits the bottom glove.
Always a good idea to unwrap the gloves of opposition's bowlers when they're batting.
I think he's, at this pace, he's all right. As in he comes once again. Yates forward. Goes Kemar Roach and pushes this one away. Tidy stuff this from Yates at the moment. Field all changes. That man's just come out. Mosley took the catch to get rid of Jordan Clark. He's just gone into a second slip position now. As forward goes Kemar Roach, and again just make sure he gets bat on this and pushes it away into the offside end of the over. Maiden 347 for 7. Surrey remain. Foakes on 86 and Roach has 4.
Yeah, so it was timely that wicket. Arguably it came a bit late, really. 86 added for that 7th wicket, and Surrey are building a decent score here, and it's going to need a good performance with the bat for Warwickshire to make sure that they stay in this game. But Rob Yates now their 3rd highest wicket taker this season. As Daniel Briggs, who's in 2nd place, comes in to bowl to Foakes, who will still be eyeing that century, moves a run closer to it by playing it to long on for a single. He's on to 87.
He's played. I think he's played extremely sensibly here, Ben Foakes. He's sort of just manoeuvring Surrey into a good position, isn't he?
He's never looked flustered or troubled, has he? He's very comfortable out there. That was a full toss from Briggs. I'm not sure how much Roach got on it, but there's going to be runs. It looks like it might be leg byes, judging from the demeanour of the umpire. Kemar Roach has to run the second one fairly quickly. It is 2 leg byes. 350 up. Too late as far as bonus points are concerned. 3 batting points to Surrey and 2 bowling points to Warwickshire. But the 350 now on the board. Briggs falls on. Has that caught it short leg? It is. Very good catch by Sam Hain, low down. And he's getting the plaudits of his teammates, just steered onto the leg side by Roach. And a very good take by Sam Hain. It's 350 for 8.
What a catch that is from Sam Hain. I think that will be tea now. But that took a bit of catching in there at short leg. Nothing wrong with the shot from Kemar Roach. Just hit his inside edge and flung out a right hand, did Sam Hain. That's a great catch from Sam Hain. And that will be tea with Ben Foakes 87 not out and Surrey 350 for 8, Mr. Egan.
Yeah, well, that's a good score, clearly, and they'll still hope they add a few more. And Ben Foakes will now be a little bit anxious to make sure that he doesn't run out of partners. He's got 13 more to get to essentially that he will deserve if he gets there. And it is now tea. I don't know.
I get muddled
Oh,
up.
okay. Anyway, we are going to tea, and there'll be 34 overs plus the last 3 balls of this over to bowl when we resume after tea. I'm going to do a quick upsum for radio stations in about 30 seconds time, but I'd say that's still, what, 110 for 3 that session. I think Surrey would have taken that at the start of it. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we're at tea on the second day of the LV Championship match. Surrey 350 for 8. It's been hard work for Warwickshire in the field. Well, they did get 2 wickets close to the interval to give them a little bit of encouragement. 86 added for the 7th wicket. Jordan Clark had batted very positively with some fine whipping strokes, really. He was out for 50, missed time one off the occasional bowling of Rob Yates. Yates claiming his 5th first-class wicket. Don Mosley taking the catch. And then Kemo Roach just a moment ago, victim of a brilliant catch at short leg by Sam Hain to give Danny Briggs his 3rd wicket of the innings. But through it all, Ben Foakes has batted very calmly and very well. The England wicketkeeper, he's on 87, and Surrey are 350 for 8. So we will have a short tea break, and we'll see you in about just under 20 minutes time.
Some latest scores from other matches taking place around the country today, starting first of all at the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire are playing Somerset. Somerset in their first innings were dismissed for 180. Hampshire in reply are 339 for 4. At the county ground Northampton, where Northamptonshire are playing Gloucestershire, Gloucestershire in their first innings were dismissed for 223. At tea in reply, Northamptonshire are 156 for 7. At the first central county ground at Hove, where Sussex are playing Nottinghamshire, Sussex were dismissed for 375, and in reply, Nottinghamshire are 94 for 4. At the Cloud FM county ground at Chelmsford, where Essex are playing Kent, Essex have been dismissed for 514. Tea is now being taken. At Lords, the game between Middlesex and Derbyshire, Middlesex in their first innings were dismissed for 401. Derbyshire in reply are currently 77 for 1. At Sapphire Gardens, Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Durham, Glamorgan were dismissed for 234. Durham in reply, 5 without loss, no further play today. And finally, at the Upton Steel County Ground, Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Worcestershire, Worcestershire won the toss and elected to bat, and at tea had reached 328. Please welcome back our umpires, Tim Robinson and Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for the final session on the second day of this LV County Championship match at Edgbaston. And Surrey continuing their innings, 350 for 8. Decent session for them between lunch and tea. They added 110 runs. They did lose 3 wickets, 2 of them quite close to the tea interval. And a big question now for them is, first target I guess is to make sure that Ben Foakes has the opportunity to get to 3 figures, having batted very well for his 87. But he might just be a little nervous about lack of partners. New man in is James Taylor. And we continue with Danny Briggs over, which was interrupted by that wicket. And he's coming round the wicket. Gives it a bit of air. Taylor defends it very solidly looking. And there is no run. I notice I'm the only one reading now not to be wearing a coat in this box, because Mark's resorted to his as well. That's pushed out to the onside for no run.
Good afternoon, Clive. I think it's only a matter of time before my coat is no longer needed. Here's hoping.
Next one is another forward defensive. And there is no run. 350 for 8. 116 overs bowled. And
returning the ball from the Birmingham end, Henry Brooks.
Henry Brooks is to boy, still looking for his first wicket. Henry Brooks, being 4 to Ollie Iron Dorby, 3 to Danny Briggs, and 1 to Rob Yates. And we've only got 1 slip in place of Ben Foakes. No doubt it'll be a more attacking field when, if and when Taylor's on strike.
To wicket now and bowls Brooks, with Foakes pushing it into the onside to mid-off, and no run there. So Kemar Roach, he was in and he was out. It was a short and sweet innings, wasn't it? But Sam Hain definitely played his part.
Oh, it was a brilliant catch from Sam Hain. It's a good field of that at short leg.
Next delivery from Brooks from the Birmingham end to Foakes, who just pushes it in to mid on, and again there is no run. Yeah, Foakes on 87 not out from 215 deliveries, so he's been patient. Sorry, 350 for 8. It's an overcast Edgbaston day, but no rain, I'm pleased to report at the moment. So we've had a full day of play, not even a sign of the ground staff. Brooks once again, the wicket bowls to Foakes, who's full defensive position, and there was no way through, and there is absolutely no run there. 350 for 8. There's glimpses of rain in the distance, Clive, but I'm going to put it out there. I don't think it's going to happen today.
I don't think it's come from. I think we might have missed that weather over there.
And just to that point, the sun shines on Edgbaston. Thank you very much, son. Brooks again from the Birmingham end to Foakes, who sees that down the leg side and just pushes it to the sweeper, and 1 run scored takes him to 88 not out, just 12 runs away from a century. He's the top scorer for Surrey. At the other end is Taylor. Now this is where, you know, it's been really great to have one of the batsmen with a jumper and one of them without. But now, of course, they're both with long sleeves. Yeah, a bit of a tester for me, or maybe I need to go to my local opticians. Definitely not. It's all good, don't worry. Brooks once again from the Birmingham end, waiting James Taylor to be ready for the delivery. Past the umpire to the wicket and bowls. That lovely action. And James Taylor definitely bamboozled by that delivery and through to the keeper. Bit of a scream and a shout from the slip cordon. They'll be feeling like they're in business after that wicket just before tea.
Yeah. Still going to have to bat well, Warwickshire, in this game.
Yeah, I seemed to mark earlier on that 400 would have been the target. Brooks once again from the Birmingham end, and to Taylor, who just pushes it down the leg side to take a quick run and nick the strike at the end of that over. End of the over, 352 for 8. Yeah, do you think, Clive, that Warwickshire would have been hoping for that 400 mark for many a reason, but psychologically getting to 400 really puts well and truly the game in their hands?
Well, it does, yeah. That would be, and I still hope to get that. Warwickshire have managed to keep Taylor on strike for Danny Briggs, bowling this over with a short leg and a slip. He's turned that into the offside for no run. It's 352. Briggs gives that one a bit of air. In the offside, there's no runs. A fairly good sign for the season from a spinner's point of view. If you take 3 wickets in the first innings of the season, as Briggs has done thus far, comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run.
Yeah, Briggs is definitely getting through his overs nice and quickly and rather economical.
Yes, he's wrested a bit of control. Wickets have been a big bonus as well. That's a forward defensive out to the onside by Taylor. Maybe just be thinking you want to see out this over and allow Ben Foakes to have the strike at the start of the next over. 2 balls to go. Briggs, maybe a quicker ball, forward defensive by Taylor. Despite the ooze, he seemed to be pretty comfortable with that one. The last ball of Danny Briggs' 30th over. Polishes the ball the back of his trousers. 118th over of the innings. He's in, lost it up, and it's just defended out to the offside, no run. So Taylor sees off the over successfully, and Surrey are 352 for 8.
And so Ben Foakes will be looking to get to 91, Clive. If he does, that will be 41,000 first-class runs for Surrey.
Fourth. 4,000, not 41,000, 4,000.
You know what? This is why I'm just checking that you two are on your toes here. Yeah, 4,100
I have to say,
first class runs.
I don't think 91 is at the forefront of his mind at the moment. I think he'll want just a few more than that. At least 9 more than that.
Right then, Brooks from the Birmingham end to Ben Foakes, who is on 88 not out, just pushes it onto the onside and scampers through for a run. It's 253 for 8. Yeah, you know what? 41,000 runs is probably not on his mind, but you know, the 3 figures certainly are. I would have thought that's absolutely on your mind. Psychologically, first game of the county season. It's all about making that happen. But for Brooks today, I think what's probably on his mind is, look, I've bowled 26 overs so far in this innings, toiled out there, given away 87 runs. I could do with a wicket. There we go, up to the wicket now, bowled to Taylor, who pushes it into the offside. Square was there to be cut. Bit of a misfield from the point fielder. Squirms out and a run is scampered through, and Foakes is back on strike on 89.
But it's notable that he was quite happy to take the single at the beginning of the over, so he was not trying to hog the strike. He'll take what runs are available. He's on to 89, now back on strike.
354 for 8 is the score. Surrey going on nicely, but what can Warwickshire do? Brooks up to wicket and bowls to Foakes, who pushes it to the onside. No runs scored, 89 not out is Ben Foakes. We're looking for those 3 figures. That's something that the Surrey side have not been able to do. Plenty of starters. Ollie Pope getting 58 runs. Ryan Patel yesterday into the 70s. But they'll be looking for far more than that. Yeah, lots of starters. Patel on 45, Burns even on 41, Clark on 50 today. Brooks up to the wicket now, bowled to Foakes, who on the front foot, defending to mid-off, dribbles over there and on to the next delivery. No run scored. Bathed in sunshine now, Clive. Not off.
Yeah, well, field. Yes, the sun is certainly shining out there. It's not quite a balmy summer's day, but yeah, it's been a much better day. And if the sun stays out, of course, we've got a decent chance of getting through to the close of 31 overs to go after this one.
Brooks once again from the Birmingham end to Foakes, who pushes it into the onside really nicely. Soft hands from the Surrey batsman Ben Foakes. Scampers through for a single. It's now 355 for 8.
He might just have had a strike in mind for that one, getting a single off the 5th ball of the over. Takes him to 90.
Last delivery of the over from Brooks. He's facing Taylor. Nice defensive stroke there from James Taylor. Wants none of that. End of the over, 355 for 8.
You're going to be sending me cue for the half-4.
And over to the next over. Is it going to be more spin? More than likely from the pavilion end. Danny Briggs doing a really good job from this end, keeping the runs down. 3 wickets to shout about as well. But it's been hard work throughout the innings.
Yeah,
been toiling away.
They've had to work out that. By and large, they've stuck to the task pretty well. Occasionally, the bowling's got a bit wayward, but they've worked hard to try and prevent Surrey getting away. They kept the scoring rate down to just under 3 and over, or almost 3 and over. As Briggs bowls, and that's pushed onto the onside for no run. Looks like Foakes was put off by somebody moving behind the bowler's arm. He asks for an adjustment. So he's on 90 now, Ben Foakes. Briggs bowls, Foakes drives. He won't get a run there though. Goes straight to Craig Miles at mid-off. There's no run. Briggs bowls, and that's clipped too long on for a single by Foakes. So he gets a single off the third ball of the over. He's on to 91, doing an update for BBC CWR now. Well, they've had to work pretty hard in the field here, and Surrey are now 356 for 8. Warwickshire did get a couple of wickets just before tea, with Rob Yates getting one of them, only his 5th first-class wicket to end an enterprising half-century by Jordan Clark, and then Danny Briggs saw off Kemo Roach, helped by a brilliant catch at short leg by Sam Hain. But Ben Foakes, who's hoping to get the England wicketkeeper's berth this summer, is doing his cause a lot of good. He's on 91. He's batted very steadily throughout. Warwickshire have managed for the most part to maintain control, but they've had to work hard for their wickets, and they will be facing quite a decent Surrey total here. 356 for 8. Last ball, the 120th over, and it's Danny Briggs to bowl to Taylor, who defends that to the offside for no run, and it remains 356 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yeah, the wickets have consistently come along for the Warwickshire side against Surrey, but certainly all eyes on Ben Foakes, who's on 91, the nervous 90s. 9 more runs potentially until iterate. Now Ben Foakes is now on 91 runs. 41,000 first class.
4,000.
Well, I would like to, in my defence, it does say 41,000.
Well, that's
oh,
his
is it
writing.
comma?
That's Mark Church's
Do you know what?
writing, isn't it?
I think I'm just going to give this to Clive. He's probably far better qualified to tell me. Well done, Ben Foakes. Great achievement. Brooks into the wicket now and bowls to Foakes, who pulls it into the onside. There's a sweeper out there. They're looking for 1. Are they looking for 2? The shout is no. To just the single for Ben Foakes. He's now on to 92 not out. The nervous 90s. We all know what happens in the 90s, don't we? Our legs go to jelly, or certainly mine would.
I wouldn't know if I got that far, but yeah, that one was a short delivery. He must have been tempted just to give that everything, but the last thing he'd want would be to get caught in the deep at this stage, so he played within himself.
Once again from the Birmingham end to James Taylor, who nicely works it into the offside, took the pace of the ball, back foot stroke, gently moved over to the boundary rate for 4 runs, so he's getting in on the action as well, James Taylor. 6 not out.
Nice shot. It's a modern game, of course. No longer can you think, well, we've got number 10 and 11 in, so this should be over very quickly. It often doesn't work like that these days. That was a very good shot by Taylor.
James Taylor, 21 years old, facing Brooks from the Birmingham end, who just works into the onside. No runs scored. 361 for 8. You're completely spot on. I mean, the running order, or the batting order rather, for Surrey goes down a long way, but generally in the modern game it is remarkable how far down the order goes. No longer do you have a number 11 that's just there to you know, survive. It's about making sure the runs keep ticking over. Last wicket was Roach for 4 runs. Brooks once again, this time to James Taylor, who just pushes it to the onside. No run scored.
Well, we miss it in the modern game, really. The traditional number 11 who just comes in and swing bat and has no real, and can often be very entertaining. We don't really get that now. The number 10s and 11s consider themselves proper batters. They work hard on their batting. And they know they have a role to play even that far down the order, which is good cricket, but possibly less entertaining.
It's quite demoralising for the fielding side to see 9, 10, 11 do so well. Brooks once again to James Taylor, who just defends that one to the onside to a fielder. No run scored. But this is where you can really hurt the opposition, by piling on the run, not just piling on the runs, but sticking out there. You know, it's a 4-day game. It's plenty of time in the game. You want to make sure that you tire out the opposition as much as possible. And it's a psychological win, or maybe I'm looking too much into it, but these little wins here and there definitely help. Brooks up to the wicket and bowls to Taylor. who played a rather odd defensive stroke there, but no run scored, and it's the end of the over, 361 for 8.
Well, they'll want to get as many as possible. They probably haven't got enough to imagine they'll bowl Warwickshire out twice without having to bat again yet, unless they can really add runs for the lower order. But want to get as many runs as they can, because at some point time will become an issue in the game. Danny Briggs to continue, and Ben Foakes is on strike. I'm going to bring Mark at the end of this over. I'm hoping that Foakes doesn't go 4-4, because it'd be nice if Mark could get to describe his century if he makes it. So if you could just take your time, Ben, that'd be nice. A slip in place, and in comes Briggs. He drives that. Well, that will help, because he's got a single there. Again, willing to take a single off the first ball of the over. No messing about and trying to protect the number 10. And he's on to 93, 362 for 8. So the short leg will go in for the relatively new batter in James Taylor, who survived 21 balls so far, got 6 runs. It's a slip in place. Briggs bowls, and he defends that solidly.
Yeah, Sam Hain took a wonderful catch, didn't he, to dismiss Kemar Roach. It's one of those that stick or don't, and it certainly stuck.
Briggs bowls, and that's defended by Taylor. He's content to defend against Briggs, has done so pretty solidly so far. What should do face the prospect having to bat, maybe an awkward spell today. It's a 4 defensive. The longer actually these last 2 wickets go, the more awkward the batting period Warwickshire might have to face today becomes. Briggs round the wicket bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run.
Yeah, it could be an awkward few overs, couldn't it, for Warwickshire if they get in this evening. All that survival.
Briggs, he gives that on plenty of air, and it's pushed back to the bowler. There's no run. That's the end of the over, 362 for 8. Rita Green will be joined by Mark Church.
Thank you, Clive. Another speedy Danny Briggs over there from the pavilion end. Score is 362 for 8. Ben Foakes on 93 not out in the nervous 90s, although not looking nervous in any way, shape or form. Maybe we're, sorry fans, maybe more nervous, but there we go. And James Taylor at the other end on 6 not out. Really the role is there just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's about 20 to 5 on this Friday afternoon, day 2 of the county championship. Isn't it glorious to be back? Well, I think so. Edgbaston looking mighty fine. Birmingham city centre on the horizon. Some of those big chimneys in the distance on my right-hand side. Few flutterings of rain in the distance. Rain, stay away, please. Please, please stay away. Hello, Mark.
Hello. I think we'll be all right. I think that's away in the distance, isn't it? And it's bright and sunny. I do apologise. My comma looks a little bit like a 1. For 4,000 first-class
Please, may I apologise for that?
No, not at all.
You might want to deliver it without with the comma in the right place.
There's every chance that Ben Foakes might get 41,000 first-class runs for Surrey. Not by this evening, as forward he comes, driving miles straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. No, I do apologise. I've always sort of prided myself on my writing. But that comma does look like a 1.
No, Mark, it's all me. This is how literal, how much I trust you, quite frankly, Mark. This is a great sign.
Oh dear, that's no good. I wouldn't do that. Many people have learned by that mistake over the years. I think Miles wants a change in the field. Yep, he wants Lamb up from the boundary rope down there at long leg. So there's a slip and a backward point. There's the sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square and the long leg. Foakes on strike to Miles, drives, good looking shot this from Ben Foakes, just leant on this. That'll get Sibley moving round to his right in front of the Holly stand, and that will move Ben Foakes on to 94. He's played very nicely here, has Ben Foakes. Just sort of held this innings together, really. Ryan Patel with a lovely innings yesterday. Ollie Pope looked very good for his 58, and then a fine innings of 50 from Jordan Clark. But today especially, Foakes has been there since the start and has moved himself on to 94. Started the day 9 not out. He's been out there for 228 deliveries, just manoeuvring Surrey into a very good position here. Interesting thing is, I think now, and we've been saying 400 yesterday, they'd still want to get to that, but they want a little go at Warwickshire this evening, I would have thought, and they might get that chance when they're bowled out, but still a few runs to come by. James Taylor, 6 not out, slip and a gully in there for him, and the short leg as Miles is in, short ball, and he's solidly in behind. This is James Taylor, looking very organised at the moment, the young man, and pushes that one out, and there's Dom Sibley out there at cover. He might just begin to start thinking about batting. Dom Sibley.
Yeah, definitely. He'll be licking his lips wanting to get onto this wicket. Seeing a lot of batsmen get in and make decent scores.
Miles runs towards us from that Birmingham end. Short ball, not tempted. James Taylor just watches that go over his shoulder, slapping into the gloves of Burgess, moving away to his left-hand side. Crowd that has sat down there at the Birmingham end now. We're in sunshine, which is like it was around about this time yesterday. It was pretty miserable, wasn't it?
It really was.
It's been hailing again in Cardiff.
Yes, I saw that. There's quite a few tweets and abandoned play, I believe.
Not surprised. Quite difficult in hail. As over the wicket once again comes Miles, and left alone by James Taylor. Played very sensibly here as James Taylor. That's his 29th delivery. 6 not out, keeping Ben Foakes company. And Ben Foakes 6 away from what would be a nice start to the season. Started last year with 100 at Bristol in the second innings, from memory, Ben Foakes. And he's played very nicely here for these 94 runs. Miles turns again, pile of sawdust away to his right hand side, then over the wicket he comes to Taylor. Short one, he's taking this on. Oh dear, now what's that hit? Because Hayne was taking evasive action and it just sort of lolloped into the leg side. I think it's hit him on the chest there, James Taylor, but Sam Hayne there, it sort of stuntman dive. But he hadn't made any contact with the ball at all, James Taylor, and he wanders off to have a little chat with Ben Foakes at the end of the over. And Surrey here on BBC Radio London, BBC WM and BBC CWR are 363 for 8.
Yeah, Sam Hayne with a bit of dramatics there. He's got the shin pads on and the helmet, or did, and fell backwards, but the ball sort of lopped in the air and it wasn't anywhere near him in the end. But loved the drama, and after taking that catch to dismiss Kemar Roach, I don't blame him. He should be confident in the field when you take catches like that. So more spin from the pavilion end. Danny Briggs once again in, this time to Ben Foakes in his 90s, who pushes it really nicely to mid-off, which scampers through for a quick single, calculated single there. And it's one more to the total, 364 for 8, and Foakes is up to 95. Just needs one more stroke, Mark, to get a century.
Yeah, it would be unlike Ben Foakes to sort of dance down the track and launch. He's capable of it, and launch Briggs onto the top of the Holly stand. I think he trusts James Taylor here, so he's just quite happy to push the single in and go, because as I say, Taylor's looked very organised so far.
Yeah, I definitely had a smile on my face when I said that, actually. I think that would be remarkable if he tried to hit it out the ground. Briggs once again, this time to James Taylor, who defends, pushes it away, and no run there. Yeah, I think that would be unlikely.
I always remember Jamie Smith bringing up his maiden championship 100, just dancing down the pitch, going inside out over extra cover for 6.
Briggs to Taylor, again a defensive stroke and no run.
Quite a nice way to sort of bring up your first championship. A bit of flair about that, isn't there?
Well, the field would definitely allow it. no one on the boundary. Well, this is for Taylor at the moment. Briggs to Taylor. All the fielders really, you could put a blanket over it from where we're sitting. Be a big blanket, mind you. Briggs with some spin to Taylor. 364 for 8. Taylor on strike. Oh, through to the keeper. Nicely bowled and nicely left.
Very economical figures these from Danny Briggs. Into his 33rd over now. 8 maidens. 3 for 56.
Yeah, less than 2 and over from Danny Briggs. Definitely done a good job for Warwickshire. Left arm round the wicket. Oh,
bowled.
Very well bowled indeed, Mark. Through to the keeper, nip through. Look, he's got fielders all around. Will Rose has got fielders all around the batsman here. Sam Haynes sort of scurrying around the batsman, probably in the ear of the batsman of, oh, you missed that one, mate. What are you going to do on the next one? Here's Briggs once again to James Taylor. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and that's a nice defensive stroke. Right behind it, pushes to the offside, and there is no run. Yet another quick over from Briggs. Have I mentioned that? Probably. End of the over, 364 for 8.
Yeah, and just looking as well, I was saying that the last time that Surrey and Warwickshire played a championship game here, May 2019, that was a spinning wicket because Chetan Patel took 4 for 53 in Surrey's first innings, and Gareth Batty, now the head coach of course for Surrey, 8 for 64 in the Warwickshire second innings, and then Chetan Patel took 8 for 36. So between them, two of the very best off spinners, 20 wickets in that game, and in the end Warwickshire won it by 130 runs. It's going to be Ben Foakes on strike on 95. Miles is over the wicket to him, and Foakes punch drives away through backward point. That's going to whistle away for 4. Great shot from Ben Foakes, and that'll move him on to 99 here. But that's just pure timing.
Got nicely
Ben Foakes.
Sorry, got nicely on his toes there, didn't he? Got really behind the ball. Nice confident stroke.
Super shot that. Whistled away. Sibley didn't have a chance sweeping out there on the cover rope. So I wonder if the field will come up now with him on 99. Yep, here comes Sibley. And third man comes up as well. Long leg staying down there near the boundary rope. So Ben Foakes, 99 not out. Miles from the Birmingham end comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Foakes, who lets this one go. Outside is off stump. The little scuff at the turf does Ben Foakes, then comes down and does some guarding. A nice player to watch, Ben Foakes. There's a real sort of elegance to his batting these days. Knows his game. Hasn't taken any risks whatsoever in this 99. I suppose the big chance was the one dropped by Rhodes off Annan Dorby when he was on 54. Sun's come out with Foakes on 99 as Miles is over the wicket to him, and Foakes lets this one go again. Outside his off stump, watches that all the way into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Moving away to his right hand side. Sun glinting down on the... There's many a tall building in Birmingham. There's some nice parts of Birmingham. When I went for a coffee this way, nice little fountain area. Yeah, very pleasant. A few water features. Very nice. I think a bit of it for the old Commonwealth Games as well.
Looking forward to that.
Yep, Miles into Foakes. And is this the 100? It is. He just jumps onto the back foot, pulls it through the leg side. This will race away for 4. And Ben Foakes moves to 100. Been a great innings this, it really has. And he takes off his helmet and signals to the Surrey supporters that have made the journey up here to Birmingham. 103 not out from 233 deliveries with 15 fours. Ben Foakes, lovely start to the summer from him and a really good innings. Proper knock this from Ben Foakes. A nice way to go to it, just pulling that short ball from Miles through the leg side. Whistled off. Nice touch as well there, signalling off towards the Surrey supporters that have made the trip up here to Birmingham. But yeah, lovely innings from Ben Foakes. As I say, 233 balls, 15 fours, and a nice start to this domestic summer for Ben Foakes as Miles is over the wicket to him, and Foakes this time just opens the face, guiding this one down towards third man. He'll get a single, and And that will move Ben Foakes onto 104, but a lovely innings. This Rita.
Really enjoyed that, Mark. Yeah, Ben Foakes with a beautiful innings. Yes, he's ridden his luck, dropped on 54, and also on 37 off the top of my head. Yes, indeed. Well, that's a bit more of a tough chance, but you've got to take your chances in this game, and he well and truly has. Ben Foakes, congratulations, 104, not out.
Yeah, it was a tough chance for Yates, wasn't it? That 37. As James Taylor, forward he comes, elegantly there. James Taylor just pushing that one away, and Sibley's on all fours again, doing the field, and his cap's fallen off. End of the over, 373 for 8 then, sorry. Now, on the board, 25 remaining in the day, weather's fine, and Surrey slowly but surely manoeuvring themselves towards that 400, but yeah, signalling back to the dressing room, Ben Foakes, and then nice touch signalling towards the Surrey supporters away to our right. Yeah, it's been just a very good innings this from Ben Foakes, and as I say, he sort of held it all together today for Surrey and made sure that he's got to that 100. First one of the summer in the opening game. Always a nice way to get started.
Really classy innings, that's how I describe that. Ben Foakes on strike once again to Briggs, who cuts it to the point position. That's Ben Foakes. And point just collapsed on the ground there. I'm not sure quite why.
He's got a long way to come down, Ollie Hannon-Dalby, hasn't he?
Well, he's done a heck of a lot of bowling. I'll be pretty tired after that, but good effort there from OHD. Briggs up to the wicket and bowls to Ben Foakes once again, who pushes it into the offside. Yet another dive from Ollie Hannon-Dalby. What an extraordinary manoeuvre there. Yes, a tall chap, 6'8", long way to go down. He's at point position, which is quite brave to put him there after all those overs. But why not? Briggs once again from the pavilion end to Foakes, who cuts once again, this time all the way out to the sweeper. Plenty of time to scamper through for a single.
Yeah, I reckon Ollie Hannon-Dalby was quite pleased. That was about 1.5 foot to his right there. He didn't have to put the dive in. Every time you say OHD, I think of overhead projector for some reason. Or orchestral manoeuvres in the dark. That was that they were a band, weren't they? Yeah. 374 for 8, but no, he's still sitting on a 4-for, of course. Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah, be looking to make it 5. A couple of wickets are remaining for Warwickshire. Briggs once again, this time to Taylor, and the pressure's definitely on him in terms of the fielding positions, and no score on that one.
Just say a warm welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, who are back with us now, and Ben Foakes just having gone to his 100.
Indeed, a classy innings here at Edgbaston. Warwickshire against Surrey. Briggs to James Taylor. He just pushes it into the offside, and no run scored. It's 374 for 8 if you're just joining us in sunshine at the moment at Edgbaston. No delays in play today, unlike yesterday, I'm pleased to report. And Mark, it's been a great day's play so far. It's ebbed and flowed, but Ben Foakes' innings has been the highlight.
Oh, he's played really nicely.
Once again, Briggs up to the wicket and bowls to Taylor, who just pushes it to the offside to mid-on, and there's no run scored. The score at the end of the over is 374 for 8, Mark.
Yeah, Ben Foakes started this morning 9 not out with Ollie Pope, who was 40 not out. Surrey started today 168 for 3. Thank you to Rita Green. Clive Eakins coming back in because he's got a 4 o'clock update to do as well. A 5 o'clock update to do as well, and he did a 4 o'clock update, but now it's coming towards 5 o'clock. He'll be doing a 5 o'clock update. He's been a busy man today. He's also done Mark Robbins' interview. Oh, it's been all go. But yes, Ollie Pope looked very good, and then went for 58 to Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Then Jamie Smith a little bit unlucky, I think, but again caught behind off Danny Briggs for 10. Then Will Jacks LBW to Hannon-Dalby for 19. As here comes Craig Miles over the wicket to Ben Foakes, and Foakes just looking to chop this down towards third man. Bottom of the bat, Burgess gets round to do the fielding, and there's no run. Then a very good partnership between Jordan Clark and Ben Foakes for the 7th wicket, worth 86 until Clark went for 50. Kemar Roach just before tea, very well caught by Sam Hain at short leg off Danny Briggs for 4, but Ben Foakes has just gone to his 100, and a very good innings. I think that's his. I think that might have been his 800th first-class boundary as well. As in over the wicket once more comes Miles, and this is pushed by Ben Foakes up towards mid-on, and there's no one because Mr. Halford came in, didn't he?
Did.
And so I think.
Well, we can probably check it out.
I think he may have even brought up that 100 with his 800th first-class 4. There you are, Ray. Wonder how many players in the history of the game have done that. Mr. Aiken?
I don't know, that's not there, so...
as he waits again does Ben Foakes as Miles. Over the wicket he comes, and Foakes opens the face, guiding this one off to the right of third man. That's a lovely bit of batting, because Yates sprinted across to try and get to that, but just guided away by Ben Foakes. Great hands from Ben Foakes. He moves on to 109, and Surrey move on to 378 for 8.
The bad news is that his 800th 4 took him to 104, not to 100. His 799th 4 took him to 100. He's on 800 now.
Right, so that's the 800th, was it? There. As in over the wicket once more comes Miles. And
that was the 801st.
Oh, was it really? Yes, this is turned. I'm now really confused. As this is turned by Foakes out towards deep backward square. He will pick up a single. He moves on to 110. And Surrey move on to 379 for 8.
The 4 that took him to 100
yes.
was his 799th. Then he hit another 4 to go on to 105, and now he's hit another 4, so he's on 106. Sorry, on 801 now.
Excellent. He's played very well.
He's played very well. It's been a well-paced innings, and he's shown, I'm sure, in the after-match team brief, as Craig Miles bowls to Taylor. That's short, and Taylor's pulled it in the air. He's going to get away with it. It's over the head of mid-wicket, and it plugs. It drops neatly onto the green and stops, and he'll get. Did he get 2 runs there? And so, in fact, 1 run, 2 runs. So he's on to 381 for 8. Yes, I'm sure the aftermatch team talk. Alex will look at 1 or 2 players in the team and then point to Ben Foakes and say that's how you do it. When you get into a good position, that's how you go on and make it a big score. Because he's done that very well. Taylor's batted well. He's nudging that one down to back of square leg for a single. He's on to 9. Gosh. I'm going to keep an eye on the time, yeah? Where's my clock gone? There we go.
We're getting towards that 5 o'clock. No, James Taylor's done a really good job here with Ben Foakes.
He has. Ben Foakes might have been a little bit nervous when the 8th wicket fell just before tea, and he was on 89, I think, at the time. But he didn't. And actually, he's shown very good confidence in Taylor, because a number of times he took a single off the first ball of the over. Yeah,
he can bat, can't he?
I was saying earlier, most numbers 10 and 11 can these days, which is sad in a way, because it used to be very entertaining watching the ones that couldn't. Coaches don't allow that anymore, do they? I'm going to do an update in about 5 seconds. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire is still in the field. Surrey really making them work hard. 382 for 8. The highlight of the day has been a brilliant innings from would-be England wicketkeeper Ben Foakes. We'll be hoping to have the gloves in the summer, and he's done his scores a lot of good, but a very well measured innings of 110 not out. James Taylor at the other end is also holding Warwickshire up. He's on 9. Warwickshire plugged away with Danny Briggs taking 3 wickets and earlier Ollie Hallen-Dolby 4, but when they come to bat they are going to be facing a fairly sizable total. Surrey 382 for 8. Danny Briggs is continuing Dom Sibley's doing a couple of practice deliveries. Well, that might just be for show. But that one's clipped on to Sibley at mid-on. He shies at these stumps, and that, do you know what, nearly got Taylor. Taylor was a little bit unaware, I think, of the danger there. And Sibley spotted it, but he gets home.
I wonder if he might have been dazzled by Sibley warming up.
He might have been,
yeah.
I thought I've got to get off strike.
Only the 96 first-class wickets to go to make my premonition come true for Dom Sibley.
I'd be irritated to be one behind Rob Yates now.
Get him on.
Danny Briggs comes in to bowl, and that's played back to him. 383 for 8. Well, we got 22 overs to go. I can see no reason why we shouldn't get them unless the light does fade suddenly. At the moment, it's excellent. That's played to point. There's no run. My folks.
Yeah, unless something spectacular happens, Warwickshire will be batting at some point this evening, won't they? So
I was going to say, when I get into the stage that's played to mid-off, there's no run. Well, 22 overs to go. Do you suddenly start thinking, well, if we are still there, do we get Warwickshire in with 8 overs to go or something like that?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
2 goes at the new ball. That's often the theory, isn't it? Give yourself 8 overs before the close and still have a nice shiny ball the following day.
I'd have thought that it's sort of that main port of call to begin with was 400. Now, if and when they get to 400, then that might change the way of going about it. But that'll be the most important box to tick, I think, for Surrey, is to get to that 400. I'm sure they'd like a little dart at Warwickshire this evening, because it won't be straightforward.
No.
And the weather's okay at the moment, so there's still a lot of cricket to play on this second day. It's going to be Craig Miles from the Birmingham end, and it's going to be James Taylor on strike. Slip gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, deep backward square, and the long leg. As in over the wicket once more comes Miles. Forward goes James Taylor. Plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. Bit of pulp in my headphones now as well. A bit of the common people. Yeah. Oh, it's just I like that. I quite like that tune. Jarvis there, as Taylor bends at the knees.
Got the album. Still buy CDs, I do. I do this downloading nonsense.
Oh no, I've still got my CDs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's Miles over the wicket he comes, and this is down the leg side, and got something on that, I think. James Taylor, if anything, I think it was pad. Burgess got a glove to it. I think this will be a leg by signal from umpire Robinson. Yes, indeed, little tap of the knee. 2 more to the total. 385 for 8. Yes, I found some of my old CDs the other day at the bottom of a box. I was very excited. Still in the car at CDs with me as well.
Yeah, yeah. Difficult to get cars with a CD player in it these days.
Oh, well, Mr. Kevin Howes has done me a little playlist for the journey into the ground this week. As a short ball pulled by Taylor, who's almost fallen over as he plays that shot out towards deep mid wicket. They'll take the single, and that'll be 1 more to James Taylor. Nicely played. He moves on to 11, 386 for 8.
Yeah, 36 now added for the 9th wicket. This will be irritating Warwickshire, who I think we're almost already reaching the stage where Warwickshire really their only aim now is to come away with a high-scoring draw. Will be their hope. I think their chances of winning the game, just because of the time factor, are becoming pretty slim.
Foakes waits on strike and then works this one from Miles. Nicely through the leg side, little hand on that, but he'll get 2. 2 more to Ben Foakes.
It'll take them probably into the final day to match Surrey's total, at which time there wouldn't be enough time to try and bowl Surrey out and set a target. So even if they bat very well in the first innings, the aim's got to be now to save the game, I think, realistically.
It's a bit fearsome over the back of Birmingham city centre at the moment. As over the wicket comes Miles once again, and Foakes up on his toes, looks to drive, toe end of the bat, and there's no run. I picked up a rather good Barry Manilow compilation CD the other day, Clive.
I shall decline from commenting.
That's in the
There's a
car.
few words in there that might not go together so well.
That's in the car at the moment.
Good.
Very good it is.
It's
Very good. 388 for 8.
He did do a version of Read 'em and Weep. Is that on there?
Yeah, that's on there. Very good.
Brilliant songwriter, Jim Steinman.
That's waiting once more. Is Foakes. This is tucked away down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single. I struggled to get through. Here comes the night without a little tear in my eye, Clive, I have to say.
Okay.
End of the over, 389 for 8. Foakes 113 and Taylor on 11. But Ben Foakes here, he just like proper knock this. 247 deliveries for 113. As I say, just held it all together for Surrey today.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's the innings that will impress the England selectors. The question always now, of course, is can players play really well in county cricket take that step up to the test level?
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because people tend to forget, you know, he did get 100 on debut against Sri Lanka, and he's got a couple of 50s in there as well.
Well, that's true of a number of players that people write off. They have done it. I mean, Dom Sibley has done it. He's played some terrific tests in it. So has Zach Crawley.
Absolutely.
Just haven't quite managed to do it often enough. But people tend to forget that. You're right. As Danny Briggs comes around the wicket to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. 389 for 8.
Alan Dalby's getting warmed up there, I think.
Briggs bowls. It's a quicker ball. He's dropped it a bit too short, and it's worked out to the offside for a single by Foakes, who's on to 114. Danny Briggs' his international career goes back a bit, but he did get into the England squad in that strange time when they had to completely reselect the white ball team. He didn't get to play, unfortunately, but he did get in the squad, which will give him a bit of encouragement.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you know, he sort of, for a little bit of time, got earmarked sort of as a white ball specialist spinner, didn't he? And then comes here, and then bowled really well last year in the championship.
That's pushed the outside. There's no running. Quite a few players like that. That's why he came here. Was he was a bit fed up of just being billed as a white ball cricketer at the county he was at, and so Warwickshire said, yeah, "Okay, we'll give you the red ball as well." And he's taking it well. He comes into bowl, and that's whipped away by Taylor, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. Not sure he was completely in control of that, but it was effective. It's 394 for 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the most elegant shot you've ever seen.
No.
The old slog sweep off the toe end of the bat, but it goes out to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4, and Taylor's on to 15.
Played 8 games for England, Danny Briggs, 7 T20s and 1 ODI. Comes in now to Walter Taylor, who defends that, and there is no run.
I think as well that the thing, as you've seen in this game, is he's very experienced now as well. It's been, you know, very economical.
Still only 30, 31 quite soon. Comes into bowl, and that's nudged into the ground. Feel it at City Point. And there is no run. 394 for 8. We've got 20 overs left scheduled in the day.
Yeah, and Ollie Hannon Dalby sitting on a 4-for, of course, so
Yeah.
got that opportunity now to pick up a well-deserved 5-wicket haul. But really well today. Hannon
Thought he
Dalby.
bowled well yesterday as well, actually.
In the wind, he did,
the
yeah.
pick of the bowlers, team bowlers, certainly.
Well, it started today. Yesterday was 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 41. So he added a couple of wickets.
Brent Bridge. You don't know which ground you're going to.
Have you ever done it where you've gone to the wrong ground? I've done that once. Got a bit muddled up. As Hannon Dalby is in, and this is a slower ball. Forward goes Ben Foakes, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
I can't remember where I was going to. There was one recently where we used sat-nav, and it actually took us to the club's academy ground rather than their actual ground, which was a bit unfortunate. It might have been Ipswich, I think.
Mine was a rugby league game, and I thought the London Broncos were playing at home that weekend, but they were away. When I arrived at the ground, I thought it's a bit quiet. As over the wicket once again comes Hannon Dalby. Forward goes Foakes, tucks this one up towards mid-on, and there's no. And the problem was, of course, they were the only club down south, so it was somewhere like Hull or something like that. So I didn't know where I was going to get there for the 3 o'clock kickoff, but. One of those horrible moments where I sort of I thought, God, parking's good today. It was excellent. And then sort of got to the ground, they're very quiet. Waits again, does Foakes. Burgess still up to the stumps. Hannon Dalby over the wicket to Ben Foakes, and Foakes drives back down the pitch. Hannon Dalby gets a hand to it. She is a little bit more intent here at the moment. Just looking to push this on a touch now. I think so. We saw the sort of slog sweep from James Taylor with the field spread that Foakes is just trying to hit gaps at the minute.
The saddest one I saw was a few years ago, might have been either during the Euros or during the World Cup, and Notts played a T20 game. It must have been against, well, I'm going to say against Warwickshire. I'll come back to that in a second.
Hannon Dalby in once again to Foakes, and Foakes forward again. Good bowling from Hannon Dalby, because Foakes is just trying to hit a gap here, but that one going straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And because I think England were playing or something, they brought the game forward and played it early in the day, and just as we were leaving, there was a dad and his kid had just arrived, and soaked. And the club have been very apologetic, and I think I probably sorted them out, but really, that was really unfortunate.
Yeah, that is a shame. Again, there's Foakes. Now 1 ball to go in the over, and Dalby is in to Foakes, and Foakes pulls off the front foot up and over the top of Hayne at short mid wicket and away for 4. So a good manufactured shot that from Ben Foakes. Just stood on the front foot and then swung it over mid wicket for 4. And Surrey move on to 398 for 8. Foakes moves on to 118. Taylor has 15. And these two have now added 48 for the 9th wicket.
Yeah, this is frustrating for Warwickshire, great for Surrey, who have certainly taken advantage of winning the toss. Seemed an age ago now. If we don't lose any more play in this match, we will still have lost almost half a day. So we have lost slightly over half a day, but of course you can get a couple of hours, well, an hour back I should say, at the end of today and the end of tomorrow, which would take it to just under half a day. And of course in a high scoring match that does start becoming an issue. If it is a high scoring match, because they might skittle Warwickshire out for nothing. But
ground to a halt here. There's all sorts of conversations and committee meetings going on out there for Warwickshire. Danny Briggs is ready to go, but he's just setting his field up. Sibley and Rhodes are in deep discussion. I think Sibley's hoping for the nod to have a bowl, but I don't think it's going to happen. This is just take up a little bit of time at the moment from Warwickshire perspective, which is understandable.
+4 on the over 8, so I suppose they can get away with it. So in comes Briggs round the wicket to bowl, and that's defended out to the offside. There's no run.
James Taylor's played very nicely here for these 15 runs. I think his highest score is 19 in first class cricket. Bit of movement behind the bowler's arm at the moment.
He's got a silly point and a slip. Taylor just shuffles slightly forward, plays it to square leg, thinks, well, there's a run there, and then he's told, I think, by his partner, no, there isn't, get back. which he duly does.
We really have sort of ground to a halt out there in the minute. Now Briggs having a long chat with umpire O'Shaughnessy about something.
Round the wicket he comes, gives that a bit of air. That's gone past Taylor. Quicker ball, good delivery. Maybe a bit too good for Taylor. It's taken by Burgess.
Yeah, I think just took a bit of pace off that one, didn't he? Just held it back a touch, did Danny Briggs. He bowled really nicely here, as Danny Briggs.
Well, you'll be thinking about if you get too quickly, he could have the fifer as he comes into bowl, and that's hit Sam Haynes' angles. He's not showing any signs of discomfort, but I'm sure that must have stung a bit. Stopped it. No run.
Got all the padding on in there, hasn't he? But still hurts. If it misses the bottom of those sort of little wicket keeping pads, that can really hurt.
And that one, he moves his feet nicely, Taylor, but can't get the ball past mid-on, so there's no run.
I'll leave you, Clive, and bring Rita in.
Splendid. Thank you, Matt. 398 for 8 is the Surrey total. Scheduled close of play tonight, 6:30, or whenever we've bowled the required overs, whichever is the later, or if light intervenes, that'll be earlier. That's played a mid-off for a single by Foakes, who moves easily onto 118 and takes the Surrey score to 399 for 8 after 132 overs. At times it has been what they call proper cricket, Rita, isn't it? They're building slowly, having a drinks break now.
Yeah, it really has been. Some really lovely strokes from Ben Foakes. I like the little sort of cameo that James Taylor is playing here as well. 16 not out from 57 balls, but he's upping the pace. He's taking the game to Warwickshire, even with silly point and short leg around him. He's having none of it, and so far looking pretty solid at the other end for Ben Foakes, who's on 118 not out. But nice inning so far. We're on 399 for 8. That's Surrey's score. So it looks as though, Clive, unless something absolutely remarkable happens, that Surrey will indeed get over 400 runs today.
Yeah, well, yeah. The question then is that's not your most brilliant prediction, I have to say.
Do you think?
On 399 for 8, but still. And the question is 18 overs to go. Obviously, pass on for a fair bit yet, but when they get down to sort of 8 overs to go, do they think about maybe getting more in? Or the alternative view is just get as many runs as we can, because they'll probably have to bowl Warwickshire out twice to win the game anyway. So there's an argument for saying just keep accumulated runs. If that means going into tomorrow and trying to get to 450 or even beyond that, maybe somewhere towards 500, that would maybe arguably give them the best chance. On the other hand, if they bail out, assuming they're still there with 8 overs to go, and have a chance of maybe nicking a Warwickshire wicket or 2 out, force them to use the night watchman, that sort of thing, that could move the game on a bit. It's actually getting a little darker now as well, so I am beginning to wonder whether we will get the full allotted time in. 18 overs, or just over an hour, but about the same thing. So yeah, might be touch and go.
Sorry, the sun has just decided to desert us for the moment. Yeah, I think if I was to predict, it would be Surrey trying to get as many runs as possible and keep the pressure on Warwickshire, but we'll see how it goes. And what a grand Edgbaston is. Every time I come here, it's I'm in awe of the history and also the future as well. Some massive games for Warwickshire here, but also some enormous internationals to come, and of course the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Yeah, indeed.
Anna Dolby ups the wicket now and bowls to James Taylor, who defends and pushes just down the wicket. And a bit of a question to the umpire. There was a huge amount of bat in that, so I don't think it was an LB shout, but Ollie Hannon Dolby definitely took a big glance at the umpire. I think wishful thinking springs to mind.
Got the Test match against India and a T20 against India. I think is it a T20 or an ODI? I forget. I think it's a T20.
T20, yeah.
Yeah.
July.
So, and they're always pretty special fixtures here at Edgbaston. And Test matches anyway are always great occasions. I think particularly when you play India.
From the Birmingham end, Hannon Dolby to James Taylor, who defends but drives a bit uppishly, but safe enough to mid-off. Yeah, I mean, they're magical occasions, aren't they, when the ground's completely full. But let's not forget as well, Vitality Blast Finals Day here as well in
indeed.
July. And Commonwealth Games at the end of July.
They've made Finals Day their own, really. Warwickshire. I know I've spoken to one or two people sort of written that a bit, but they've done such a good job with it. And of course, it's in the middle of the country, so when you've got 4 teams coming from various parts of the country, it's ideally placed, and they do a cracking job on the Finals Day here.
Real entertainment. If it ain't broke, just keep it the way it is. Taylor facing Hannon Dolby, who simply defends and pushes down the wicket. Definitely no score on that one.
Sorry, I'll put you on to Kevin James. He had a right moan about Southampton not getting the T20 Finals Day ever. But never mind.
Oh yeah?
Sorry, mate. You're down south. We're in the middle, so you know.
Makes sense. In the middle of the country. Although the Gist Bowl is a great place to play and watch your cricket, isn't it?
Well, the umpires are. No, I don't think they're talking about the light. I don't think it's that bad. Is it the ball that they're concerned about? Yeah, they're looking at the ball, aren't they? So either it needs a bit of repair, or they're looking at whether they need to replace it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a light conversation, as in about the light, not a light level of conversation. Just a little look. The ball's thrown back to the Warwickshire players.
Still some COVID protocols surviving in the game. The umpires are still wearing the black gloves that make them look almost like snooker referees. So they still, and they're probably quite grateful for them because of the cold, but I don't think it's because of the cold they're wearing them. It is just a small COVID protocol.
Square leg umpire looking up at the skies. His hand Dolby once again to James Taylor, who pushes it to mid-on. Quick signal there from James Taylor. He'd argue that was beautifully judged.
Well, that was out if he hits, I'm afraid. Craig Miles hits there. It was a difficult one. He was 400 up, so well done to Surrey. But Miles, second time actually in the innings, one very early where he's dived under his stomach and tried to shy the stumps. And I wasn't sure about the first one, but there's absolutely no doubt that would have been out that time. But he missed, and Surrey have their 400.
Got to hit the stumps. Got to get the bails flying for it to be any contention of a run out. Wasn't meant to be. So Hannon Dolby to his mark.
It's a 50 partnership, of course, because they came together at 350.
400 for 8 now. Sorry, Hannon Dolby to Foakes, who strikes the ball hard and drives it up the ground towards the Birmingham end, and yet another 4 for Ben Foakes, who's up to 122 not out. 404 for 8. Surrey are definitely now piling on the pressure in terms of this partnership, like you mentioned there, Clive, but also keeping the wickets, the runs rather ticking along. And talking of wickets, Hannon Dolby is still on 4 wickets. We'll be looking for that 5th wicket, but not close at the moment. From the Birmingham end, Hannon Dolby bowling to Ben Foakes, who cuts it square to point. No run there, 404 for 8.
And the 400 quicker than the last 2. The first 100 was obviously the quickest. That came in just 132 balls. But the fourth has come in 198, which compares to the third, which took 215. And the second was the slowest when they lost a few wickets at that time, took 247. So that's been a little bit of acceleration. Jordan Clark played very positively. Ben Foakes, who's been well measured throughout, but he's begun to open up a little bit as well. And James Taylor playing his part. So they'll be looking to add as many more as they can. Yeah, read 102 balls for the 850.
Yeah, Ben Foakes on 122 not out. It's his first century since he hit 139 at Bristol in the first championship game of last season, which Mark referred to as well. So it's been a year, but maybe he'll have his eye on 139. Can he top his score from last season? I think at the moment it's just about piling on the runs, isn't it, Clive?
Yeah, but I want to start scoring, keep the scoreboard moving. There's not much point in them scratching around now as Taylor comes down the pitch and has a go at Danny Briggs, but doesn't get him away. Dom Sibley is able to make the stop. Briggs, left arm round the wicket. That's a forward defensive onto the onside. There is no run. All about Warwickshire's batting now. First innings actually last season, they often struggle. That lack of batting points almost cost them last season. That one almost gets through. It's just patted away. Goes back to Danny Briggs. There's no run. 404 for 8.
It's getting a little bit gloomy, Clive.
It is, yeah. And there is some blue sky overhead, but if the sun doesn't poke through there before too long, light might become an issue. They haven't switched the floodlights on yet, but they may decide it's a bit late in the day to do that. That's hit in the air, a sweep shot, but it's a very good one from Taylor, and it's gone through mid-wicket for 4. More damaging runs. This is a very damaging 9th wicket stand between James Taylor.
James Taylor's definitely taking the opportunities where he can. He's definitely not just keeping one end warm. He's taking the chances. Yeah, 23 not out now. This is going to hurt Warwickshire.
Briggs bowls that short, and Taylor's pulled that onto the leg side for 4 more. Briggs, maybe he's trying to tempt him, but it's not quite working. 2 good shots from Taylor's onto 27, 414 for 8.
Briggs has been remarkably economical during the 37 and now nearly 38 overs, but a couple of boundaries there.
He's in again. That's a forward defensive for no run. The end of the over. Good over from Surrey's point of view. 414 for 8. 134 overs bowled. 16 left in the day. Bonus points long since gone. Of course, Warwickshire got 2 bowling points. Surrey got 3 batting points. And we're going to see bowl here. Craig Miles is handling that. No, I think Hallandorp is going to continue.
There's definitely quite a few meetings going on out there between the batsmen, between the fielders. Well, the 12th man coming on as well with a drink. He's still got his woolly hat on. Definitely a chilly day, and lo and behold, Clive, do I see the sun peeking out? I'll whisper it just for now. But those piles of sawdust just haven't been required so far today. I've been keeping an eye on them. First of all, they haven't blown away like they did yesterday. Do you remember yesterday the groundsman put them down and they sort of pretty much fluttered away in the gales? Today they're standing still, but we shall see. The groundsman on our left-hand side, they are grouping, getting interested. Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end to Ben Foakes, who just pushes it into the onside. Plenty of room there to take a single. Just the single, nicely fielded. A tumble in the outfield, but just a single there. 415 for 8. Ben Foakes up to 123 not out.
Oh, Warwickshire, for the first time on now, really trying to keep Ben Foakes off the strike. They gave him, well, they offered him that single, which he's taken. Even though Taylor's been there for 67 balls now, he's on 27.
Yeah, acres of room for Foakes.
I'm going to do a quick update on BBC WM. Well, Warwickshire have been frustrated by a 9th wicket partnership here, which includes Ben Foakes, who's now on 123. Terrific innings from him, but he's getting great support from James Taylor, and another single there takes him to 416 for 8, which means they've now added 66 for the 9th wicket, and Warwickshire plugged away. For the most part, they've maintained control, but Surrey have been heading for a decent total throughout, and now it's just a question of when Warwickshire get to bat and what they'll be facing. Surrey 416 for 8 in the 135th over.
Yeah, a lot of delivery from Hannah Dolby. James Taylor sort of bobbed it down pretty much on the crease. And a nice shout there from Ben Foakes to take the run. You know, it's his decision to run into the danger end, and he took it. So Ben Foakes on strike, 123 not out, 416 for 8 at Surrey. Hannah Dolby for Warwickshire from the Birmingham end to Ben Foakes. Oh, that was short and nicely sort of pulled into the onside. Fielder came in pretty swiftly. Didn't quite get over that one.
Well, I think he was trying to, because he was conscious there were men on the boundary for that shot, so we didn't want to get through it too much for fear of holding out to that long boundary on that side. It's a slightly lopsided boundary with the pitch a little bit away to our right.
James Taylor back on strike on 28 very useful runs for Surrey, 417 for 8. Just over 15 overs remaining for the day. Light looks okay for now. Not a sniff of rain so far. So let's keep playing. And of course we lost a number of overs yesterday. There's a bit of a chat going on between the bowler and mid-on, but Hannah Dolby now comes running in to James Taylor, who defends once again. Oh, was there?
Did he touch that?
Yeah, did Hannah Dolby in his follow-through touch the ball?
Well, he mustn't have done, because I'm pretty sure Foakes was out of his ground. He looked at it from here, but he did ask the question, Hannah Dolby, but I'm not sure he got a touch onto it. That would have been an unfortunate way for Ben Stokes to end his innings.
It's always an awful way to get out, but even worse, I suppose, if you were on 124. Yeah, I don't want to reminisce about a diamond duck that I once had, but there we go, that's another thing entirely. Hannah Dolby to James Taylor, who drives forcibly to mid-on region. A bit too fast there to take a single, and there is no addition to the score.
Oh, come on then, tell us about your diamond duck then.
Oh, so just I'm sure you all know what a diamond duck is, but yeah, getting out without facing a delivery is ridiculous. Yes, I was yeah, many years ago. Of course, the call was to come through for a single, and the fielder through to the other end where I was running towards, and it was definitely out, and it's a rather embarrassing trudge back to the hutch. Anyway, Hannah Dolby to James Taylor once again, who, oh goodness me, what was that? It was a short delivery, but then pulled into the onside for a quick single. It wasn't, I would say, a stroke out of the textbook, but a single nonetheless. But yeah, diamond duck, I'm afraid to admit, is on my CV, quick-sing CV.
Yeah, I mean, they're not rising to temptation here. Warwickshire are offering the chance to go for a big pulled shot and try and clear the boundary, and they're just settling for patting it down and getting through for singles. 418 for 8, and we've got 15 overs left in the day.
Is there a suggestion here that Warwickshire should put a little bit more pressure on James Taylor? Granted, on 29 not out, but the fielding positions for James Taylor and Ben Foakes are not dissimilar in nature.
I think they're on the defensive now, Warwickshire, in truth. They probably sense that Surrey want to get a move on now in the position they're in. Surrey want to get bowling at Warwickshire and want to get as many runs as they can quickly. So maybe they're working on the theory that either batter might hole out going for a big shot. But yeah, it is a defensive mode now from Warwickshire as That's played. Danny Briggs bowls. That's played to back a square leg by Taylor and moves on to 30 for 19 for 8. As I said before, Warwickshire now I think will already be thinking, well, a high scoring draw against Surrey would not be a bad start to the season, so let's try and get that, and I guess they want to give themselves as little time to have to bat to achieve that as they can. Briggs comes into bowl. Foakes comes down the pitch, whips it away along the ground to long on. He'll get another single, and he's on to 125. Terrific innings from Ben Foakes. In comes Briggs round the wicket to Taylor. Floats it up. Taylor has swept it away onto the onside for another single into the deep. But it is a well spread out field now. No one in catching positions. Well, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players on the boundary. Well, 5. Tom Sibley's pretty close to it. It's just about 3/4 of the way back as Taylor Foakes comes down the pitch, trying to hit that over the top. Ended up having to stretch for it. Got just a bit of bat on it and played it back to the bowler for no run.
Plenty of singles available pretty much in all corners.
Briggs bowls, and that's lofted onto the onside, but that's going to go all the way, I think, for 6. Ben Foakes scores a 6. There's quite a short boundary on that side, so he accepted the challenge on that occasion and claimed what I think, and I'm going to check it in a moment, but I think that's the 3rd 6 of the Surrey innings. He hit a couple early on during that partnership between Ryan Patel and Rory Burns. Ryan Patel hit 2, and James Taylor's got 1 as well, so that's actually the 4th 6 of the Surrey innings. And that next one is nudged to a long on for a single by Taylor, who moves on to 32. 428 for 8. And are they coming off? It looks like to me they're declaring here. Surrey, they have decided to come off. They will have 12 overs to bowl at Warwickshire. Ben Foakes 132 not out, James Taylor 31 not out, and Surrey have declared on 428 for 8 after 136 overs. Fortunately, Ben Foakes, being a wicketkeeper, can't really hang around and take the applause because he's got to race in and get himself ready to keep wicket in 10 minutes' time, which is a shame because he deserved a good guard of honour there. But there we are. That's quite an enterprising declaration from Surrey. They probably have to bowl Warwickshire out twice. I suppose if they have a big first innings lead, they might have a chance of trying to score quickly and give themselves a bit of time to bowl at the end. But yeah, there we are.
Wonderful innings from Ben Foakes, 132 not out, and that'll give him a huge amount of confidence for the season. I think Surrey will be chomping at the bit to get back out there again, and this time with the ball.
Mark will join in a mode. Just quickly go through the wickets have fallen today. I mean, yesterday, quickly, Rory Burns 41, Ryan Patel 75, Hamish Amla 2, 168 for 3 today. Ollie Pope bowled by Ollie Dolby for 58 after a stand of 65 for the 4th wicket. Good positive innings from Ollie Pope. Jamie Smith was caught behind off Danny Briggs by Michael Burgess for 10. That was 216 for 5. Will Jacks was LBW to Ollie Dolby for 19. 255 for 6. Then a stand of 96 before Jordan Clark was caught by Dan Mosley miscuing a shot off Rob Yates. Occasional wicket for him. And finally Kemar Roach brilliantly caught at short leg by Sam Hain off Danny Briggs. At that point, Warwickshire would have had ambitions of keeping Surrey significantly below 350, but with James Taylor making 31 not out and Ben Foakes 132 not out off 263 balls, 18 falls and a 6. Saw them to 428 for 8, and the bowling figures quickly: 30 overs, 11 maidens, 4 for 78 for Ollie Dolby, top wicket taker. Craig Miles bowled 25 overs for 105. Henry Brooks 28 overs for 94, and Will Rhodes 9 overs for 46, all those wicketless. Danny Briggs 39 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 84, and Rob Yates 5 overs One maiden, one for 15. Warwickshire want a little pat on the back. It's the extras, only 6 leg byes conceded in extras. So Mark Church will come and join you now. So I always switch off before I say your name. So I'll join you now, Rita. Now switch off.
Thank you very much, Clive. Yes, a declaration there. It looks as though the ground staff knew something about it. They were grouping on near the family stand for quite a while. Wasn't anything to do with the rain. It was to do with getting the wicket prepared for, well, the declaration. So I wouldn't say it's a complete surprise for the declaration, but it feels like the right one in terms of really trying to, well, I guess if you're a Surrey player, you want to get a couple of wickets or a wicket this side of the end of the day. I'm joined by Mark Church. Hello, Mark. You must be pleased with seeing such a beautiful innings from Ben Foakes.
Oh, I thought he played really nicely. I sort of got a bit of a clue about the declaration when I couldn't quite see who it was, just ran out with a pair of gloves for James Taylor, who hadn't actually even asked for a pair of gloves. So there was obviously a message sent out. We want 12 overs tonight. So I think a very good declaration, actually, because this is not going to be a straightforward 12 overs for Warwickshire. And we always said that Surrey would want 400. Well, 428 for 8. And James Taylor there, his highest first-class score as well. He played very nicely for those 31 runs, so that'll do him good. But yeah, very nice innings from Ben Foakes. 132 off 263 deliveries. So Reece Topley's already out there having a bit of a bowl. Kemar Roach has been throwing a medicine ball around down below us. Hashim Amla looks absolutely frozen, but as always, it's this time of the year that Hashim Amla will have a beanie hat and then his white floppy sun hat on top of the beanie hat, and about 84 jumpers as well.
I don't blame him.
No, not at all. And yeah, Kemar Roach is down there, and there's a little bit of slip fielding practice for Ollie Pope and Will Jacks with Jim Troughton down in front of us as well. So yeah, Surrey will be happy to have won the toss, batted first, and put 428 for 8 on the board. And as I say, it's 12 overs tonight, which, you know, you're going to ease your way into it if you're Kemar Roach and Reece Topley, but also really only one side's got anything to gain in these 12 overs tonight, and that's really the side that has the runs on the board. So if they could nick out a couple this evening from a Surrey perspective, then with the whole day to go tomorrow and Sunday, they'd be very pleased. But you know, it's a good challenge this for the Warwickshire opening pair, and I'm looking forward to watching Dom Sibley have a bat here as well. You know, didn't go away with the England Lions, his choice, just to work on his batting in this country during the winter. So it'd be very interesting. Watch a few clips of him in pre-season games. Looked in very good nick. So be a good challenge for him, this.
He's a good character, isn't he? And he's always exciting to watch. There's always something going on, and I must admit, I'm enjoying as well the slip cord and practice going on here. You're thinking, well, why would I enjoy that? You get a feel for the Surrey team, actually, how keen they are to get up there. Clearly they got the tails up with 428 on the board. Why wouldn't you? And of course a declaration as well to boot. You know, they're chomping at the bit to get out there. First game of the season against the defending champions. Yeah, I think they seem really up for it. And we did get a glimpse of sunshine there, Mark. It's gone away. Oh well, doesn't matter.
Well, I think they want the floodlights on as well. I think that's the signal there from umpire O'Shaughnessy, just sort of a circular motion above his head. So I think they want the floodlights on, because it's a little bit gloomy out there at the moment. But Surrey players down in a bit of a huddle trying to keep warm down below us as much as anything. Azza Mahmood is making his way off in his bobble hat with his stumps, having just run Reece Topley through a bit of practice. So we're all ready to go. Surrey declaring at 428 for 8. 12 overs left today. 12 overs remain in the day's play. The rollers out there at the moment, still going up and down the pitch. And then Rory Burns will lead Surrey out into the middle. Ben Foakes had a quick turnaround, and Ben Foakes with the gloves on. He's making his way out there as well with the Surrey side. And Rita Green alongside here on BBC WM, BBC CWR and BBC Radio London. Just waiting the arrival of the Warwickshire opening pair. It looks as if it will be Kemar Roach to get us started down there from the Birmingham end, and here comes Sibley and Yates to open up for the first time this summer for Warwickshire. So Yates, good summer last summer of course. Dom Sibley, just be fascinating to watch the way he goes here against his former county of course. And Kemar Roach is marking out his run. Looks like Yates will be the man on strike, the left-hander, because that's the way that Surrey have set themselves up. Just having a little check of that slip cordon as well for Surrey. Captain Rory Burns is stood in there at first slip, Ollie Pope at second, Will Jacks at third, Jamie Smith is in the gully, Ryan Patel clapping away there at cover point, Jordan Clark at mid-off, Ashley Mambler looks absolutely frozen up there at mid-on, Reece Topley's in at mid-wicket, and then James Taylor is down at long leg. So we're all set, and Yates the left-hander on strike. Kemar Roach getting ready to bowl his first delivery of the summer for Surrey. Kemar Roach round the wicket, right arm round, straight on a length to Yates, who's forward solidly, pushing this one up towards Hashim Amla. And Warwickshire are underway.
That'll warm him up a bit, Hashim Amla.
Yes, even this time of the year, it's very chilly for Hashim Amla stood up there at mid-on. As I say, I'm absolutely convinced there'll be a beanie hat on, a woolly hat on under that white sun hat. Yates last year, 793 championship runs, 400s, average of 37.76. As Roach is into him, he's turning this one into the leg side. There is Reece Topley to do the fielding, and Dom Sibley, 470 runs for Warwickshire. Of course, was away with England for quite a bit of this, or last summer, 36.15 the average last summer for Dom Sibley. And Kemar Roach, he only played the 5 games for Surrey, but 22 wickets, best of 8 for 40 against Hampshire, and really did make an impact. As round the wicket he comes once again, and Yates is forward, getting him to play straight away here. Kemar Roach, 3 balls, had to play all 3, he hasn't had anything to let go yet.
Slip cordon like that one. There's nothing in it, but you know, even the movement and the encouragement to the bowler, yeah, they're up for these last few overs of the day.
Breeze has picked up a touch, hasn't it? Now, see the Warwickshire flag fluttering away there in the distance. Kemar Roach round the wicket he comes once again to Yates. He's letting this one go outside his off stump. Floodlights are on. Ryan Patel just getting a bit of catching practice out there at cover point. You can hear that wind now rattling on the effects mic.
Yeah, on cue there. Well done, Mark. And the floodlights are on as well. These 5 magnificent, huge masts booming out light that maybe needed here.
Do you know what I mean about the dentist mirror? As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. Oh, to Yates. Now he's looked to work leg side, leading edge. Brilliant stop in there at third slip from Will Jacks. It wasn't a chance, but that's just bounced in front of him to his left. But just got a little bit of shape on that to Kemar Roach, and Yates was looking to work that through the leg side. That flew off the edge. Fine stop in there from Will Jacks at third slip. Way to his left-hand side. Keeps Yates on strike, yet to get off the mark as Roach turns once more. Round the wicket he comes to Yates, and Yates whips this one into the leg side, straight at Topley. Topley will possibly keep the ball here because he'll be opening it up from the pavilion end with his left arm seaman swing. And a maiden over first up from Kemar Roach. And Warwickshire, in reply to that, Surrey 428 for 8. 1 over gone, 11 left, and yet to get started in terms of runs.
If you just joined us here at Edgbaston, well, let me tell you that it's been quite a game so far. It was interrupted with rain yesterday, but a full day's play today, please say. Just a few moments ago, Surrey declared on 428 for 8. So the tricky last few overs of the day for the Warwickshire openers to face. Sibley's now on strike. Yates at the other end, and yeah, Reece Topley to bowl the second ball of the innings. Yeah, always enjoy watching a number of players, including Dom Sibley. Oh, and he's just waving those to people behind the bowler's arm of, please move. Reece Topley in to Dom Sibley from the pavilion end. Oh, who
Bowled him.
bowled him? First ball to Dom Sibley. It was a big, thick inside edge, I'd suggest. And the Surrey fielders are absolutely jubilant. So Dom Sibley hasn't troubled the scorers at all, and out for a duck.
Wow.
Not the start that Warwickshire were wanting, to say the least.
Well, it's his first ball. It's going across him on a goodish length. He's looked for a big drive through extra cover, thick inside edge, straight back onto his leg stump. So it's the perfect start for Reece Topley. And Dom Sibley trudges back down below us. But yeah, first ball, left arm over, outside that off stump. Looking to drive through the offside. Dom Sibley, thick edge, straight back onto his stumps. And well, it's the perfect start for Reece Topley, perfect start for Surrey as well. Sibley gone first ball, and Warwickshire 0 for 1, and here comes the captain, Will Rhodes.
We're looking for a captain's innings here, Will Rhodes. Dom Sibley back in the hutch already, first ball duck. Yeah, no runs for 1 wicket. This is going to be a very, very tricky end to the day. Just over 10 overs remaining. Reece Topley with a wicket in his first ball of the season. He can't get much better than that. And he didn't have to bat either, so he's fresh as anything here.
Yeah, and well, Sibley will be sick to the stomach there, back in the dressing room now. As I say, sort of length delivery outside the off stump, going across him, looking for the big drive through the offside, and thick inside edge straight back onto his stumps, and Topley sort of set off down towards long leg, with his teammates chasing him to say well done.
It was one of those celebrations. Yeah, Reece Topley in once again, this time to Rhodes. Leaves that one to the wicket keeper.
And the thing here as well, it gives the bowling side such a lift. You know, they were fired up anyway. They've gone up an octave now. Topley's probably gone up a couple of miles an hour straight away after that first ball. So this will be a tough period for Warwickshire now. As we said, sort of 12 overs in the day. There's only one side really that can take anything from this in 12 overs.
Will Rhodes on strike to Topley, 3 slips and a gully in bowls, and pushed into the onside, and no run. Still no score for Warwickshire so far, and 1 wicket down. Not the start that they need, but this is time to consolidate, just try and get through the day and then start again tomorrow. That will be the idea, and that's what they'll be saying. Really attacking field in the main for Will Rhodes, the left-hander. Reece Topley in once again to Will Rhodes, who just lets that one go by to Ben Foakes, who I'm sure will be pretty fatigued, but you know, after you hit a century, you've got the adrenaline still pumping, isn't it? You still feel super confident about everything.
Just looking at Will Rhodes last summer, 633 championship runs, average of 26.37, 550s on the skipper last summer.
Reece Topley 6'7" down from the pavilion end to Will Rhodes, who lets that one go by, but that only just missed the bails by an absolute whisker. Absolutely, that was what?
That is a good leave. That really
good leave? Yeah, of course it was. Yeah,
They always say it, don't they?
Yeah,
There's
they do.
2 types of leave, but that one did snake back from Reece Topley, and of course on that angle, coming left arm over to the left-hander, he's naturally just bringing that ball back in. So that's a very good leave from Will Rhodes.
Topley steaming in once again to Rhodes, up to the wicket now, and bowls to Rhodes, who again lets that one go by. The score at the end of the over is no runs for 1 wicket. Yates yet to get off the mark. And of course Rhodes as well. Yeah, there's nothing to report in terms of the runs. Yeah, all to do for Warwickshire.
Thank you, Rita. Clive Eakins coming back in. He's got to do his 6 o'clock update now. I got it wrong last time. At 5 o'clock I said it was the 4 o'clock, but this is definitely the 6 o'clock. But yeah, good first over that from Rhys Topley, wicket maiden. And the final delivery of that over, and say on the angle to Rhodes, he's going to bring that ball back into the left-hander, but then he went the other way. It's well played by Will Rhodes. Now they've got a short mid-wicket catching for Yates now, as Roach round the wicket from the city end, and first runs for Yates, and they're very nice runs, and for Warwickshire, straight back down the ground, and they'll pick up 3, I think. And Warwickshire up and running, Yates up and running, and Warwickshire 3 for 1. Welcome back, Mr. Eakin.
Yeah, you have to feel for Dom Sibley, don't you? It's that's going to be talked about a lot. People are focusing on his innings. To get out first ball, and a little unlucky in as far as probably 7 times out of 10 those sort of inside edges miss the stumps.
Yeah, I think the other thing there is, you know, people bang on and on about Dom Sibley's game. Has he got an offside game? Well, now he has got an offside game, but there, you know, his first ball is trying to push it away through the offside, and it happens, unfortunately. You know, your feet aren't quite going, and you've gone out there for 12 overs, and it's the law of the sod that it comes in off your inside edge and hits the stumps as Roach round the wicket to Rhodes, and Rhodes is just pulling the bat inside the line, and that's taken by Ben Foakes.
Tricky one for Warwickshire now.
Yeah, as we were sort of saying, the 12 overs, I think it's a good declaration. 12 overs for any side with the ball. The only side that can gain anything here is the bowling side this evening.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they might maybe go 8 overs ago. They're possibly factored in, well, we might lose a few overs at the end, so it might end up being 8 overs anyway.
Roach is in, and off the mark is Rhodes in nice fashion, just tucks this off his toes. That'll race off to the Holly stand for our first boundary. Rhodes off the mark with a boundary, and Warwickshire move on to 7 for 1. Nicely played by Will Rhodes. It's a nice little roll of the wrist on the angle, coming round the wicket is Kemar Roach, and that whistled off to that square leg mid-wicket boundary rope for 4 runs. Rhodes settles again over his bat once more as Kemar Roach comes round the wicket to him, and Rhodes is forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Floodlights still on here, bit gloomy now. Floodlights have been on, but umpire O'Shaughnessy sort of walked out there making the signal of rev up the floodlights. So they've been on for the entirety of this Warwickshire 2.4 overs so far. 7 for 1 they are if you're just joining us. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach once again, and Rhodes is letting this one go. Outside is off stump. I'll let you take over here, Mr. Aiken.
Yes, well, might be the most cheery report we've ever done for Now this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are up against it against Surrey, and desperate disappointment for Dom Sibley, hoping to make an impression as he looks to get back onto the international stage. He's been dismissed first ball, dragging a Rhys Topley delivery off the inside edge onto his stumps in the first ball of the second over of the innings. Warwickshire are in because Surrey declared on 428 for 8 to give themselves 14 overs to bowl Warwickshire. Ben Foakes batting brilliantly in the Surrey innings for 132 not out. Rob Yates on 3, Will Rhodes on 4, Warwickshire in some trouble at 7 for 1.
Just looking at Rhys Topley last summer with the ball as well. Played 7 championship games. Sort of he had that back from. It's brilliant that he's back. But with the red ball, 21 wickets last summer. It's very handy with the red ball, is Rhys Topley.
It's good to see him. After all the injury problems he's had, and he bowls out and that goes past the outside edge. He is bowling very well here, and that goes past Yates's outside edge. Don't know whether Don is here or whether he's listening or whatever, but if you are listening, Don, your boy's doing good.
Well, he bowled well last summer with the red ball. In the opening game at Bristol he played and picked up wickets.
So in he comes to bowl, and that's driven onto the offside for no run. Well, Warwickshire to get to the close now. So the follow-on target, of course, becomes pertinent. Not quite the case that Surrey have to get a follow-on to win the match, but time is an issue. Topley comes in to bowl, and that's just off his toes by Yates. It's a decent shot for a single. I mean, if they ended up with a lead of 150 odd, they might just have time to try and get Warwickshire in for a session and a half, maybe two sessions on the final day. But you'd think their best chance is to try and bowl Warwickshire out for less than 228.
Yeah, I think sort of you look at tonight, don't you, and you just think if you could pick up a couple. You've got one off the first ball for Dom Sibley. That's a big tick in the box from a Surrey point of view. Just another one tonight, they'd be very happy.
Get a night watchman in as well, would be good from their point of view. Let's turn around to mid-wicket, there's no run. I'm just trying to, actually I should, these are the sort of things I should check. We did go to 200 for the follow-on, didn't we? And I think we're still there, aren't we?
It
used to be 150, of course. But I think when they introduced the bowl with this trophy, one of the changes they made was to bring it in line with Test cricket and make it 200. And I think, I stand to be corrected, but I think it still is.
I have to say that's the most optimistic warm-up I've seen so far. Jamie Smith in the gully.
Reece Topley, number 24 in his back, he bowls up, bangs it in short. It's a little wide and Rhodes is able to leave it. No run.
I think this will be one of those where you just try and keep it as tight as you can if you're Surrey. We saw the way that sort of Hannon Dalby went about it this morning. I think it's just don't give the batsman anything, just keep plugging away.
Yeah. I've got plenty of runs to play with. Topley bowls, it's left by Rhodes. Who's another getting nipped back. Wicketkeeper's taking them down the leg side after the batter's leaving it outside off stump. So he's getting to nip back. Whether they're nipping back a little bit after they've gone past the batter or not, I'm not too sure. But another over ticked off from Warwick. Not they really ticked off because they've lost a wicket. But 8 for 1 off 4. There's 8 more overs left. I'll be desperate to limit the damage to 1. But Dom Sibley just tuning in. The contrasting fortunes of would-be England players. Whereas Ben Foakes batted brilliantly for 132 not out. Dom Sibley out first ball.
Yeah, and it happens as here comes Kemar Roach and forward goes Yates, and this one's pushed out towards cover point and there's no run. Dom Sibley will be fine. It just happens. You know, his good mate stood there at first slip. Of course, was bowled round his legs first ball of the Ashes series, and everyone went on and on about that. So, but Dom Sibley has got plenty of time. Look, situation out you go. Trying to get those feet moving. Ball's there outside the off stump. Just got it wrong, and it happens unfortunately. As round the wicket once again goes Roach, and Yates has had a push at this one outside his off stump. Bit of a naughty shot that from Yates, and taken by Ben Foakes away to his right hand side. But as I say, Dom Sibley will be absolutely fine and score lots and lots of runs and have every chance of playing for his country again. I've absolutely no doubt whatsoever. But the thing is, at this time of the year, you know, headline writers are looking for their headlines.
Exactly.
As waits again as Yates, as round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to him, and Yates could leave that. Coming back a touch from Kemar. It's just working here as Yates. He sort of did for Alex Lees, didn't he, in the first couple of innings for Lees in Test match cricket. Just left-hander, of course. Just getting that ball on that sort of angle, and then straightening and hitting the front pad. So that's what he's working on here to Yates. 8 for 1 Warwickshire. Kemar Roach in his short sleeve sweater. Around the wicket he comes once again. Yates, well played, gets solidly forward here. Pushes that one up towards Jordan Clark. Stood up there. Mid-off bowling options for Rory Burns, Jordan Clark, James Taylor. And if he wants some spin, that'll be Will Jacks. Obviously Ryan Patel can bowl a little bit of medium pace as well if needs be, but sort of his spinning option in this game is Will Jacks. The off spinner stood in there at third slip. He does give it a genuine rip as well. Does Will Jacks as Roach in once more to Yates. Short ball pulled off the front foot by Yates. That's put away through that short mid-wicket area. Whistles off to the hollow stand, and Yates moves on to 8, and Warwickshire move on to 12 for 1.
He's an exciting young player, Rob Yates. He has tended to be, there's probably something they've worked on it with him a bit, but he has tended to be a bit of an all or nothing player. So you get him out, you can get him out early, but if you don't get him out early, you can be in trouble.
Yeah, I'm looking 400s last time. Around the wicket again comes Roach, and it's just bouncing in front the outside edge of Rory Burns at first slip. Ben Foakes wouldn't have got across to that anyway, and that has just bounced in front of Rory Burns at first slip. So finds the edge, but it down, and just bouncing in front of Rory Burns at first slip. Just looking at that, 400s and a couple of 50s. Yeah. So if he gets to 50, he tends to go on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he hasn't actually done much. It's go on much from 100.
Right.
And that's the sort of thing that, you know, it's been a bit picky, isn't it? But I'd like to see him score some really big hundreds. But yeah, he's a very talented young player, and he's one they've got very high hopes for, and he's one that'll be on the England radar at some point.
Absolutely.
Reece Stopley comes in bowl to Rose with 3 slips and a gully in place. Well, Rose has driven that. It's not come out the bat the way intended off an inside edge. It's squirted out to the onside for no run.
It's almost as if he lost the grip of the bat there for a second. All right.
Topley bowling in the end that Warwickshire bowled a lot of spin from. Craig Miles and Henry Brooks had spells on the first day from this pavilion end. I thought it was predominantly Danny Briggs bowling from here. Left arm over, and that's turned round to mid-wicket by Rose. He doesn't beat the fielder, and so there's no run. 12 for 1.
Just looking at the sort of runs from Warwickshire in the Championship last season. Yates 793, Milan 339, but obviously not here now. Sydney 470, but was away with England for a bit of that. Hayne 826.
Yeah.
Lamb 565, Burgess 607, Rhodes 633. So everybody was making contributions.
Topley comes into bowl, and that's flicked away to back of, well, to fine leg for a single. The problem they had last season, during the group stage, and the one that potentially could have cost them, was that they didn't pick up many batting points because they tended to be out cheaply in the first innings and then bat big in the second. So they did struggle for batting points last season.
It's interesting, I was just looking at that. So Yates 400s, Milan 1, Hayne 1, Benjamin 1, and Burgess 1.
That one is pushed out, just a scrambling stop at gully. There's no run.
So that'll be, I'm sure, something that's been discussed. But the 50s one, there's an awful lot of 50s in there. 6 for Hayne, 5 for Danny Briggs as well in there, but 5 for Will Rhodes. So yeah, that'll be one of the discussions, I'm sure.
But a curiosity, as this next one is pushed out into the ground, there's no run for a team that actually won the county championship. They never actually got beyond 400, which is certainly was in contrast with last time they won the county championship, where they usually got about 800 for 3 or something in the first innings. But so that was a strange one. 13 for 1 now. Boy, they'll be happy if they can get 400 from here. Topley comes into bowl to Yates, and clips that nicely round his pads, and Kemar Roach just to run a fair way round. They'll get 2, and Yates is on to double figures. He's on to 10, Rose on 5, and Warwickshire, after losing Their first wicket with the first ball, the second over without scoring. Have put on 15 runs for 1 wicket, and they are halfway through this little session that they're having to play. Let's just quickly go through elsewhere. I don't know if you've done this lately, Mark, but Hampshire building they've got a big first innings lead. Somerset are batting again. They are 10 without loss, Somerset, but they need 238 more just to avoid an innings defeat. Northants have crept ahead of Gloucestershire. Northampton 276 for 8, lead by 53. And Kent 92 for 1, replying to the biggest total so far this season. Essex is 514.
Here is Kemar Roach coming round the wicket to Rhodes, who's working this on the angle off his hip. Out towards deep backward square. Reece Topley comes round from in front of the Holly stand. Rhodes will move on to 6. Warwickshire move on to 16 for 1.
Of note, by the way, that Essex innings was 3 century makers in the air. Matt Critchley was their top scorer. He got 132 after the 2 openers got centuries on the first day. Where else did I get to? So in the second division, Durham 5, well, they have hardly played there at Cardiff, got very little play today. Durham 5, that loss, replying to Glamorgan's 234. It's also over for the day at Leicester.
Roach round the wicket he comes, and Yates pushes a little away from his body out into the offside. Yeah, Hale again, I think. God,
dear me. Worcestershire going well there against Leicestershire. They made 348, Leicestershire 42 for 3, and Derbyshire 162 for 4. Middlesex 401, Nottinghamshire 214 for 5, applying to Sussex 375. They're over for the day there as well.
Yates waits with that bat raised, just round the wicket goes Roach to him, looking to work leg side, just hops a touch on Yates. That one hits the thigh guard, rolls away. It's just got, it does feel like, I think we'll get away with this.
I was just saying, Warwickshire will be hoping it just gets a little bit darker,
yeah,
they can get off.
Over sort of the city centre and away to our right, it looks like it's raining at the moment. I would have thought it's a little bit wet over there.
Yeah, it's getting quite darkish as well.
You might need your umbrella over there, I think. As Roach round the wicket he comes once more to Yates. Yates forward, pushing away into the offside. Up comes Jordan Clark to do the
Of course, Muggins here has actually come by train today, so I've got a walk or possibly even a cycle ride to the station.
Well, after your performance in the car park last night, yeah, knowing the lay of the land, just nipping in ahead to, with a smile on your face as well.
I thought you'd be jogging back to the hotel anyway, wouldn't you?
No, I haven't got the right shoes on. Round the wicket comes Roach once more, and Yates again gets a short length delivery, just tucks this into the leg side, and that rolls in towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. But yes, it's suddenly got quite gloomy. We've done well today, though. We really have. Not lost anything yet to the weather. I've given up looking at forecasts. I'll
try and avoid them
and sort of pull back the curtains and see what the state of play is in the morning, rather than worrying about it tonight. As Roach is in once more, and Yates forward he comes. Good solid defensive shot there as Roach continues to probe away on or about that off stump end of the over. 20 past 6 we're approaching. 5 overs left in the day. Surrey declaring at 428 for 8, with Ben Foakes 132 not out. And Dorby with 4 wickets. And then Dom Sibley out first ball, bowled off the inside edge by Reece Topley. Yates has 10, Rhodes has 6, and Warwickshire 16 for 1.
Yeah, well, these two at the moment batting quite well, but the bowling is threatening. Will Rhodes on strike, 4 slips, really 3 slips, a little bit of a gap to what you might call a gully. And Topley starts running in and then changes his mind. Happy with a run up.
I think even with the floodlights on, Clive,
yeah,
the umbrellas going to get twitchy in a minute, because I think it's over. The artificial light is taking over the natural light, because you can see the player's shadows now.
And you've got 2 quick bowlers on as well, it doesn't help. As Topley comes in to bowl, and that is left slightly belatedly by Rose, but he did lift his bat out of the way at the last moment.
tell you what, if that was the case, and they did get a bit twitchy, Will Jacks could always come on and bowl an over or two off spin. With two left-handers, it might not be, you know, it wouldn't have been exactly where Rory Burns would have gone to, but he's got that option to keep them out there if he wants to, Rory Burns.
In comes Reece Topley. Oh, that's a Yorker length delivery. It's dug out by Rose. There's no run. I've told this story many times. It always does tickle me when Warwickshire in a situation when they were in the field, this sort of situation. And G-Tam Patel said to the umpire, "Don't worry, I'll bowl one end and I'll get Will Rose to bowl the other." Will wasn't very pleased with that. I thought that was a little bit.
Hang on, not that slow.
16 for 1. And potentially 28 more deliveries to go today. That's left by Rhodes. His bowl well, but he does need to make the batters play because they're under a bit of pressure, and Rose would be happy to leave them all evening if he can. Tall figure of Reece Topley. He quit red ball cricket for a while, didn't he, to try and get himself fit, concentrated on the white ball game.
Yeah. He's done remarkably well to get back from where he was with his back.
Left arm over, he comes in again, and that goes to the wicketkeeper. Too much was made of that at the time, I remember, because there was a particular reason. I know one or two players had done that. They've decided to quit red ball cricket, but this wasn't a case of I can't be bothered to play red ball. It was a case of, well, I've got to look after myself, and he concluded that for a short term that was the best way to do it.
I think, you know, he's a very good red ball bowler.
Oh, he comes in again. He's obviously not entirely happy with his run-up. I don't think we've seen a no ball in this match yet, have we?
No, I don't think we have.
Which is fairly remarkable.
And the thing is, if he can, Surrey keep an eye on him fitness-wise, and they do it very, very well. But, you know, every time he's played red ball, Surrey's picked wickets up. And it's left arm over, and it's a lovely option to have as well.
He's not entirely happy, is he? He starts coming in, then stops and starts going in, but he's coming in again. The bowl, and he pitches that one up, and Rose digs it out well. It's well stopped, good tumbling stop at mid-off.
Yeah, Jordan Clark.
Yeah. I'm afraid, sorry, don't help me very much, do they, wearing these sweaters without numbers on them?
Well,
I'll have to leave it to you.
Being the old traditionalist that I am, I still like a cable knit.
Yeah,
Ashley Mammoth's delighted with it, because it's you know, because the new ones, I'm never quite sure how warm they are, really. They're not as thick, are they, the old new jumpers? I rather like them because they've got the numbers on the back for identification and all that good stuff for the crowd, but I do like an old cable knit.
Topley into bowl, it's into the toes of Rose, who digs it out, and there's no run there. Here's another over seen off.
Yeah, Rory Burns is bringing Will Jacks into the attack. I think he's noticed that the umpires are getting a little bit twitchy about the light, so to keep us out there, we're going to get off spin in the shape of Will Jacks.
Oh, we're coming towards the end of the day, and this is Rita's not here tomorrow, so I just want to say, I thought I'd take the opportunity to say
it's been
thank you to Rita for the last 2 days.
But Rita
will be see
back.
You again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic.
We've got Grace Bollinger's joining us tomorrow.
That's right. Yep, lovely.
But thanks to Rita. And
yeah, but this will be interesting actually, because we've got two left-handers out there, and as I say, let's give it a rip, Will Jacks. Now this is because of the light, but actually new ball as well. It's only 8 overs old, so this will be, got to keep on your toes here if you Yates and Rhodes, I think.
Yeah,
because they won't have seen much of Will Jacks with the red ball. Here he is, Will Jacks, and this one's pushed away out into the offside, and there is no run. Yates, the man on straight, he's got a slip and a leg slip in there as round the wicket he comes, Will Jacks, and forward goes Yates, thickest inside edge.
Do you know what, it's brightening up a bit. They might be able to keep Reece Topley on from
be interesting to see,
the
won't it?
pavilion end.
But he genuinely gives it a rip. Wheeljacks. He's in once again, and this is pushed by Yates off the back foot. But the thing is, Warwickshire, you know, he picked up his maiden first-class wicket last summer. He's been sort of bowled a lot in T20 for Surrey, but with the red ball, they won't have seen a lot of him. Warwickshire, he's in again, and Yates, that's nicely played, just turned this into the leg side. Holds it pretty flat and quick. There's Wheeljacks, tall lad as well.
I'm not sure how much we've played Surrey in red ball cricket in recent years.
2019.
Yeah, is it?
2019 it was. On a spinning pitch here at Edgbaston. As forward goes Yates, because Batty took 8 and Jeetan Patel took 8. And Warwickshire won the game.
Yes, I think I remember that, yeah.
I think they took 20 wickets between those two. As round the wicket once again goes Jackson. Yates just waits for this, pops it off the back foot, and there is no run. End of the over. I'm just seeing who might be bowling from this pavilion end now, because with the light now, is Kemar, I think Kemar Roach, they're thinking about giving Kemar Roach a go from this pavilion end now. The light's improved. There's a chat here between Rory Burns and Kemar Roach, so that could have been just change ends, but I think it was more about, but the light has improved now.
It has. I suppose the danger is if it starts getting, because there are some black clouds overhead, so if it suddenly starts getting dark mid-over, we won't be able to...
yeah, we'll be off.
Yeah, but it's only 3 overs to go anyway, so worth a go. I wanted a decent one before the close, and they've got that, so anything else will be a bonus. And we are in Night Watchman territory now, the dreaded Night Watchman.
I get muddled up with Night Watchmen these days.
Yeah, I know. I've never been a great believer in them. But,
well, I don't look. But when it turns out that the Night Watchman, I've seen it happen. They've gone out there and haven't faced a ball, or they've faced one ball. Well, I sometimes I can't quite get my head around
I've
that.
twice seen Night Watchman run out going for a third run, which had me head scratching slightly.
That's very good. That's even better, isn't it?
Kemar Roach coming in to bowl to Will Rose, and is he caught down the leg side? He is! Just nudging it down the leg side, a diving catch by Ben Foakes, who's having a pretty decent match, and Will Rose has gone for 6, and a massive blow for Warwickshire. They are 16 for 2.
Catch that from Ben Foakes down the leg side, because it was dying on him, but it's come off the full face of the bat, and Will Rose trying to work that one down towards fine leg, and full face of the bat, and a diving take by Ben Foakes. So the change of ends has done it for Kemar Roach, and now problems for Warwickshire. Will it be the Night Watchman we were just discussing? Rhodes gone for 6 and 16 for 2.
The frustrating thing for Rhodes is I wouldn't be at all surprised if they come off any moment, because it has got pretty dark out there now. Obviously they can't change the bowler mid-over, so if the umpires decide it's too dark for a man of Kemar Roach's pace. Yeah, Danny Briggs will come on as Night Watchman.
Good player, Danny Briggs.
He is a good player,
come out as
yeah.
a Night Watchman.
Yeah.
I was looking at him.
Now that's, I think they're coming off, are they? Which is a bit unfortunate from... Oh, no, perhaps not. I thought they were for a minute. No, I was going to say, it'd be a bit unfortunate from Warwickshire's point of view if they brought the Night Watchman on. He stepped over the ropes and so was in, and then they decided, well, we're coming off. And what was the point of bringing him on? But no, he's going to have to face.
Yeah, just looking, Briggs last year, 411 runs, average of 27.43 50.
Yeah. He's not. He can bat. Yeah. But not the easiest from here. Quite dark, and he's potentially got 5 balls of Kemar Roach here to face. 4 slips in place.
This is the old. Sorry, where are you? so what's that? Sorry.
So, Roach is now coming right arm over the wicket to Danny Briggs, the right-hander, and in all honesty, well as he's bowled, that was a waste of a delivery, because I could have played that by just ignoring it. Well, not that I'd seen it,
no,
but
exactly, I was going to say, I wouldn't have seen that in perfect light, let alone this. Yeah, this is not straightforward for Warwickshire at the moment.
Well, what a day it's ended up being for Surrey, and what a start to the season it could be if they can beat the county champions. Obviously a long way to go. They've got 18 wickets to take and not an unlimited amount of time. Got a fielder moving into the shortish mid-on position now, and that one was closer to the stumps, but Buzz Briggs rather still happy to leave it. And there's no run.
Yeah, Kemar Roach, he's got all the skills. He's just getting closer and closer to that off stump, isn't he, at the moment for Danny Briggs. He's sort of either looking to knock that front pad off, or just get him nibbling at one outside that off. Something getting a leg slip in now as well.
Warwickshire without an overseas player in this game because they're signing Nathan McAndrew, who isn't available until the next match. Kemar Roach comes in, so he has a leg slip and 3 slips. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. I think Briggs probably did play at that, but he didn't make contact, thankfully, from his point of view.
Just getting closer and closer
here,
Kemar Roach. 2
balls left this over. I may or may not be doing an update now. It's a bit of a tease for me, this. I don't know whether they're going to come to me or not.
That's exciting.
So, I better be ready.
That always adds to the excitement, though, doesn't it, on an update?
Very upright sort of run up. Kemar Roach stands very sort of tall and elegant. That one's a little bit wide and it's left. Wearing a sweater even while bowling. Probably he's finding it quite nippy compared to what he's used to.
He's definitely made use of his woolly hat.
Last ball of the over, and then potentially 2 more left. Roach right arm over, and Briggs gets bat on that, plays it to mid-on. So he survived the over, hasn't been able to get to the other end to protect Rob Yates, which would be the ideal, I suppose. But 16 for 2 after 10 overs. You can carry on, and if you hear a bit of cricket, then if you hear them say cricket, then you'll know I'll be on.
I used to rather enjoy it when all I used to hear was Urch, and think church. Oh, they've just faded
yes,
out.
I just remembered to put you up. Yes, yes.
No, Briggs played that last ball really well because he got that one to tail back at him, looking to hit that front pad. Here's Will Jack from the City end, then to Yates, and Yates is forward and pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I'm still listening in. On to Steve Bruce and Albion at the moment. As round the wicket once again goes Jacks, and Yates covers up just in front of his stumps and pushes into the leg side. Directing traffic is Ben Foakes. He's had a good day.
Very good day.
Well, it's a good catch actually to get rid of Rhodes, because it was dying on him all the way, wasn't it?
Batted very well as well.
Yeah, proper responsible knock from Ben Foakes today.
I think Michael Burgess is going to need a double 100 if he's to
I think
rival Foakes.
Mr. Foakes deserves a go, doesn't he? Little run in the side now, but that's taking nothing away from Michael Burgess.
4 around the bat here.
Yep. So in comes Jacks. Yates is forward, thick edge down into the turf. Jamie Smith in there at short leg. It's Ollie Pope at silly point, Burns at slip, and Ryan Patel at leg slip. Jacks is in again to Yates. Quick delivery that. Yates pushes straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. So a couple of deliveries to go here. And then, we're going to get this final over. It's quite gloomy out there with the old floodlights on. It's still pretty gloomy.
Looks like I'm on. Well, Warwickshire in some trouble now as we come towards the end of the day. It's actually pretty dark. We might come off any moment, but the damage done. Warwickshire 16 for 2 after Surrey declared 428 for 8. Quite an enterprising declaration from Surrey. It gave them potentially 12 overs to bowl at Warwickshire, and they've used those well. Dom Sibley out to his first delivery, dragging one on from Reece Topley, and now Will Rose maybe a little unlucky in that he just followed one down the leg side from Kemar Roach, got a nick, and was the victim of a very good catch by Ben Foakes, who's had a terrific day, the England wicket-keeper, because he made 132 not out and thoroughly frustrated Warwickshire throughout the day with the bat. So Surrey very much on top. Warwickshire will be desperate to get back in the pavilion, and they've got a lot of work to do to save the game. They're 16 for 2. Thank you.
Very good, Mr. Egan, as always. To the point. I tried the other day to hit 30 seconds bang on. I thought I'd done a really good job. It was about 53. Here's Kemar Roach then. It's very dark out there. Coming into Briggs, it's a short ball. And Briggs, well, that's what the night watchman needs to do. He's not going to take the single. He's protecting Yates, because the number of times you've seen the night watchman bolt off for the single and leave the batter on strike. It does happen, and you think, how's that worked out?
Of course, what he's also doing is protecting Yates, and also, because this is the last over, he's effectively done his job, really. Yeah, well, because there's no one else that's going to have to come in.
Absolutely. 3 sips in there. There's Kemar Roach charging in once again to Danny Briggs, short one, and it hops at Danny Briggs, and Danny Briggs does well there, because he was almost like he was about to try and pull that, and then decided against that, and then just dropped it out into the offside. I think we'll get through this, but yeah, the floodlights are almost. We're almost playing day-night cricket now with the red ball. So they're taking the leg slip out and bringing in the silly point after the way he played that, and they're going to move the gully across into leg slip. So he's now got Jamie Smith sort of under his nose there at silly point, as Danny Briggs just waiting for Hashim Amla. You don't often see a backward point, as Kemar Roach is into Briggs, and Briggs lets this one go. That's well taken again by Ben Foakes, because he takes it on the half volley. Never straightforward, those. So yeah, Hashim Amla is in there at backward point. Nothing against Hashim Amla here, but I think Briggs, either side of Hashim Amla, it'll either go for 4, or Hashim will have to jog and get the ball before it gets the road, because they won't take runs. And he's in there with his floppy white sun hat on. Here's Hashim Amla as Kemar Roach is in again to Briggs, short one. Briggs just ducks underneath this. It's well played again by Danny Briggs. So 2 balls to go today. 16 for 2. The visitors will be happy with their efforts today, I think.
We'll be hoping the weather stays good for a couple more days, gives them plenty of time to try and turn this strong position into a win.
Rory Burns in there at first slip. I think he's wondering, should we have another change? Yep, it's gonna. Here we go. Gonna get another man in under the helmet like this from Rory Burns. He's taking his time here. There's 2 balls to go. He's keeping Briggs waiting. He's going to get a leg slip in. He's getting a silly point. So they've got silly point, short leg slip, 3 slips, and a short mid-wicket catching for Danny Briggs. Kemar Roach is into him, and he's gone full of length, and that's whipped away by Briggs, and he won't take the single out towards deep backward square. I suppose what Kemar Roach is thinking as well is, with the 2 men in front of square catching with the helmet, the way that Briggs played that short ball, now they're going to change it for the last ball again. So out goes Ryan Patel. He's going to go in. Is he going? Oh no, he's gone to get his abdominal guard, actually. It's a good job it didn't go to him with the previous delivery, isn't it? So now it's a leg gully rather than a leg slip. Silly point, short leg. 3 slips, last ball of the day. Kemar Roach is into Danny Briggs, short one. Briggs plays it well, just ducks underneath it, and that will be stumps. And Warwickshire go to stumps. 16 for 2. In reply to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared, with Yates on 10, and Briggs yet to get off the mark.
So obviously Surrey's day, 428 for 8 with Ben Foakes unbeaten on 132, and we also saw 50 for Jordan Clark and 31 not out for James Taylor, 4 for 78 for Ollie Iron-Dolby, 3 for 84 for Danny Briggs. But for Warwickshire, Dom Sibley out to his first delivery, ball dragging Reece Topley on at none for 1, and then Will Rose caught down the leg side by a diving Ben Foakes off the bowling of Kemar Roach for 6.